So, Haikyuu's pretty good, am I right? Furudate's passion for the sport shines through every page, character art, and pivotal moment of the story. It's jam-packed with themes, interesting meditations on the nature of talent, motivation, and much more, and I really like the commercial break animations. In the story of Haikyu, the character arcs are the engine which drives it, which fits it well, as it's a story where the stakes are low if you aren't personally invested in the characters, and there are no permanent antagonists, as every player on every team could pretty much be a protagonist in their own anime. Haikyu has an absolutely massive roster of characters as well, and they each have their own stories and journeys, and in this video I want to cover them all. So this video will spoil the entire series, including the manga, and really shouldn't be watched as replacements for experiencing the series on its own. But if you've just seen the anime, then I won't spoil anything that hasn't been adapted yet until I get to the point that the anime wraps up at. So don't worry, just check out at that point. Thank you so much for watching, and let's begin at the beginning. Haikyu opens with this spread that explains the rules of volleyball and introduces Hinata, who is short. He's a short guy with a big wall, and he needs the power of friendship and some sakuga in order to make it over that wall. But the real backstory starts next, with Hinata hearing of the tiny giant. This scene is shown about 1,000,000 times as the series progresses, but for such an important moment it's really pretty simple, as Hinata narrates a core memory from a situation that he just so happened to stumble into. Also yes, I'm calling him the tiny giant, not the little giant. It's the first translation of it that I was exposed to, and I think that it sounds better. And then for the rest of this first chapter, there's quite a bit to talk about, but a lot of it is only in context of how the show progresses, especially as it reaches its final conclusion. And the way it wraps up some of the themes and story beats introduced here is fantastic, but I'll get to that much later. So for now, let's just go over those themes that Furudate introduced the series to start with. First off, Hinata idolizes the tiny giant and wants to have that sort of power and court presence. So the first theme is how Hinata gains inspiration from seeing a great player who he can relate to in some way, and that theme will be explored through not only Hinata's relationship with this ideal of the tiny giant, but also through other players who are inspired by their heroes. And ultimately, it'll explore what it means to inspire others. This inspiration is what got Hinata into volleyball, but he has a lot of obstacles to its growth. Which brings up theme 2. Hinata has a lot in his way. His school has no volleyball programs for boys, and he has to drag others into practicing with him. Because of this, a lot of his fundamentals are pretty weak, even for a first year. But despite this, he pushes through, and many of his biggest advantages are born of how he overcomes these obstacles. For instance, he has a bike a very long way because of where he lives, but this helps him to develop his speed and endurance, which are important to his future successes in volleyball. And with this theme of obstacles, the narrative employs a pretty obvious but still powerful symbol: the wall. Just as Hinata has to overcome walls that block him from being able to progress in volleyball, he also has his natural disadvantage of being short, making blockers in the game of volleyball into another huge obstacle for him to overcome. And the third theme is with Kageyama, who instantly takes a dislike for Hinata. I think that this is a very important aspect of Kageyama's early character, is that he really has issues with emphasizing with others and seeing their point of view. He's excellent at weaponizing others and seeing how they are useful to him as tools, but he ignores the wants of his spikers, and whenever he berates Hinata, he completely fails to understand that Hinata was doing the best that he thought he could do in his past circumstances. This will be an important trait for Kageyama's character, but also works well for the narrative in this first chapter, as this is shonen, and the main character being needlessly insulted and harassed in the first chapter, preferably for things that they can't really control, helps the audience to instantly feel sympathy for them and connect with them. And the fourth theme is Hinata's main drive and one of his strongest character traits. More than anything else, he just wants to be on the court. He's spent so long unable to play volleyball, and he enjoys it so much that he'll do anything in his power to keep playing. He improves himself in order to avoid being subbed out, he learns to cooperate with Kageyama in order to stay on the team, and he strives to win every game in order to continue playing in the tournament. And the final and most important recurring theme that first starts here is the bathroom curse. This is a very serious trend where Hinata comes face to face with his worst nightmare: goofy volleyball playing high schoolers when going to the bathroom. As for the actual chapter, you know how it goes. Hinata gets absolutely destroyed by Kageyama's team, and then Hinata cries a bunch and makes a promise to one day beat Kageyama, his arch nemesis and the main villain for the rest of the series. So anyways, Hinata and Kageyama both join Karasuno, and they both get along perfectly. and then they get kicked out of the club. This kind of continues the shonen thing where characters act in a very extreme fashion near the beginning of the story, like Daichi kicking them out and then making it so that Kageyama can't play setter if they lose the 3-on-3 is really extreme, and the other third years even remark on how extreme he's acting. Kurasuno was called the clipped wing crows by the other teams, as they used to be great but now are just okay, and a nasty loss caused the team to become shattered, with many players leaving. So now there are only 3 upperclassmen to introduce: Daichi, who has a really weird introduction in my opinion, with his harsh punishment for Hinata and Kageyama; Sugawara, who's the cool setter guy; and Tanaka, a second year who wants really badly to look tough, with his hair that looks like the gray hair of a 70-year-old man with male pattern baldness due to how it's drawn, but he's actually pretty nice and helpful. Also, Tsukishima and Tadashi, the other first years, are introduced as absolute scum of the earth jerks. Like seriously, these are your new teammates who just joined, why are you being such a prick? So now I'm going to get into these characters that we have here and what we learn about them before we get to the first real tournament of the series. There are a few character moments here, but most of it is just set up for bigger character arcs that will take place over the rest of the series. And we're starting off with Suki, who sure is a person of all time. Whenever he is introduced, he is basically someone who plays volleyball but doesn't really have a passion for it. He's pretty good at it. He's tall, observant, and keeps his composure on the court, but he doesn't really get why people care about things ever. So he's basically the anti-Hinata, and yeah, it's no coincidence that Shoyo means soaring sunshine and Tsukishima means moon island. They are very clearly designed as foils to one another. Hinata has to work his ass off for any bit of progress he gets, and he loves it, while Suki has generally gotten by with his wits and height. So I think that Furudate is posing an important narrative question with the conflict between Tsukishima and Hinata. Can hard work ever make up for a genetic disadvantage? And we know where Tsukishima stands in that question, as he states it pretty bluntly.
Not everyone's a good fit for every job, you know. I mean, you're clearly not cut out to be a spiker.
But Tsukishima doesn't have any delusions of grandeur himself. He squarely believes himself better than Hinata because he has a much better body for volleyball than him. He also views his own skill as fixed, referring to people like Kageyama as elites, whose skill he sees as unreachable for a normal person like himself. And Tsukishima also kind of serves as a placeholder antagonist early on as well, as his blocking becomes a new wall which Hinata has to overcome in a 3-on-3 practice game, and Tsukishima constantly cuts others down and uses snide remarks to try to manipulate the people who he faces on the court. But he never does this out of anger, rather he just sees it as another tool he can use to influence games, but also try to bring people like Hinata down to earth in his mind. He doesn't really understand the attitudes of the motivated, hot-blooded people around him, so he tries to understand this by painting them all as foolish and stupid, snickering at everyone around him. And when looking at Tsukishima like this, it paints a picture of a character with a terrible attitude and a very fixed mindset. But there's more to him. We just haven't quite gotten to that yet. So for now, let's leave Suki with how the story introduces him as a prick. And next up is Tadashi, whose introduction is him introducing Suki's height. Yeah, Tadashi is a dork. He is a very shy person who sticks very closely to his best friend Tsukishima, and this results in him often joining in with Tsukishima's general prickliness. But he's a nice guy and very loyal to his friends, constantly sticking up for and hyping up Tsukishima to anybody who will listen. He's the only one out of the new first years who doesn't really stand out at all, and he recognizes this by the end of that 3-on-3. So Tadashi decides that he should do something about it, and so begins what is in my opinion one of the greatest side character arcs in all of Haikyu, but I'll get to the greatest later. One thing that I really like about Haikyu's character writing as a whole is how characters often come in pairs. Hinata and Kageyama, Kenma and Kuru, and of course Tadashi and Tsukishima. These pairs of characters are often close friends or rivals or both, and the way that they are written, they both play off each other's quirks and accentuate their traits. Suki serves as the easy person for Tadashi to fall back on whenever he's in new circumstances, and he's all too willing to go along with whatever Suki wants to do. To be completely honest though, Tsukishima really doesn't seem to express any real sort of fondness for Tadashi early on, and their attitudes towards training differ greatly already, with Tsukishima doing the bare minimum and Tadashi always seeking to improve himself. Despite this fact, they're practically never apart, and for the first few chapters, Tadashi usually just appears as a head hovering behind Suki's body. Daichi is the captain. He's experienced and the backbone of the team. He's mature and very steadfast, only occasionally becoming angered. Of course, the first time we are introduced to him is whenever he's very angry. But I guess Hinata and Kageyama did embarrass the #1 best and most popular character, the vice principal, so it was kinda justified. Nevertheless, Daichi also shows himself as pretty freaking smart, as he is the first to recognize that Hinata and Kageyama would make a really strong duo if they could work together. And yeah, he was kinda right. Daichi, Sugawara, and Asahi make up the third years of Kurasuno, and they were an interesting group because they joined right after Kurasuno Karasuno stopped being such a strong team. But the third years banded together back then, and they worked harder over the next 2 years to become a solid team. And nobody on the team is more solid than Daichi. Karasuno's aggressive strategy simply would not work without a solid receiving and consistent performance. Daichi shoulders a lot of responsibility in this role as the captain of the team, especially before Yukai joins as the coach, as he's the only person with authority on the team who actually knows anything about volleyball. Sugawara is chill. He's the vice captain and backup setter for Karasuno, and he's generally supportive, kind, and laid back. Basically, he's the opposite of Kageyama as a setter. But Sugawara isn't willing to just lay back and let Kageyama completely kick him off the team. He's pretty much close with everybody on the team because he's just nice, and he and Hinata easily become friends, with Hinata appreciating having a skilled setter like Suga who is actually supportive. Sugawara also shows himself to be pretty smart, as he sees right through Tanaka's plan to do extra work with Hinata and Kageyama before school, and even shows up himself to help out, which also starts his mischievous streak, as he's pretty directly going against what Daichi commanded him to do, despite being the vice captain himself. During the 3-on-3, Sugawara is the one who talks Kageyama into trying out the pinpoint set, and while he fumbles through his words, ultimately his advice lands and Kageyama and Hinata discover their synergy. At this early point in the story, Tanaka is most interested in being seen as an upperclassman by the younger students, and Kyoko. Tanaka is hard-headed, loud, and aggressive, but despite this, he is a pretty solid teammate and just as dedicated to the other members of Karasuno. And whenever he's first introduced, Tanaka makes a bunch of faces that are apparently supposed to be intimidating towards the first years. But shortly thereafter, after some convincing from Daichi, Tanaka not only joins Kageyama and Hinata as a teammate for their first match, but also goes above and beyond and gets the gym for them to practice early before school. And as the story continues, Tanaka is consistently shown to be very relaxed and easygoing with many things, like when Hinata throws up on him. And despite his competitiveness, he is also quick to compliment his teammates whenever he sees them accomplish anything big.
Now, this position, this angle, this moment.
And Hinata is the main character, and I've already talked a lot about him, and that's in large part because almost all the other characters in the series are heavily affected by him. I think Hinata serves as a perfect example of the shonen protagonist. He radiates dedication and passion, and perseveres despite all the obstacles in his way. His passion often makes him look goofy or childish, but he doesn't care, unless someone makes fun of him. Then he becomes all aggressive and defensive. He is kind of predictable in his chaotic antics, but he is always barreling forward in his quest to become like the tiny giants, and Hinata can't help but pull all the other characters with him in his efforts. With Haikyu, the characters of Karasuno all start with unique strengths, but they're not really able to utilize these skills well yet. Whenever Hinata comes along, he acts as sparks to the powder keg of talent that is Karasuno, and the upperclassmen's strong fundamentals provide a backbone for the fast-paced and unique playstyles of the first years. It's an incredibly titanic improvement in skill for all the players, but it's still pretty realistic. And the first person that he becomes a catalyst of improvement for is Kageyama, and Hinata's lackluster skills lead to Kageyama having to push himself to his limits in order to accommodate Hinata with a perfect set, which is a funny subversion for shonen stories. It's usually characters are pushed to new heights by tough competition from the protagonist. But in this situation, Hinata's suckiness combines with his enthusiasm and energy to create a perfect environment for Kageyama to improve. It's also very interesting how often the series emphasizes Hinata's desire to be the ace who commands the court early on in the series, especially for Karasuno to quickly put him into the position of a decoy, which he kinda hates at first. They just can't help but have a distaste for a position where he'll often be tricked into thinking he's getting a set just for it to be set elsewhere. But I mean, it works. I've talked a lot about how Hinata's antics are easy to get swept up in, and that goes double for any team that they're facing, who have to be defending against him. He might hate it, but Hinata is the perfect decoy. And during the 3-on-3, Hinata gets blocked again and again by Tsukishima. He's simply too short to get around his block with normal attacks. Tsukishima becomes the physical manifestation of everything that is stopping Hinata from succeeding, with the added bonus of also being an annoying prick. I'm really bad at hiding my bias against early on Tsukishima. Please don't kill me, Suki fans, but I got a PhD in hating, and I gotta put that degree to use somewhere. And finally, Kageyama, Hinata's worst enemy and fated rival, who is destined to face him in mortal combat again and again, and also just so happens to be on the same team as Hinata. Haikyu is filled with character duos, and the main one is plastered all over the cover. Hinata and Kageyama's relationship is about 90% arguing, but the skills also just so happen to perfectly complement one another. Kageyama is always at max intensity. He knows he has the skills necessary to be the best, but throughout middle school, he seemed to think that the people around him were holding him back. His spikers were too slow and they didn't jump high enough. They weren't at max intensity like he was, especially for an easy game like the one against Hinata's team. Even though he knows that the game will be an easy win, and doesn't doubt that he'll win for a second, he takes Hinata seriously and gets onto his teammates for slacking off. which helps to expose a more positive side to his intensity. While he's always harsh on himself and his teammates, he also has immense respect for everyone else, so long as he believes that they're trying their best. But after watching Hinata play against him, he is impressed by his jumping ability, speed, and endurance, and that makes him angry, but it also makes him jealous. He wants Hinata's talents, and he thinks that Hinata isn't making the most of them. Now, he's only partially right in that assessment. Sure, Hinata could be making much better use of his skills, but he didn't really know any better, and his circumstances have made it really difficult for him to play volleyball. Kageyama doesn't leave any room for sympathy though, and he initially hates Hinata for this perceived waste of talent. But after a bit, he has a change of heart. You know, if Hinata is wasting all that talent, why not just use it for himself? Hinata forces Kageyama to play at his very best, but Kageyama is the one who is pulling the strings to make the free quick possible. And developing this move is a pivotal point in the series, and the entire team of Kurasuno will be built around this initial structure. So after the whole fiasco with the vice principal, Kageyama, Hinata, and Tanaka teamed up against Daichi, Sugashima, and Tadashi on a 3-on-3 game. I've already talked a lot about it, but just to get it all in order, Hinata gets blocked a bunch by Sugashima, Tadashi serves the ball directly into the net, Daichi flexes his skills, Tanaka literally flexes, and Hinata and Kageyama start doing their quick attack thing. And I think it's time to talk about a character who I think is a little underappreciated, Takeda. Takeda knows almost nothing about volleyball, but he knows a lot about groveling. And without his skills, I think it's pretty unlikely that Kurasuno would have accomplished anything. Our introduction to Takeda is him bursting in and announcing that there will be a game against Alba Josai, but he also secures a practice game with Nekama and gives Keshin Yukai to coach Kurasuno. And he gives consistently surprisingly solid speeches. Takeda also serves as a solid plot reason for the series to explain a bunch of volleyball concepts to the audience, as he also has a bunch of questions. I really like his inclusion in the series, and I think he really helps to ground the series in a sense of realism. He comes off like a very nice and supportive teacher who is willing to do whatever it takes to help his students. And handling all the communication and groveling is a less than glamorous side of coaching that often gets ignored in media, so I think that it's really cool that it is shown here. Kyoko is a character who doesn't really have much to do for the first part of the series. She kinda just stands around and declines Tanaka and Noya's attempts advances a few times, but that's about it. I think that she's initially an intriguing character, who really seems to have the respect of all the older members of the team, but it'll take a bit before she actually has anything to do, which I kind of understand, as these first few chapters are absolutely crammed full of characters to introduce and things to set up. But now it's time to cover what I consider the first somewhat real game that happens in Haikyu. The 3-on-3 was a tutorial, so now it's time to play a full game with full teams against a real opponent. Alba Josai is a big school that is one of the best volleyball teams in the prefecture, and is also closely connected to Kitagawa Daiichi Junior High, which is where Kageyama went. In the manga, Alba Josai is often referred to as Blue Castle, and that's because the name Alba Josai translates to west of Alba Castle, which is a blue castle. And a castle is a good thing to base the name off of, because Alba Josai is all about its king, Oikawa. While all the other players are good enough individually that Daichi says that most of them could be the ace if they were on most other teams, Oikawa's sitting and leadership skills are the reason that the team is so great. When we're first introduced to them, Oikawa becomes the first real antagonist for the team. Sure, there have been individual rivalries, and Sugashima is still a jerk. But Oikawa isn't just a really good player that they have to face against, but he also has beef with Kageyama, and as an antagonist, I think Oikawa is fantastic. I mean, when it all comes down to it, he's still just some kid playing volleyball, but he perfectly impedes Kurasuno's goals of getting to nationals, while also having a more personal rivalry with Kageyama. But my favorite part about his character, other than his song, is that he is always giving out solid advice. After the first practice game, he not only taunts, but he also gives them harsh but valid criticism, and he'll continue to do this in the future. I guess he just wants his opponents to get as good as possible, so it feels all the better whenever he beats them. But as for the actual game, well, it's fun. Hinata is so anxious that he pukes all over Tanaka, goes to the bathroom 4 times, and manages to single-handedly ruin every play for the first shot of the game. But after beaming Kageyama in the back of the head, and getting a surprisingly helpful and unsurprisingly terrifying talk from Kageyama, he chills out. It's a simple trick that the series pulls over and over again, but it's always so much fun whenever Kurasuno is able to pull off the free quick, and it blows away almost every other team in the series. And it's great to see that we're always meeting new teams for Kurasuno to go against, so that way we can see them react to the free quick and just Hinata and Kageyama in general. This match is no different, and without Oikawa, Abu Josai really doesn't know how to counter Hinata, and so their blocking gets split, which only makes it easier for Tanaka and Daichi to score. Oikawa shows up at the end, and in the few points that he's able to score, he makes quite the impression on Kurosano. First off, the paneling and animation for his serves are both awesome, but Oikawa also demonstrates some of his smarts and perception whenever he targets the first years with his serve, skills which he'll continue to demonstrate as the series goes on. And so the practice game wraps up, and it's time to introduce some new characters. What, did you think that Enoshida would be staying in the starting lineup? Did you think that they trust Hinata and Tsukishima to receive in the back row? Nah, it's time for some upgrades. Enoshida will get his chance to shine later on. Nishinoya and Asahi are not introduced until a few chapters into the series, which is a solid narrative choice, as it lets the story focus on other characters first and not bombard the viewer with introductions to everybody in Kurosano at once. But Nishinoya and Asahi weren't gone for no reason. Nishinoya was suspended for domestic terrorism. Now, I do think that this was a strange choice on Furidate's part for character introduction, as it sort of paints Nishinoya in a more harsh light as a violent extremist, which is very different from later characterization. But it certainly does make an impact. But anyways, Nishinoya was trying to get Asahi to get back on the team after he quit because he was blocked so many times by Date Tech. And Nishinoya went a little bit overboard. He starts out with a contentious relationship with Asahi, as Asahi quit the team and Nishinoya thinks that doing that made him a coward. Noya is an energetic and talented libero, and Tanaka even describes him as Kurosano's only prodigy before Kageyama joined. He is very boisterous and show-offy, which is certainly an interesting choice for a libero character, as he plays a role on the team that could easily be seen as less flashy than the other players on the team. But Noya is a storm of energy, and as a libero, he perfectly encapsulates the fact that the team cannot lose if they never let the ball hit the ground. He is even shorter than Hinata, but despite that, he plans that he would play as libero no matter what height he was, as it's the position that he's most passionate for. He's pretty cool. Asahi, on the other hand, is a coward. At least that's what he believes. Whenever the story starts, Asahi isn't really part of Kurosano anymore. He used to be the ace for that team, and he was a better spiker than anybody else at Kurosano. Asahi is a kind and sensitive person, despite his height and appearance, and in a match against Date Tech, his spikes were all blocked and he blamed himself for the team's loss. Later on, he even lashed out at the rest of the team, demanding to know why they weren't blaming him for the loss. And this is what upset Nishinoya so much. Asahi felt that he had failed not only the team, but also Noya personally with his failure to score, and he ultimately quit the team because of this. Noya retorted that he only blamed Asahi for giving up and abandoning his team. As the ace of Kurosano, Asahi is a huge role model for Hinata, so obviously Hinata wants to get him back on the team. And Hinata also expresses to Asahi that he has been able to overcome the walls in his way so far with the help of his team. And Hinata's passion reinvigorates Asahi's love for volleyball, prompting him to return to the team. One huge theme that comes up again and again throughout Haikyu is Hinata's effect on the people around him. Hinata's endless drive and optimism inspires and pushes people around him to become better. Hinata is a paragon, and he served as the catalyst for Kurosano's explosive growth and improvement throughout the series. And I think his early interactions with Asahi are a good example of this in action. Asahi is not only inspired by what Hinata says, but he also is put under the pressure of Hinata's expectations for him. Hinata idolizes him as the ace, and the weight of those expectations initially only stress him out. But as he realizes the extent of Hinata's dedication, he can't help but join in the craze that Hinata's stirring up with Kurosano. After a lot of groveling, Takeda gets Yukai to finally give coaching a chance after he very non-subtly name-drops Nekama around 15 times. Keshin Yukai, or Smoker Lungs Yukai, his official name, is the grandson of the famous old guy Akai Yukai, and he works at a convenience store. Keshin has a lot of nostalgia for his past and for he played for Kurosano, as he was a player during his peak, with a Nekama rivalry at its most extreme. He initially convinces himself that he shouldn't coach because it would have ruined the sanctity of the volleyball gym that he's so nostalgic for, but he realizes pretty quickly that coaching is pretty cool, so he becomes coach. For his first appearance, he brings along the Neighborhood Association, a bunch of 20-somethings he used to play for Kurosano. For the most part, this match is all about the dynamic between the libero and the ace. Noya is consistent as always, and Sukawara is super strategic and thoughtful, and Asahi finally begins to recover from his slump. But my favorite part about this game is Hinata and Kageyama's shouting match. From the moment that Asahi showed up, Hinata was obsessed with him, the ace. He was tall, strong, and could spike through any block. And though he tried to fight it, Hinata was pretty jealous, and his position as a decoy really began to seem lame and unimportant. Plus, he got his head blown off. And somewhat surprisingly, Kageyama read him like a 5'4" book. Kageyama was characterized as pretty aloof and not someone who really paid any attention to other people's feelings, much less Hinata's. But their dynamic is really starting to develop now, and Kageyama is determined to drag out Hinata's thoughts, display them right back at him, and then fix it. And so he does, sort of. Kageyama demonstrates to Hinata that the role of the decoy is incredibly useful for a team like Kurasuno, and Hinata's speed and trust combos perfectly with Kageyama's raw skill. So yeah, Hinata ends up admitting that being the decoy is pretty cool. But this doesn't really wrap up his arc, as it kinda seems like a temporary thing. Sure, being the decoy is cool and will be great for the scene, but Hinata's got to become a tiny giant at some point. He just has to be a decoy for now until he powers up and goes Super Saiyan or Super Shoyo or whatever. The Neighborhood Association game comes to a close pretty soon after, but not before Shimada gets a cool jump floater in. Asahi is really backed on the team now, and I think that Asahi ties up Hinata and Kageyama's initial arcs perfectly, as Asahi was somebody who couldn't get around the blocks, and it felt like the weight of everything was on him, and he was letting the team down. Hinata learns that, together with Kageyama sitting, he can get around blocks, and while Kageyama learns that he needs to work with his teammates, and he can't do everything by himself. And they both pass off these lessons to Asahi. It's a pretty basic theme, especially for a sports story. Teamwork is good. But Haikyu presents it so well, woven in between character moments, explanations for how volleyball works, and great action that creates the perfect storm of opening chapters that really hooked me. And the start of Haikyu is far from its peak though. And so let's move on and get into the meat of the story. Now that the team's assembled, it's time to meet our main rivals. Nekoma is by far my favorite team outside of Kurasuno. I feel like they're a pretty basic choice, but everything about them is just so well developed and unique, and they pose as the perfect rivals to Kurasuno, so I can't help but choose them. And they just traveled all the way from Tokyo, so it's time for a practice game. Nekoma acts as a single body. Every player works in harmony, and Kinma stands on top of Nekoma as its brain. Every player on Nekoma has fantastic defensive abilities, and this keeps their well-oiled machine working smoothly. Nekoma is a perfect rival and foil for Kurasuno as a whole, because they are so different and yet also have some striking similarities. I brought up earlier how Haikyuu's characters are often organized into duos. In Kurasuno and Nekoma, each character has a parallel character to themselves, and I think this was a great way to quickly introduce another large group of characters, as their interactions with their duo mates brings out their unique qualities. Tanaka has Yamamoto, Nekoma's Ace, and they initially hate each other, but are brought together by the shared inability to talk to women, becoming instant best friends. Yamamoto is basically just Tanaka with a mohawk. He's hot-headed but reliable, a wing spiker whose team can rely on him to consistently get good spikes whenever the going gets tough. Kuro and Daichi are a duo, and they just straight up hate each other, simultaneously peering through each other's polite exteriors to see if they both just want to kill each other. Kuro is Nekoma's captain, and a middle blocker, and despite being a snide bastard, he is also deeply observant of his team's personalities and skills, especially Kinma, and he also keeps a keen eye on his opponents. Yaku is Nekoma's libero, and therefore he's the best receiver on Nekoma, so he's really good. And of course, Nishinoya takes great notice of his skills and very enthusiastically espoused his praises. Yaku was a bit more reserved in comparison to Nishinoya, although most people are. Despite this, he is absolutely confident in his abilities, and is quick to offer harsh but constructive feedback to his teammates. And finally, Hinata kinda has two. First up is Kinma, who is not similar in any way whatsoever to Hinata, and the second is Inyoka, who is basically tall Hinata. Throughout the practice game, Inyoka is given the task of covering Hinata and blocking its quicks, and though it takes the first whole set, he does manage to catch up. And this is new, Inyoka is the very first opponent who has managed to consistently stop Hinata's quick attacks. And that was pretty much Hinata's only weapon, so he's basically done for it. Of course, that's only true for now. After all, Hinata's the main character, so he's gotta improve. And improve he sort of does. After this wake-up call, Hinata will need to learn to fight for himself in the air, but until then, he barely manages to get by with some messy spikes. But it's time to talk about Kinma. You know I said earlier that Tachi has the second best character arc in Haikyu? Well, here's the somewhat proud owner of the best. Kinma just kinda goes with the flow. He doesn't make friends on purpose, and he's keenly aware of when people are trying to look at him, to the point that he dyed his hair blonde to try and blend in more, which was a move that didn't really make much sense. Despite the fact that he doesn't find volleyball that much fun to play, Kinma has fantastic technique and vision. He can tell how others see him on the court, and he manipulates that all for an advantage. While it's true that Nekoma doesn't have any standout star players, they do have Kinma, a setter who specializes in blending in. And whenever he's surrounded by Nekoma's fantastic receivers, he's basically impossible to predict. Kinma doesn't really like volleyball that much, and while the other members of his team have accepted that he doesn't really get excited for anything, this drives Hinata crazy. And so Hinata makes another one of his signature dramatic promises to Kinma after the first practice game. He's gonna make Kinma care about the game, and then he's gonna beat him. But yeah, whenever it's all said and done, Kurosano loses in straight sets all 3 practice games. Though they still haven't broken their team's losing streak to Nekoma. But Kurosano is still very green. Most of their starting lineup has just met, and they got some new things to work out, especially if Hinata. Despite this, Kurosano and Nekoma swear to get to Nationals and finally face each other in a real game. The Battle of the Garbage Dump is the target. But now that Kurosano and their rivals are introduced and a big new goal has been set, it's time to really start. The Interhigh is the first tournament arc of Haikyu, and during these games, Haikyu begins to really test its characters, and a lot of the things that have been set up go into motion, resulting in some great character arcs, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on in this video. I'll cover any cool moments in the games, but the focus is the arcs. But before we can get to the Interhigh, we do have a couple of weeks and a decent amount of exposition to get through. And during these final preparations is when the last few big teams in the Miyagi Prefecture are introduced. Date Tech, the Iron Ball, who shut down Aussie last tournament, Wakutani, who are boring, and Shuritorizawa, who have a big guy. I wonder if these teams will ever show up. Over these weeks, we see preparations. Yugai takes inspiration from Nekoma's attack where the whole team runs up at once, and they set up more plays in general. Hinata works on his normal quick attack, and Kyoko gets them a big banner thing. And most importantly, after watching Shimada from the Neighborhood Association crank some 90s with his jump floater, Tadashi approaches Shimada and asks him to teach him how to do the serve himself. Yeah, it's time for Tadashi to start to cook. Oh yeah, and Tsukishima has some dinosaur models in this room. Kurosano's first opponent is Tokonami, and Daichi has a dark past with one of the players on that team. But the thing about Tokonami is, they kinda suck. Up till now, all the teams that Kurosano have played have been pretty good, so while we've gotten to see that they have some strong attacks, they generally have been struggling to hold it together. So I think that it was a good idea to have them face a more average team here and establish that Kurosano is actually pretty freaking good. But beyond the basic narrative power scaling purpose of this match, the way that it's handled in the manga and especially the anime elevates it so much. Winners and Losers is genuinely one of the best standalone episodes of anime or manga that I've seen. In an incredible moment of storytelling that takes all the focus off of Kurosano, it captures a bittersweet part about high school sports. They end. And for most people, they end with a loss. One of my favorite parts about Haikyu was how well it portrayed the experience of high school sports and the team dynamics on one. And I'll talk some more about my personal experience at the end of the video. But with Winners and Losers, Furudati paints a picture of what it's like to just be an average player through Tokonami, specifically Daichi's middle school friends, Ikijiri, as well as Kurosano's girls team, specifically through Yui, who is also Daichi's friend. Both teams struggle through their whole game, unable to ever take back any momentum. But despite that, they both keep pushing forwards through Daichi's friend on each respective team. Both Yui and Ikijiri echo Daichi's speeches about not giving up and pushing through, but ultimately they both get crushed. I think this also helps to indirectly characterize Daichi by showing what effect his words have on other people, and showing how much he helps keep Kurosano together. One detail I really like is that Kurosano takes the whole game of Tokonami very seriously, even though they're so much better, similar to how Kageyama took Hinata's team seriously in the introduction chapter, despite the fact that they were crushing them. In both cases, they do it honorably. In Haikyu and most other sports anime are interesting, because the bad guys are rarely evil, other than in Blue Lock, but the good guys are pretty evil in there too. The antagonists of Haikyu are just other high schoolers, and even though losing isn't the end of the world, it still ends their volleyball careers. And so every victory is bittersweet, and this one the most so. And Ikijiri gets pretty meta on us whenever he loses, talking about how he feels like a background character, and how he feels like what he's saying is cliche, and it kinda is. But even in a small way, he was part of the story of Haikyu, and he left his impact, and even though his story was short and ended in a loss, it still had something to say about the nature of sports and competition. But he commands Daichi to keep winning for him, and Ikijiri keeps supporting Kurosano and Daichi going forwards, so he's pretty cool. But while it's the first real tournament game in Haikyu, it's time for the first real game in Haikyu. Date Tech, the Iron Ball who vehicular manslaughtered Asahi's self-worth, is back, and it's time for a rematch. Date Tech is a team who is all about blocking, but despite that, they aren't too shabby in other areas. However, overall, they just don't have anybody who excels in spiking. But what about the Iron Ball? Fudakuchi and Aeon are the main two pillars of the Iron Wall, and they excel with read blocking, which trades a bit of speed for being harder to trick. Aeon in particular is very fast for his height, which allows him to be one of the most effective blockers in the entire series, consistently reading where the ball will go, and even if he gets thrown off a little bit, he's so fast and tall that he can sometimes make up for the delay. The competition with Date Tech starts before the game has even begun, as Date Tech is a powerhouse school with a powerhouse cheering section. Basically, they're really loud, which is very imposing. And this environment starts to weigh on Kurosano, at least until Nishinoya invents a glorious new special move, Rolling Thunder again. It's literally just the same thing as Rolling Thunder from earlier, but it once again demonstrates how Nishinoya is not only a fantastic libero whenever it comes to keeping the ball up, but also whenever it comes to keeping his team's spirit up. His carefree, hyperactive personality is ironically always stable no matter the circumstances. He's got their backs, and he has the presence of a giant, one might say a tiny giant. The game starts off a little bit different from usual, as Hinata and Kageyama are sticking to normal quicks instead of their freak quick, and Aeon is able to pretty easily keep up with them, and Datex blocking stuffs Asahi right away, but despite this, he keeps a good attitude, restating his trust in Nishinoya and his belief that he can break through. This is the first time where we really get to see our ace shine. With his new decoy and setter and reinforced trust in his libero, Asahi is finally able to break through the iron wall, but it's not instant. After Hinata and Kageyama start mixing freak quicks in with their normal quicks, Crossno has a huge boost. While Datek is scrambling to stop Hinata, Asahi and Tanaka are able to operate much more smoothly. But Datek aren't pushovers, and Aeon in particular manages to adjust to Hinata's movements pretty quickly, starting to already shut him down during the first set. Nishinoya is on point, and with Hinata's help, Asahi is able to finally see over the Great Wall that's been in his way. Hinata's excellent decoy work, Nishinoya's clutch receiving, and Kageyama's pinpoint setting give him the perfect opportunity to spike right over Datek's iron wall. And now Crossno really has the momentum. And also with his massive point, Hinata starts to better understand how great it feels to be a good decoy. Pulling the blockers aside so that their ace can score gives them shivers. And Crossno goes on to take the first set by a wide margin of 25-19, and they maintain this momentum into the second set, scoring breakpoints fairly quickly to build up a decent lead. Despite this, they are still a messy team. Their lackluster receiving skills are being held together by Kageyama's incredible sending skills, and Datek's blocking is still a force to be reckoned with Nishinoya's off-block receives only barely covering some of them. Another player who is holding Crossno together is Tsukishima, as he's careful and realistic, a very solid blocker, but he also lacks any kind of ambition, and gives up any time he feels that he can't do something. Despite their messiness, Crossno are managing to keep it together, and pretty soon they have set point again. They can end it here, and so they send it to their ace to get that last point. Asahi thinks, how can I call myself the ace if I can't even get the last point through whenever it counts? But Datek's captain and setter, Maniwa, is not about to give up. And he shouts back at him, we already beat this spiker once. If we can't beat him again, then we don't deserve to be called Iron Wall. Both sides stake their entire identities on the next play. But despite this, the players around them end up having just as much impact in their face-off. Asahi spikes it off the block, and they deflect it towards the back of Kurasuno's court. But Nishinoya is able to dive for the ball, and Kageyama tries to bump set it towards the front, and Asahi goes for it again, but ends up in a joust with Iron Wall, which he loses. But despite this loss, Nishinoya is moving by complete instinct. He gets the ball up with his shoe. Asahi has to be getting worn out, but Sugawara and Asahi yell in unison, calling for the ball, one more time, and Kageyama puts up a simple, easy-to-hit set, which Asahi smashes down, and after rolling off the net, it drops on Datek's side. Despite getting blocked so many times, he never lost faith in his teammate and himself, and ultimately, he's able to just barely defeat Datek's Iron Wall. The game ends, Crossno won in straight sets, and Aeon shakes Hinata's hand, a show of the quiet mutual respect that's already formed between the two players whose playstyles and personalities couldn't be more different from one another. And this win still has a bittersweet tang, as it spells the end of Datek's third year's volleyball careers. They think of themselves as a dud generation for Datek, which is a relatable parallel to Crossno's reputation as a fallen powerhouse. But for Crossno, this is a huge victory. They managed to overcome the biggest obstacle that beat them in the last tournament, and as Asahi says, is because of the heroics from role players like Hinata, Nishinoya, Kageyama, and Daichi, the team was able to keep the momentum, and Asahi was able to overcome the Iron Wall. The third years finally got some revenge on Datek, but despite this, Sugawara is a little bitter that he didn't get to play. But he hasn't given up his fight yet, and we'll finally get to see his very important role in the team come to prominence in the next match. Crossno does a bit of preparation for the match of Abajosai, and their main focus is shutting down Oikawa serving, and so they devise a new formation that allows Daichi and Nishinoya to receive them, while moving everyone else out of the way. And both Oikawa and Yukai get videos of each other's team to watch overnight, in preparation for the upcoming game. There's a lot of talk of kings whenever it comes to Oikawa and Kageyama. Kageyama was called a king because of his powerful presence on the court, but mostly because he was very demanding of his spikers and unwilling to listen to them. Oikawa is a great king because Hinata randomly calls him that, but he still reflects this title in a very different way. Oikawa respects and listens to his spikers, however he also pushes to get their full potential out of them. Abajosai has an aura of complete trust between all teammates, and they all do their tasks as one machine, believing that everybody else on the team will perform their own duties. And so the game begins, and Oikawa and Kageyama instantly get into a back and forth of showing up. Oikawa makes his presence known from the get-go, starting the game off a setter dump, then faking a setter dump and going for a normal set, but Kageyama setter dumps right back at him, even reusing Oikawa's taunt that he would do it again, which doesn't actually make any sense because Kageyama is moving into the back row now, but whatever. But then Kageyama rockets the next serve completely out of bounds, which is unusual for him because while he's certainly missed serves before, that's usually because they're so aggressive that they just barely hit outside. This one was just bad. And this starts something new. Kageyama is struggling. Now he's still setting insanely accurate sets, but he's also unsteadily trying to dump the ball and is completely focused on his opponent's blockers, not even thinking about his own teammates' positions. But Kageyama's little crisis is not the only problem that Karasuno is facing right now, as Oikawa's serves are crushingly oppressive, especially whenever he turns his focus onto Tanaka. Oikawa correctly assesses that Tanaka is Karasuno's hype man, and figures that shutting him up would deal a painful blow to Karasuno's morale. But Oikawa misjudged Tanaka, because while he does get a lot of points off of him, Tanaka is the most mentally strong player on Karasuno's whole team. Even after messing up a few receives, he doesn't focus on the screw-ups he can't control, but instead apologizes for not calling for the ball after his botched receive. And after a messy chest receive from Tanaka, it leads to a free ball for Abajosai, and a great spike receive from Nishinoya. Tanaka calls for the ball and is the one who shuts down Oikawa's serving streak. Despite this, Abajosai grabs the momentum again, and Kageyama struggles to keep up. In an effort to outrun their blockers, Kageyama starts to speed up his sets, and Karasuno gets faster and faster, sacrificing height, power, and execution for pure speed, and it tears their offense apart. Kageyama is falling into his same habits again, so it's time for a change. Time for an upperclassman to show Kageyama how it's done. Karasuno was subbing in Sugawara, and Sugawara knows a few things about bringing out the best in his spikers. The first thing he does is punch all of them, and give Nishinoya a high 10, and after that, he instantly shows off his intelligence and vision whenever he pulls off a trick block of Sugishima. He knows that the spikers will try and hit overhead because he's shorter than the other players, so he switches with Sugishima to get an easy block. He also gives pointers to Hinata, helping him to get a block in as well. As from the sidelines, he had been watching the game and making observations and predictions, and now that he was on the court, he could put those into action. He doesn't have flashy, precise sets like Kageyama, and he doesn't have the elite serve or royal presence of Oikawa. But he has a calm, strong aura. He always communicates with his teammates and observes his opponents, and he is always thinking. He's kinda like Kenma in some ways. So Sugawara pulls Karasuno back together, and they manage to get some solid momentum going. But there's still a huge gap in points. Oh, yeah, and guess who's at the serve again? Oikawa pulls 2 service aces out in a row, but Daichi gets a third one up. And after a short rally, Hinata manages to block another one of Daichi's spikes. Despite this, it ends up landing out of bounds, leading to the end of set 1, which also just so happens to be the first real set that Karasuno has lost yet, meaning that the second set is the first one where it's really do or die for Karasuno. But even continuing into the second set is the little things that Sugawara gets right, the sort of things that the third tier would excel at, like complimenting his spikers and checking in to figure out how they're feeling and what frame of mind they're in. Kageyama has pinpoint accuracy and an uncanny ability to pick the best option for scoring at any moment, but he hasn't been operating with all the variables he needs. Sugawara deals in intangibles, and Kageyama needs to learn that he needs to work with each of his spikers and adapt to their needs and moves to set the ball that not only can just get around the blockers, but is the easiest ball for his spikers to score with. And sometimes he just needs to trust the best way around a block is to trust his spikers to blast through it. And Kageyama is starting to realize all of this after watching Oikawa and Sugawara, and then also getting it spelled out to him by Inoshida. But Sugawara is still on the court, and while he is great at the things I just mentioned, he's not exactly perfect himself. He's a little too standard and too predictable. He puts up good sets, but they're cookie cutter. He never even tries to set or dump. He doesn't have any sort of unique weapons that he can pull out in a game. And of course, most importantly, he can't fully utilize Hinata's spiking skill. And so with one final triumphant point scored by Sugawara and Asahi, Kageyama comes back out onto the court. And now that he's back on the court, he's practically beaming. But even if he is incapable of smiling, Kageyama is still very obviously very excited to be back on the court, which is a huge difference from the last time he got subbed out. This time, he actually learned a lesson and is ready to go crazy. And by go crazy, I mean that he actually tries, although awkwardly, to communicate with his teammates. And he even begins to directly communicate with Tsukishima, adjusting his set to give Suki the ability to choose what sort of hit he wants to make, and make full use of his intelligence. Suki plays with Abajosai's exploitation with his hitting, tipping it 3 times in a row, which beckons Watari, their libero, to scoot up just a little bit, thinking that he's being lazy, and Suki takes advantage of this to shoot him in the head. And finally, we reach the first big flashback during a game. Over the course of Haikyu, the games get longer and longer, and that is often due to these flashbacks. But in my opinion, these are some of the best parts of the series, as they flesh out characters, and the huge moments in the games that the series is so good at simply would not go as hard. And the first of these flashbacks is Oikawa, and his story rings surprisingly familiar. He is very talented and passionate, a leader and a setter from the jump. But despite this, there's a great wall in his way. One Wakatoshi Yoshijima. And I think that the similar phrasing and framing that compares his struggle to Hinata's begins a real shift in our perspective on him. Oikawa is a bit of a jerk, somewhat of a sadist, he's vain, he's aggressive, but he's actually pretty cool. And his struggle against Yoshijima is then complicated even further by the emergence of a prodigy, Kageyama. Oikawa may be talented, but he's still ultimately an ordinary person, and in his efforts to push himself even harder to make sure that he always stays ahead of Kageyama, he begins to tear his own team apart. And with his new slips in performance, his only response is to go even harder. Oikawa was desperately struggling against what seemed like insurmountable odds, every man in a world of monsters, and he thought that the only way to stand a chance against them was to put himself through masochistic, grueling training. But whenever he lashes out violently at Kageyama, he is stopped by Iwazumi. Oikawa and Iwazumi are another one of Haikyuu's patented duos, a cocky setter and his blunt ace who is always there to keep his ego in check. Iwazumi reminds Oikawa, rather rudely, of a theme that will continually come up in Haikyu. It's the better team of 6 who will ultimately win a game, and this snaps Oikawa out of it, and I think also heavily informed his approach going forwards, ultimately allowing him to develop into a setter and captain who is able to pull the best out of his teammates at all times. He's incredibly skilled by himself, but he's still just an ordinary person. But with the full use of his spikers, he's able to compete with monsters like Kageyama and Yoshijima. The one other thing that I think this flashback shows well is that Kageyama has always been just as passionate about volleyball as Hinata. Despite their extreme differences in personality, the two are united in their unyielding joy for the sport, and that helps to make them into the fantastic duo of protagonists that they are. And for the second set, Kageyama takes into account all of these variables that he had been skipping, using what he knew about Oikawa, his relationship with his ace, and his state of mind. And he reads Oikawa's intentions and blocks perfectly, winning the second set. Kageyama really is a monster, already radically adjusting his game to what he just learned. And for this final set, it's a showdown between the experienced Great King Oikawa and the rapidly developing and evolving monster Kageyama, and Oikawa is itching to play that third set. For the first half of the final set, Abajosai gets off to a pretty decent lead, but whenever Hinata rotates back in front, him and Kageyama finally bring out their final new weapon, the slide jump. And this freaks Oikawa out, as Hinata is now even more potent as a decoy, and now he is so desperate to rotate Hinata off the court that ironically only makes Hinata more of a distraction. Despite this, the blockers start to catch back up with Hinata, and he gets stuffed multiple times. It kinda seems like Karasuno is in a bit of a bad spot right now. If only they have some sort of tool that can help them to shift the momentum. Just something that they could use in a pinch. Oh please no. Tadashi is up to serve, and though he's been cooking, it doesn't seem to be ready yet. And after making a series of the most anxious expressions in existence, followed by a series of the most pained expressions in existence, his chance is gone. All the pressure got to him. I mean, subbing him in at such an important point in a game, for a pinch serve, for his first time playing in a real game, probably didn't help. But he really didn't hit the worst serve ever, and Shimada subs it up well. Tadashi definitely feels frustrated and powerless right now, and that feeling will help to motivate him to work to get better. Despite Tadashi losing the point, the whole ordeal seemed to lift the weight off of Karasuno's shoulders. Any disruption of the flow of the game ended up being a good one for them, and watching Tadashi's soul get crushed was apparently relaxing, because Karasuno managed to lock in from this point on, turning a bad point gap into a 1-point gap by the time the Abajosai reaches set point. And after that, they turn that 1-point gap into a no-point gap, and the game goes to a deuce. And from there, it's back and forth, all the ways up to 31 to 31. And here we get a very direct demonstration of Kageyama's past failings as a setter, and how Oikawa is just built different. Kunimi used to play with Kageyama in middle school, and he would always slack off whenever it came to difficult saves or being a decoy spiker, and Kageyama ragged on him for it. But Oikawa had a different approach. Instead of trying to force Kunimi to play a different way, Oikawa instructed him on how to be more sneaky and efficient with slacking off, recognizing that his ability to conserve energy would be very useful in long games, kinda like the one we're in now. Kageyama just tried to crush Kunimi into his ideal spiker, while Oikawa addressed his problems that Kunimi had, but also helped instruct him on how to best utilize his unique playstyle and skills. But the thing that is most important right now is that Kageyama has changed so much that he can recognize what he did wrong in the past, and how Oikawa is making the most out of Kunimi. And because he can see this, he demonstrates its growth. He can now face a great king, having finally become a real ruler himself. Despite his growth, it wasn't quite enough though, as Oikawa could see Kageyama's new outlook and how he was finally starting to put his faith in his teammates, and he took advantage of that to stop Hinata, despite a perfect, ridiculous set. That wall was still there, and Hinata could do nothing to break through it. His eyes were closed, and he didn't even know that he was going to be blocked until after it was already too late. Hinata and Kageyama get into a fight after the game ends, because Kageyama apologizes for putting the ball up to Hinata in that moment. But Takeda really grounds this chapter of the story. His speech directly communicates a core theme of Haikyu, learning from defeat. Losing in a difficult trial doesn't show that you are bad, and the real test is if you can get back up and keep trying. But you can't just go straight back to grinding, you need to recover. So the meal scene is a perfect capstone for Haikyu to finish its first season, and in general this is a huge inflection point for the series. It also seems to be a theme in content that discusses Haikyu to say that this is the point where Haikyu has a big jump in quality. And frankly, I agree. The series goes from great to fantastic. And the upcoming arcs and games are some of the most exciting, fun, and intense out of any manga or anime series that I've watched. The series really opens up, introducing so many new teams alongside so many fun new characters, and there's a lot of training and progression. But another big thing that starts to play a larger role in the series about volleyball is stuff other than volleyball. While it doesn't get a big focus, Haikyu doesn't completely ignore the other parts of a high school volleyball player's life. And a big theme going forwards will be how many seemingly extraneous things impact their volleyball careers. Volleyball isn't all games and training arcs after all. Proper nutrition and taking care of your health is also incredibly important, and the rest of your life has to be in order for you to be in a good state to improve at anything. And this meal introduces that theme perfectly. Eat and you'll grow stronger. Tadashi had a talk with Shimida after the game, and he finally begins to express his ambitions. He used to be just fine with messing around with the volleyball team, but he wants more. He wants to stand on the court besides his teammates and against their most difficult opponents. He wants to be able to do the things that his teammates can do with their bodies, and he wants to be able to prove his ability to fight alongside his teammates. He wants to bring something useful to his team, and Shimida gets it. He trained for years, hours of hard practice for a single moment on the court, whenever he finally made his first service ace, but it was all worth it, and he wanted to do it all over again. And for me personally, that quote hit upon something that I really appreciate. So as a personal aside, I ran track and cross country all throughout high school, and my main event was the 4x800 meter relay. So I do know all about what it was like to train for countless hours of grueling running and put myself through a stressful, painful race for a single moment. And it really is all about that one moment of kicking past your opponents to hand that baton off to the next person. It's far from guaranteed, and you have to work so hard to even get a chance. But for some reason, it's all worth it for whenever that happens. And I've never seen any other series that so perfectly communicates that feeling. And for Tadashi to finally get that moment, he's gonna have to fight through a lot more, but he goes into it trusting that it'll all be worth it in the end. So it's time for this arc to end, and Oikawa is once again unable to get over that wall of his. Yoshijima and Shiratorizawa crush Aba Josai in straight sets once again, and the Ordinary King loses to the monster again. There's an OVA for Haikyu that is not canon, and it takes place right before the spring tournament, and it focuses on Nekoma and what it was like for Kenma and Lev to learn to get along. It doesn't really cover anything new, and it is 100% skippable, but it is a fun little episode where Kenma and all the players from Kurosano play a video game that looks a lot like Monster Hunter, and the reactions are all fun. Asi runs away from the monster, Hinata gets way too excited, Daichi just sits there and blocks, and Kageyama gets really angry, Noya perfectly runs into every attack, and then Kageyama and Hinata begin arguing and break Tanaka's borrowed PS Vita. Haikyu has already done the unspeakable for a sports anime, making the protagonist teams lose. However, it's not done committing unforgivable sins. It's about to show the secret dark side of any high school volleyball dweeb's life. High school. So there's a big summer training camp coming up for the team, and it's in Tokyo with Nekoma. However, there is a requirement. For some reason, you can't fail any test at school or you'll be stuck doing makeup tests. I know, crazy. The idiot squad's differing reaction to this terrible news is funny. Noya and Tanaka try to escape, Hinata starts panicking and tries to beg his way out of his responsibilities, and Kageyama dies. So it's time for a different sort of training arc, a studying arc. Overall, this arc is fine. It introduces Yachi, who is a pretty solid character, and it is nice to see the characters doing something outside of volleyball for once. It just kinda sucks that it happens to be studying. This arc shows that Hinata and Kageyama, while obviously not book smart, aren't complete idiots, and Hinata especially actually does pretty well on the test after putting in the work, and after getting a lot of help from Yachi. Yachi is a really great new character, and she fills a slot in Haikyu which was really needed, a second female character. As I said earlier, Kyoko has had practically nothing to do before now, and Yachi's presence gives her some real motivation and a reason to finally come out of her shell. Yachi is introduced because Kyoko is working to find a new manager who can take over after she graduates. And I like this new motivation for Kyoko a lot. It really shows that she's willing to go the extra mile for her management duties, and she's looking out for the team's future. While she knows that they made it just fine for years before she came along with no manager, she understands the value that she brings to the team, and she wants to make sure that there's a good replacement. As for Yachi herself, she has a very interesting arc to introduce her. She's super shy and nervous, and is someone who has trouble coming out of her comfort zone for fear of failure. And I think her mom is at least partially to blame for this. Her mom is a cool, hardworking business lady, but she puts a lot of pressure on Yachi and doesn't really try to understand why she struggles with feeling inadequate. Yachi is very creative, and that shows in her talent for graphic design. And she's also well read, always bringing up interesting facts and bringing up connections like Suki and Hinata's names' meanings. But that creativity often combines with her anxiety, which leads to her elaborately creating scenarios where everything spirals into a ridiculously terrible outcome in her head. And when she voices her interest in becoming manager to her mother, her mom warns her that if she's going to join a group of very serious people, the rudest thing that you can do is give a half-hearted effort. While this is solid advice, it really seems like she thinks the least of her daughter, expecting her to not really care about volleyball. But whenever she starts managing for Karasuno, she also meets Hinata, and while she's initially taken aback by how lively and energetic he is, they quickly become friends. And Hinata is the one who pushes her to join the team and express her passion to her mother, and her mother is visibly moved by this. I think that this shows that she always meant the best for Yachi, but didn't know the way to encourage her to break out of her comfort zone. It didn't realize that she was likely making it harder for her. It's very impressive how Furudate is able to write a complex and interesting character with just a few lines of dialogue, all for a character who only appears in a few chapters and is the mother of a side character. From this point on, Yachi gets quite a bit to do. She watches the games and learns more about volleyball, so she's another solid point of view character for the audience, explaining new volleyball terms and strategies. And she also makes posters for the team, helps Hinata and Kageyama study, and also plays a big role in the upcoming conflict between the two main characters. Yachi overall plays a surprisingly pivotal role in the second season of the anime, and I think her influence is a big reason the story really starts to shine around this point. And when Hinata and Kageyama leave Yachi's house after studying, they run into Ushijima, and they invite themselves over to watch Shiratorizawa practice. Ishijima doesn't care. After all, what difference will it make? He's going to destroy them at the spring tournament and go to nationals. And whenever they all get there, they see that Shiratorizawa is practicing with college teams because other high school teams nearby are just too bad for them to practice against. And Kageyama mentions that he applied to Shiratorizawa but was rejected. And this makes sense. We'll later see that Shiratorizawa's playstyle revolves around grouping together individually skilled players and helping them to stand on their own as well as possible, which is a mentality that likely spoke to Kageyama in middle school, back whenever he wanted to do everything by himself. But Shiratorizawa has no place for his selfish playstyle. And the setter that they do have is one who doesn't stand out, but instead dedicates themselves absolutely to his ace. But Ushijima does mention that he wishes that Oikawa had come to Shiratorizawa, as he's probably the best setter out there whenever it comes to bringing out the best in his spikers. And Ushijima even goes as to say that the rest of the players on Alba Josai suck. And from his perspective, this kinda makes sense. Alba Josai is a team with a standout setter, but all the other players, while strong, are more focused on seamless teamwork than the elite independence that is valued by Shiratorizawa and Ushijima. Ushijima calls them a fallow field, and believes that Oikawa is wasting his talent. Of course, Alba Josai beat Karasuno, so Hinata reasons that Ushijima is also saying that Karasuno is even worse, like bare and concrete. And Hinata jumps real fast or something. And then he makes another one of his patented declarations. He's going to thrash Shiratorizawa and go to nationals. And Kageyama declares that he will surpass Oikawa and become the new best setter in the prefecture. So, Kageyama and Hinata failed their test, due to bad luck for Kageyama and negative plot armor for Hinata. But Tanaka's sister Saiko is here to save the day and possibly cause a 15-car pileup. While she's ignoring traffic laws, she talks a bit about the tiny giant. Up to this point, we know practically nothing about the guy, other than the fact that he was quite tiny and quite giant. But Saiko actually went to high school with the guy, and the main thing she noticed about him was that he was intense, absolutely confident and proud of being the ace. But anytime that he was off his game, he was sure to reprimand himself. Hinata, on the other hand, has a completely different personality. He's not confident, he's inexperienced, but he is ambitious and proud. And he has some of the best mental strength out of any character in the story. But Hinata doesn't really extrude that massive presence on the court in that way. He still has presence, but it's more of a chaotic whirlwind that draws the attention of the other team, rather than a stable intensity that's demanded of an ace. But after this little adventure, Kageyama and Hinata show up at the end of the first day of the training camp. But there's another player there who also draws the attention, Lev. He's on Nekoma and he's fast and tall and also pretty inexperienced. His high spikes on blocking have potential to bring a brand new dimension to Nekoma as a team. And similar to Hinata, Lev wants to become Nekoma's ace by scoring the most points, which is pretty difficult for a middle blocker who isn't even on the court for half the game, especially one who just started, but sure. And getting on to the next day of the camp and Cross Snow is not doing bad. In fact, they're getting pretty stable, making less goofy mistakes than usual, and the Freak Quick is going smoothly. But now they can pretty clearly see that their playstyle has limits. The game of Awajo-san made that clear, and while they can improve on lots of things, if they don't make some fundamental changes to their playstyle, then they will probably be left in the dust. And as usual, Hinata charges on ahead, declaring that he no longer wants to close his eyes for the Freak Quick. He wants to fend for himself in the air and really see the view from the other side. Of course, he only does this after running straight into Asahi and trying to steal his sets. And Takeda delivers solid advice as usual, bringing the chaos that Hinata stirred up into focus. He says that they are surrounded by really good teams, most of which are better at them. But that's just a really good opportunity for them to compete with them, but also to learn from them. And so it seems like it's a good time to introduce those new teams. First off, there's Yubagawa High School, who are a team that specializes in serving. Each and every one of their players has a powerful serve. Then there's Shinzen High School, who are all about combination plays. They aim to confuse their opponents by putting up several possible attackers for every play. And finally, there's Fukurodani Academy, which has Bokuto. Each of these teams are much better than Cross Snow is right now. They all are much more cohesive and have solid strategies for scoring points. But Cross Snow are crows, and over the course of this next arc, they will scavenge those training camp, learning how to play against these national level teams and incorporating some of their techniques into their own arsenal of attacks. But right now, Cross Snow really only has one weapon, the Freak Quick. His attack is powerful, but right now it's not particularly versatile. Hinata has no input on the attack, and Kageyama essentially acting as setter and spiker, deciding exactly where the ball will go. But this obviously has its problems, as Hinata simply can't fight for himself in the air with this attack. When Hinata brings up opening his eyes, Kageyama is very blunt about how he feels about that idea. Kageyama understands his job is to get 100% out of all of his hitters, but he doesn't really seem to truly understand what that means yet. And he knows this will be practically impossible for Hinata to hit it going so fast, so he figures that he should just do it all himself. Suwar and Yukai agreed that it's smarter to stay conservative and simply polish his team around the quick attack. But as usual, Hinata isn't content to simply sit there and stay stagnant. And after the rest of the day, they head home from a training camp, and Kageyama and Hinata decide to practice setting and hitting together. But they get into a fight, with each having understandable viewpoints on the issue. Kageyama wants Hinata to simply focus on other things and polish up the Freak Quick, and he doesn't think that a new quick set is even possible to get to work, while Hinata wants to be independent and able to fight for himself in the air. Hinata is disrupting the team's bounds with this, and Kageyama doesn't want that to happen, viewing it as selfish. But the thing is, being shook up is exactly what the team needs. Yachi is also there to give another view of the argument between Hinata and Kageyama, and she is also further characterized with her response to it. And she is initially scared and sad to see the new rifts that form between Hinata and Kageyama. But after the argument happens and the two split up for a while, she not only continues to help out Hinata, but also Kageyama. Despite seeing this argument, she doesn't just stay on Hinata's side, and she also assists Kageyama later whenever he practices the setting. But when Kageyama goes to Oikawa for advice, Oikawa points out the main problem with Kageyama's thinking. Hinata is the one controlling the ball. Kageyama acts like he's the one in complete control of the quick set. And up to now, that's pretty much been true, but if Hinata could also have control over it, then it would be so much more useful. Kageyama still has some tyrannical tendencies that he needs to work out. Hinata, on the other hand, is getting a tutorial on the absolute basics of spiking. I get why it's here for the audience, but it does seem a bit goofy that he's just now learning about tempo after being obsessed with volleyball since middle school. And Hinata is getting this tutorial from old coach Yukai. But the big eureka moment comes to Smoker Lung Yukai. Instead of sending a set that's hard to hit, he went out send one that's easy to hit. Well, it's a little bit less dumb than that, but he wants Kageyama to send a set that stops to Hinata. Basically, it's a set which is highest point is equal to the top of Hinata's suite, and it's time for a aside, because the way that this set is shown in the anime doesn't make much sense, to be frank. The way the set is first described makes a lot of sense, as it's just a really good set. A perfect set that is precisely placed to give the hitter just a tiny bit more time at its peak. But in the anime, when Kageyama does this perfect set, it spins really fast and then it slows down at its peak. And don't get me wrong, this looks awesome. The first time that they get it to work right and the camera spins with the ball before slowing down and Hinata hitting it is one of my favorite directed things in the whole show. But you simply don't see balls like this in real volleyball. And if you do, it'll often be called as a double touch, because it's practically impossible to get it to spin like that off of just one touch from the setter. It's debatable if the ball was even supposed to spin like that in the manga. Most of the time, it's hard to tell if it's supposed to be spinning or not, because it's just still images. But the first time that we see it, it's definitely supposed to be spinning. Either way, it doesn't matter too much. It is nice for the series to be realistic, and it does a great job at it for the most part, but the characters are a real thing, keeping it grounded and interesting, so I'm not going to dwell on this for any longer. But for now, Kageyama is basically just grinding, and that goes for the rest of the players in Kurasuno. Asahi is working on getting a solid jump serve, Noe is trying out being an emergency setter, and Sugawara, Daichi, Tanaka, and Noshida are working on a synchro attack like Shinzen. Tadashi is practicing jump floaters with Shimada, Hinata is practicing with old Yukai and a rotating assortment of people, and Tsukishima isn't doing anything. Suki and Tadashi have been basically inseparable up to now, but they're really starting to differ with their dedication to volleyball and their willingness to train. But now it's finally time for the training camp at Shinzen, which is easily one of my favorite training arcs in anime in general, and a huge highlight of Haikyu in my opinion. The games are great, but they can get a bit repetitive, and training arcs allow for so many character moments and a ton of build-up and foreshadowing, plus they're just fun. And as the practice games get off to a start, Hinata and Kageyama both instantly realize that both of them have changed. Kageyama put up the ball weird and messed up initially, but the second time that this happens, Hinata reacts and manages to get under the ball and gets it over the net anyways. And he's just a lot better at playing with the ball now. This is a fun moment, even if it doesn't make the most sense. I mean, why did Yukai purposely keep the two apart until the practice game? I don't see what anybody gains from that. But it's fun for the story, so whatever. As a whole, Kurasuno is rapidly evolving and changing right now. They're all learning and trying out new things, and for the most part, it's not working. Asahi misses his jump serve, Sugawara messes up the synchro attack, and Noe jumps way too far to set the ball. I like how Haikyu manages to make this part of Kurasuno's story really fun. Despite the fact that they keep messing up, the grind that you have to go through whenever you're just starting to learn something is often just characterized by being grueling and filled with failure in media. But Haikyu also manages to communicate the fun that comes with trying new things and slowly getting better at them, to the point that this little part of the story is one of the biggest highlights for me. But while Kurasuno has started focusing on improving their new pursuits, they're not done picking up on more things that they want to scavenge from other teams. Yukai tells Tadashi about Yubagawa's serve and block system, where they focus on messing up the defense with a tricky serve and then stuff their counterattack with a block. A system that seems tailor-made for the Tadashi and Suki duo. But while Tadashi is super excited to work on serving, Suki doesn't really care either way, and he even turns down the invitation to practice with one of the best middle blockers and one of the best aces in the nation. But Bokutsu and Kuro peer pressure him into doing it anyways. This part of the story really takes a break to just really rub in the fact that Suki's attitude sucks. Sure, he's tall and skilled, smart and able to act under pressure, but he doesn't really have any drive to get better, and he kinda just expects himself to gradually get taller and stronger. It figures that will be enough improvement. In general, he doesn't think of himself as a player on the same level as Kageyama or even Hinata, and he figures they'll inevitably pass him, no matter what he does, so he might as well be a bum. He just fundamentally does not understand why people put in effort and get invested in something as insignificant as volleyball. But as viewers, we have a general idea of why. I mean, we've spent the last chapters or seasons watching players who care a whole lot about volleyball struggle to improve and stay on the court. But we haven't been given any concrete answer for why anybody plays volleyball, and Tsukishima is afraid of trying really hard and failing. With seemingly no reason to try really hard, with all the reason to not want to fail, he just doesn't try. So we see him slipping further behind the rest of the team. So this is bugging Suki, and he decides to start asking around to try and understand why everybody tries so hard. He starts by asking Asahi how he feels about always having Hinata chasing down his position. While Asahi admits that Hinata makes him nervous, he also has developed a rivalry with him, and this has motivated Asahi to continue to improve his own game at a rapid rate. But despite this, Suki comes away from the conversation mostly ineffective and not really trying any harder. So I guess it's flashback time. We get a quick one about Tadashi and why he's so attached to Tsukishima. A long time ago, he was bullied for his freckles and for being skinny. But Tsukishima walked up and declared that the whole scene was lame. Apparently, Tadashi was impressed by Suki's lack of caring and decided to try to emulate his perceived coolness. And this helps to give us a better understanding of the two's relationship. It's not terribly unhealthy, but they duel for being held back by their reliance on each other. Later on, Tsukishima's brother mentions that Tadashi is his only friend, and so Tadashi is very reliant on Tsukishima as he was the first person who Tadashi was able to connect with. But Tadashi is changing and maturing while Suki is stagnant, and so it's time for some conflict in their relationship. But first, we gotta see why Tsukishima is like this in the first place. So it's time for another flashback. In middle school, Akatoru Tsukishima was the ace of his team, but once he goes to Karasuno, despite constant practice and struggle, he never becomes a part of the active roster, and doesn't even get a spot on the bench. But he doesn't want to admit this to Suki, so he lies to him and tells him that he's the ace. And whenever Suki finally learns the truth, all the trust and pride that he had built up for his older brother was instantly destroyed, leaving him with one question: why? Why would anybody put so much time and effort into something that's brought only disappointment and failure? Why would he build a facade to trick his younger brother into believing that he was better than he was? Why would he stake so much of his hope on becoming the ace? What even was there to win? So Suki became strongly opposed to the idea of even trying hard to do something, afraid of becoming invested only to eventually fail. But now, Tadashi is here to mispronounce his name really loudly and speak his mind. Up to now, Suki has been looking at this very pragmatically. Why try hard when you'll never be the best? And even then, what real merit is there to being the best? But Tadashi has directly experienced failure of volleyball unlike Tsukishima, and he knows firsthand what it feels like to really want to improve. And who cares why he wants to be the best? What bigger reason do you need than pride? And that snaps Tsukishima out of it pretty quickly. I mean, he's always trying to seem cool, and Tadashi just made trying hard at volleyball sound pretty cool. Who cares about logic? If even Tadashi can make it sound cool, then it must be worth something. But Suki still wants to understand it, so he goes off to ask Bokuto and Kuro, two of the most competitive people in the entire series. So he asks the same thing that's been bugging him up to now: why try hard for something that's just a club? And they give him the most important answer in the series. Justin Club sounds like a person's name. Also, volleyball is something that becomes really fun whenever you get good enough to finally be able to do what you want to in a game. That's the moment that volleyball finally became fun for Bokuto, and that moment of competition and success is what it's all really about for Bokuto. And from this point on, Tsukishima will finally start to improve in leaps and bounds, finally putting his smarts and height to good use, and becoming a ruthlessly consistent and sharp-witted blocker. So now even Tsukishima is beginning to get results and involved as a player. The only one left who isn't really improving is ironically Hinata. He was the catalyst that caused all this rapid changing and evolution. And although he's changing, and Kageyama is still working on the new quickset, Hinata isn't seeing much success yet. Also at this point, we get another tease of the possibility of the dumpster battle between Karasuno and Nekoma. The reason that Kuro is being so helpful in giving Tsukishima lots of tips is because he wants Karasuno to get good enough to face them at nationals. And I like how the relationship between Nekoma and Karasuno is a friendly rivalry, where they constantly feed off each other in order to make the game happen. But if that game finally comes to fruition, then all bets are off and neither will hold anything back. As for Hinata, while the new quick isn't working out yet, he did start getting some instruction from Bokuto on rebounds and just generally finding other ways to get around blockers, such as hitting off blocks, which Hinata is also getting a bit better at. And finally, Bokuto shows Hinata his secret move, a fake spike, which isn't anything that special, but all these new moves give Hinata a way to fight for himself in the air, and if it can be combined with Kageyama's new sets, then they should be able to beat almost anybody in the air. Going into the last day, Karasuno is finally starting to pull itself together with all their new moves. They're still getting beat most of the time and are still pretty messy, but in the middle of a game with Fukurodani, Kageyama and Hinata finally get the new quick to work. The skill it required for Kageyama to set like that is ridiculous, but Hinata also needed to be spot on in order to hit that right. As Kiyama says, Hinata is always full of surprises, and he pushes everyone on his team to constantly be changing in order just to keep up. Also, in this panel, we get a sketch that has Kima holding a game labeled as Mon Hun, so we get another mission of Kima like he Monster Hunter. But the moment of finally hitting the new quick set has been built up to for a long time, starting with Hinata trying to open his eyes during it, and then their fight and ending here. And all throughout it, Yachi has been on the sidelines, cheering both of them on even whenever it got rough. And getting to see her side of the journey makes it all the more exciting whenever it finally works, and she's the first to congratulate them for the spike. And now, with the new quick finally showing results, Karasuno's new weapons all start to show some improvements. Noya actually manages to get the ball out for a set, though the spike is out. The synchro attack goes off without a hitch. And Sugawara also mentions that he has an idea for something he wants to try. So Karasuno is actually doing quite well against Fukurodani, and Bokuto is getting very wound up. So we also get to see a bit of how Fukurodani manages their aces' mood swings. Akashi, their setter, quickly looks at all the possibilities for setting to Bokuto, weighing his possible reactions more than the actual possibility of the scoring. But despite that, Bokuto still messes up, and declares that Akashi shouldn't set the ball to him anymore. Fukurodani spoil him and tolerate his moves in order to get the most out of him. But whenever he's sulking like this, they just ignore him. And even without him, they're still one of the best teams out there. And of course, it doesn't take too long for Bokuto to get all fidgety, and that's the perfect time for Akashi to hand the ball to him. And Fukurodani gives him all the glory that he wants. And we also get a little bit more set up here for future character moments, as Asahi chickens out with his serving, giving up aggressiveness for an easy serve that Fururodani was able to turn into enough momentum to win the set. He apologizes, and Yukai comments that he'll never criticize a person for trying their best to win. And so Karasuno do one last set of diving laps. They now have an unpolished, but still effective array of attacks that they can use to go up against nationals level teams and still be somewhat successful against. They manage to mesh all these different aspects together into a chaotic but somewhat cohesive whole. And after this, the training camp ends with a barbecue, and it is overall just a fun time of a bunch of character interactions. So it's time for Karasuno to finally start the prelims for the Spring High tournament. The night before the tournament begins, we get a scene between Tsukishima and his older brother. And his older brother explains that he's still playing volleyball not despite what happened to him in high school, but because of it. He feels like he wasted all of his high school. Back in middle school, he had his moment where he felt how fun it was to play well and score, and so he is still hooked on volleyball. And he wants to keep getting better until he is satisfied. And he's also sure to impress the value of being tall in Tsukishima. It's a huge talent and incredibly useful in volleyball. In a way, Tsukishima's older brother is kind of like Tadashi. He's enjoyed volleyball, but he also knows what it's like to fail and hates that feeling of helplessness. And that's what drives him to keep improving. He has a similar dynamic with Tsuki as Tadashi does. Tsuki doesn't quite understand what drives the other players, but he wants to. He wants to have a moment where volleyball clicks. So right now, he's trying his hardest to improve. Karasuno's first game is against Oganami High, and Hinata runs into their captain, Toada, in the bathroom. The curse continues. And he declares that Karasuno is going to win the whole tournament and go to nationals. And Hinata is confused whenever Toada questions his total confidence. Hinata is so absolutely sure that he will win that he doesn't even entertain the possibility of failure. He might get nervous, but he never even thinks about what might go wrong whenever he tries something, which is one of the big reasons why he is able to go so far. He has absolute trust in his teammates and his own speed and jumping height. As for the game itself, it's a complete blowout. Karasuno gets a chance to show off all their newfound skills. Asahi's serving is solid, and Tsukishima's blocking is on point. Omagami is a bit of a tragic team, as they're not terrible, but just like last year, they run face first into a difficult team in the first round. Last year they went up against Shiratorizawa in the first round, and this year they're going up against Karasuno. The team is mostly second years, and their defense is pretty bad, and they're just overall inexperienced. In the game last year against Shiratorizawa, their old captain Akimaya tried to stay positive during the whole game, providing encouragement, and Tawana just felt helpless. He gave up, and he allowed balls to drop that he could have saved. I mean, after all, what would change? Yoshijima just crushed them with it again. Okanami doesn't hold back though, even after a first bad set against Karasuno, but it doesn't mean too much. Old Yukai is also here at the game, and he hypes up the second and third years, mentioning that they are much better than he expected. He had coached them all the previous year for a bit, and he saw potential in them, but he also saw that they had kind of given up and accepted losing. But now, those third years who had shown up right at the end of the team's glories days, and had a dedication to stick it out, were a solid base for Karasuno's return to glory. And during the game, Tawada gives it his all, pushing aside his excuses and regrets, but ultimately they still lose. And while this is all pretty standard for a throwaway team like Oganami, what I think really sets them apart is a speech from Akimaya, their previous captain. He talks about how even a team who doesn't practice very hard will still feel bad whenever they lose. But it's the people who forget what it feels like to lose who are never motivated to improve. And those are the guys who waste their time throughout high school and ultimately run out of it. The theme is brought up again, just like it was with Tadashi, just like it was with Tsukishima's older brother, just like Hinata and Kageyama after the Abajosai game. The feeling of failure and how you respond to it is what makes a great player. You have to remember the pain of failure and use that pain to fuel your motivation to improve, and that seems to be the big overarching theme that's been going on since the end of the first tournament. And in just a few games, Karasuno will finally get their chance at a rematch with Abajosai. But next up is Kagugawa, who are the team with a tall guy, Hayakuzawa. The game is pretty standard. Kakugawa is an okay team with one player who is so tall that he stands out despite his lack of experience, and Karasuno has some difficulty dealing with them at first. But after shifting from trying to block him to just directing his spikes, they start to slow him down. But we do get some fun moments here. Hinata does his usual thing of making everyone underestimate and even pity him in this game, before blowing everyone away with his jump height and speed. And Kageyama is absolutely on point today, and so they break out the new minus tempo set. Old coach Yukai mentions that Hinata is the only one on Karasuno who can consistently spike above Hayakazawa, despite being so much shorter than him. After this though, Karasuno barrels through the first and second set, winning fairly easily. Hinata begins to show off his improving aerial skills, getting some off-block points, and even beginning to be able to get a hand on some spikes when blocking, focusing on just getting solid, soft blocks, especially on tall opponents. However, the highlight of this game for me is Hayakazawa's arc. He is an absolute beginner to volleyball, and up to now, he's thought that the game was very simple. He feared that since he was taller, he would win most spike and block exchanges. But Hinata and Kurosato as a whole completely broke his conception of the game, and revealed a lot of its complexity to him. I think that this mini-arc is another cool example of Hinata's impacts on the players around him. Even his opponents who only play him in a single game are catalyzed by his drive and unique abilities, and this gets them even more invested in volleyball. And so, to top off this quick victory, Kyoko gets harassed by the captain of Kurosato's next opponent. Yeah, great introduction. There's a short break for the training for the next game. It's a bit more setup for the Abajosai game mostly, with Kageyama going to spy on Oikawa, and he sees how well he is able to sync up with a random college team of players that he doesn't even know. Tsukishima also goes to practice with his brother's team after Hinata eggs him on. Suki doesn't usually think too high of himself, but he's very competitive, especially with Hinata and Kageyama. But whenever Suki goes to the game, he finally begins to think about how he can block someone like Ushijima. He's been a good blocker up to now, but that's mostly due to his height and fast thinking. So whenever he goes up against someone who he isn't confident that he can block, he gives up pretty easily. But with him finally reaching out to Yukai, he's at least entertaining the idea of being able to block or at least impede a highly skilled spiker. And also, we're shown that Tadashi finally scores a point off of Nishinoya. Although Noya had literally just bumped another ball, he usually could have easily gotten a second. So Tadashi is finally starting to get a consistently tricky jump serve. And at the end of the last Tokyo training arc before the Miyagi Spring Tournament, Kenma remarks that he is ready to face Kurosano in a real game, with real stakes. He's finally totally on board for the battle of the garbage dump, and now both teams need to work to make that happen. Before the match with Jozenji, Hinata has to face a serious and dangerous foe once again, the bathroom. And of course, before he even gets there, Oikawa and Iwazumi meet him, and Oikawa threatens to kill him. And then Hinata runs into Ushijima. He is so confident that he literally doesn't understand how Oikawa and Iwazumi could even imagine beating Shiratorizawa and going to nationals. And finally, Tanaka recognizes Kanoka, who's the ace for Nijima, the best girls team in Miyagi. So it's time for the match of Jozenji. Jozenji is one of my favorite minor teams in the series. They really only appear for this one game, but they're really fun, being literally called the party team. They're super spontaneous and active. Although they lack skills in things like blocking and general cohesiveness, they pull off crazy plays and saves all the time. And we learn that this is because basically all their practices consist of them playing 2-on-2 games, which forces them to all be jack of all trades who can cover any positions at a moment's notice. In the beginning of the game shows this well, with Asahi hitting a powerful serve that completely disrupts Jozenji's passing. But even in a terrible position, their ace, Tsurushima, manages to spin around and hit a solid spike to score. And then on the very next point, their setter Fudomata sets of its foot. Basically everything they do is some sort of unpredictable crazy fluke, and it's great. They keep up a positive attitude and very high energy even though they are pretty messy. Jozenji completely controls the pace of the game for the first part of the set, and Kurosato just can't seem to get in a rhythm due to their crazy plays and saves. And so instead of being able to pull off the usual combination plays, they're stuck in a competition to see which team can outfluke the other. Of course, Kurosato has Hinata and Nishinoya on it as well, and those are two players who are consistently doing weird fluke plays, so they hold up pretty well. And I mentioned earlier old Yukai's saying of how you need to be good before you can truly have fun with volleyball, which is a theme that's been brought up a lot lately. And Jozenji is a pure distillation of this philosophy. They are out in the court of a serious, difficult game, and because they are all good, they are all having the times of their lives. And Kageyama is having a nosebleed? Yeah, he blocks up all of his face, and Sugawara gets pulled in for a while. But the important thing is the other big substitution is Hinata gets pulled out and replaced with Narita. Side note, but I think this is literally like the first mention of Narita in the entire manga up at this point. Noshita has gotten some focus, Tadashi has gotten a lot of focus, but Narita and Kanoshita literally do nothing before this point, but sometimes pop up in the backgrounds. I don't think either has really gotten any real lines of dialogue either, which is honestly really strange in my opinion, as it wouldn't have taken much time to at least introduce them earlier, even if the story wanted to wait until later to use them. But back on topic, without Kageyama on the court, there's no real reason for Hinata to stay there. He simply can't fight for himself right now. His strongest weapon is only possible with Kageyama, and he's well below average in every other area. This is important and one of the main things that Hinata has been fighting to fix this whole time, becoming less dependent on Kageyama in order to fight for himself in the air, and we'll see this play out over the entire rest of the series. But the game keeps going pretty smoothly after Kageyama and Hinata are subbed out. Sugawara is a very solid setter, and Narita isn't too shabby himself. and Kurosano even pulls off a synchro attack, giving them set points. And of course, Jozenji does the most obvious thing that anybody would do whenever you're at set points. They try to replicate the synchro attack with absolutely zero practice, and it goes about as well as expected. And this is one of the fatal flaws of Jozenji. They don't really put too much thought into whatever they're doing. They just chase whatever looks cool. And the other fatal flaw is one that starts to become more important with the start of the second set, is that Jozenji's team motto is outdated. It's currently austerity breeds power, and austerity, meaning sternness and rigor, is about the absolute opposite of Jozenji's playstyle. But the flaw comes in the fact that while they all are very skilled and have a lot of energy and fun with their flashy plays, they didn't put in the time to learn the unflashy but vitally important parts of the game, the skills that hold a team together, and so they complain about Daichi, calling him vanilla and dull. And they don't really get that having a cohesive team led by a player as complete as Daichi is the foundation of Kurosano that allows them to be so aggressive. And so it makes it all the more satisfying whenever Daichi consistently shuts down Jozenji's attacks and patches the holes in Kurosano's plays, saving Hinata's butt as Noya puts it. And as though their attacks are working and Kurosano is pulling ahead, Jozenji's attacks get more and more aggressive and desperate, resulting in more mistakes and more out-of-bounds balls. And Hina Miyazaki, Jozenji's manager, tells them off, cutting off their desperate attempts to win by just trying harder and getting them to settle down and just try to get them to buckle down into the important, if less fun, parts of volleyball. And they start to pull together and even make some intelligent plays. But Kurosano keeps the lead and gets set point. And once again, Jozenji decides this is the perfect time to try to pull off a synchro attack. I guess they only do it whenever it's the absolute worst time for them to try, and they hit it out of bounds, losing the game. They show the other side of aggressiveness that has mostly been praised up to this point in the series. Hinata and Kageyama don't think about what will happen if they mess up, and so it allows them to constantly try new things and improve without fear. But that isn't always how it goes, and we sort of saw that back whenever they got blocked by Abo Josai to end their previous game with them, and we definitely see it here. Is Jozenji risks it all again and again despite it simply not working out. So that's all for Jozenji. We literally do not see them again, but it was fun while it lasted. Next up is Wakutani, home of Takaru, a player who is tragically already bald in high school, but his entire family is there to cheer him on. Takaru idolized the tiny giant kinda like Hinata, and he adopts a very similar playstyle, focusing on tooling blockers and is overall a very technical spiker. But his most important role is as the team captain. He grew up as a middle child of an irresponsible older brother, and so Takaru was forced to learn to be responsible, and so he makes a great captain for his team. As the game starts, Kurosano brings out the minus tempo quick right out of the gate, and they score with it. But Wakutani almost receives it, and unlike all the teams so far, they aren't all as surprised whenever it comes. So Daichi uses this as a moment to improve some of Kurosano's players' morale, mentioning to Hinata that Wakutani must have studied up on him, and provoking Tanaka by saying that the rest of them must not stand out much. Wakutani has a few big strengths. Their defense, especially their receiving, is above average, and they also have a lot of solid combination plays that they can use. Plus, they can always lean on their ace Takaru to get them out of any situation with his technical spiking. He's like a slightly above average height giant. That doesn't roll off the tongue like Tiny does. It's back and forth for a while, and Daichi is really directing Kurosano, not only holding their defense together as usual, but also helping Hinata to shrug off Takaru's taunting. He also makes sure that Kageyama makes use of Asahi, and he's generally keeping the team calm and focused. But Takaru also knows the exact way to push his own players' buttons to get them to play at their best, encouraging the pineapple dude by telling him that there's a hot girl watching and continuing to get great spikes off. This game is a battle of captains. But oops, Daichi just died. Daichi is out for the rest of the game, and so it's time for Inoshida to step in as a replacement. Daichi is a solid base of Kurosano, and his footprints are likely some of the most difficult on the team to fill. But if anybody can do it, it's Inoshida. Inoshida is a bit of a background player for Kurosano, but less so than the other two, Narita and Kinoshita. He's been shown to be good at school and tutored some of the other second years, and he's also been shown to be very strict and brutally honest at times. But he was also one of the players who ran away and left the team whenever old Yukai coached for a little while. He couldn't handle all the extra pressure and work the old Yukai put on the team, and so he skipped practice once, and then he did it again. He kept telling himself that he didn't want to come back, that he hated the heat, getting yelled at, and the exhaustion. But skipping practice was harder on him than practice itself ever was. And so he came back. And Kinoshita and Narita eventually returned as well. And that's why the second years tell him that they think he would be a good captain, because he isn't like Hinata or Kageyama. He isn't absolutely obsessed with volleyball to the point where you wouldn't even be able to understand why somebody would ever want to skip practice or slack off. He's a normal person who can understand both people who have extreme enthusiasm for the sport, because he obviously also has a lot of love for it too. If he didn't, he wouldn't have come back. But he can also understand the people who aren't like that, because he's had his doubts as well. The only real problem for Inoshida's captain is that he can't really see himself that way. He still sees himself as a quitter, and someone who could never really fill Daichi's shadow. But the other players have faith in him, and for good reason. Despite his nerves, whenever he steps onto the court, he helps to pull Tanaka out of his guilt for colliding with Daichi by reminding him that at least he isn't injured. And though he struggles with receives at first, he pulls through, never giving up. Despite seeing himself as a quitter, it's his experience with what giving up feels like that makes him so resilient now. And I think his arc is another great exploration of how people gain true determination after losing or being knocked down. And what really makes somebody great is if they get back up and how they respond to that new difficulty. Kurosano as a whole managed to keep their 2-point lead, and with a score of 22-20, Tadashi has subbed in to serve. And Inoshida is even there to give him encouragement in the form of showing Tadashi how nervous he is himself, which helps calm Tadashi down. And he goes up there, messes up the serve toss, and hits it into the net. But despite this, he gets lucky and a draw from the other side, giving him a service ace. His serving was aggressive, and although it almost backfired, either way it would have still likely kept the momentum, but that near miss shook Tadashi, and he's having flashbacks to the previous time he served. Although his past failure has provided a lot of determination and motivation for him, it's also been a source of anxiety, so he wusses out. He sends a basic serve over and Wakutani easily receives it and makes an attack. Despite that, Inoshida saves the ball and Kurosano scores to win the set. Yukai is furious at Tadashi, but he makes the saddest face ever drawn in manga, so he lets him off the hook. But Tadashi knows what happened. Similar to Hinata, for Tadashi, there's only one reason for him to be on the court, his jump floater serve. And if he can't even muster up the courage to use it, then there's no reason for him to be on the court. Despite the ideals of pride that he believes in, and that he espoused to Suki earlier, he can't quite live up to them yet. And the game goes into their second set without Daichi, and the hole that his absence created in their defense is really starting to make itself visible by now. As hard as Inoshida may try, he just doesn't have the experience that Daichi has. Plus Inoshida is also outside hitter, so hitting on the right side has been tough for him. And Kurosano loses the second set without much fanfare, 20-25. Takeru is doing really well, and Hinata is beginning to recognize his similarity to the tiny giant. Despite this, Hinata is still absolutely focused on what they need to do to beat them as a team, instead of focusing on how he's individually better than him. Inoshida isn't doing so well though. He keeps comparing himself to Daichi and focusing on every play that he messes up, and he thinks that Daichi might have been able to save. Hinata also tries to hit an off block like Takeru has been doing, and he successfully did it against the blockers of the training camp earlier, but he misses and rockets it out of bounds. Despite the skill gap between Hinata and Takeru, Hinata still has a straight up hustle to do anything it takes to save the ball. And he pulls off a crazy play whenever he gets a hand on the ball to block, saves it as it goes out of bounds, and then turns around and spikes it back down on him. In all reality, Inoshida really is not doing half bad, but he keeps ragging on himself. Everything that he does that isn't perfect, he figures that Daichi could have done. But Tanaka talks him out of that. He points out that he's still a year younger than Daichi, and that it was a good save, even if it wasn't perfect. And this helps Inoshida to focus on optimizing what he can do well, rather than just worrying about what he's messing up. He puts Tanaka and Asahi on the duty of receiving hard spikes because he's not that great at it, and instead goes for all the deep balls that Takeru keeps hitting off blockers. And this strategy works, which finally breaks out of his feelings of inadequacy. Up to now, he's felt like he was just put there to fill a role. And well, he kinda was, but now he finally has had some real agency on the court, and it went well. So he's beginning to finally become a real player of the game, rather than just a stopgap. And Kurosano's got a lot of momentum now, but Takeru isn't about to let them keep it. He was also very inspired by the tiny giant, and he understands that his own strength comes down to his technical skill. But despite that, height will always be a barrier for him, so he has to rely on his teammates to help him out in moments like these. He learned the same lesson that Hinata did early at the beginning of the series, and the only way that he is able to see over the Great Wall in his way is with the help of his teammates. And honestly, Takeru could have easily been the protagonist for the series instead of Hinata, as they both fit in the mold perfectly. The two teams battle back and forth until Kurosano gets a set points with a 2-point lead, and Hinata messes up a quick set, skipping the approach and not quite reaching the ball, and Inoshida calls him out on it. He very clearly has the stern part of the captain down to art form, and with a great save from Inoshida and a good spike and a good approach, Hinata scores the game point for Kurosano. Out of all the games they win so far, this is by far the most bittersweet for many members of Kurosano. Sure, they won, but Hinata saw that Takeru was much more like the tiny giant than he was, and he was better than him in almost every way. Tadashi wimped out on a second serve and feels immense regret for it. Daichi died, and Inoshida felt like he couldn't fill the space that he left on the team. But Daichi has some solid compliments for Inoshida, as he felt like the team was doing just fine without him at the end, and he saw him make that great save at the end. But Inoshida wasn't satisfied. He wanted to do more in the game, and he's super hard on himself, calling himself a cowardly quitter. I guess he still hasn't quite gotten himself out of that line of thinking yet, but hopefully he's making progress, now that he knows that he can hold his own in a real high-level game. Right after the game, we get to see a bit of Datek versus Aoba Josai. Datek is like a brand new team. They have some very promising rookies, especially their very tall setter and the third member of the Iron Wall, Kaji Koganawa. He's an absolute beginner and not particularly good at setting, but with his height, he makes the Iron Ball even more of a force to deal with. This is one of the only times whenever we see a bad setter on Haikyu on a good team. His sets are more than often completely off, and he is very obvious with his setter dumps, but even his blocking is pretty weak, and he leaves his spot wide open for Ibuzumi to score through, winning the game. So Datek is looking promising for the future, but they were beaten pretty badly by Aoba Josai. It is time for Kurashino to finally get their rematch. In my opinion, Oikawa is pretty likable, and he could also absolutely be the protagonist of the story, but he's the antagonist, and for a little while, he really gets to play that role. He messes with Kageyama before the game even starts, and starts laughing like a maniac. Very normal person stuff to do. Usually, the very first point of each match of Haikyu is important and sets the tone for the start of the game. And this time, Oikawa is up to serve. Daichi barely gets it up, and Kendaichi drops it back over the net, forcing Kageyama to take first touch. But Kurashino uses a Libero set out of the gate, showing off some of their new abilities. And with his new improved minus tempo set, Hinata can finally pick his shots, making it impossible for Aoba Josai to just rely on the receivers to pick up his spikes. But Aoba Josai isn't the same team as earlier either. Sure, they still are pretty much a perfect team, with each gear working together in harmony. They also have a new strategy for shutting down Hinata. They're gonna block off his lanes of attack to direct his spikes to be easily received. Despite this, Kurashino still quickly grabs the first set point after Oikawa serves out of bounds. So it's time for Aoba Josai to break their well-oiled machine. It's time for Kiyotani, Mad Dog, to come in. I love his introduction in the anime. Sure, it's fine in the manga, but in the anime, he absolutely throws Kendaichi out of the way, and then unleashes one of the best animated spikes in the entire show. And his unique theme with those horns. It's easily one of the most surprising scenes of IQ. You simply don't see players body their own teammates for points. This is in Blue Lock, but the ball is out, so Kurashino takes the first set. Mad Dog is a player who absolutely dominates whatever team he's on. He's kind of like Hinata in that way, but while Kurashino purposely rebuilt their team around Hinata's freak quick and decoy work, Aoba Josai has really only had Mad Dog around for a little while, and the team is currently built around Oikawa, and I think Oikawa sees Mad Dog as a fun challenge for himself. He prides himself as a setter who can get 100% out of any spiker, and Mad Dog is a spiker who breaks any team he's on with his reckless, self-centered playstyle. So it would make sense that Oikawa wants to take him and transform him into another loyal cog in his machine. And so as set 2 starts, we see that Oikawa might have bigger and better plans for him than that. Oikawa knows that Mad Dog will never fit into Aoba Josai, and so he instead melds the team around him. Kiyotani's got a fantastic touch shot, and his presence on the court also makes him a great decoy, but he refuses to do what's best for the team. And even when faced with a wall, he would rather spike right into it and get stuffed than try to dink it over. That doesn't really matter though. Oikawa has him in the palm of his hand, and by having his receivers purposely botch the pass, he opens up the right sides for Kiyotani to attack. Oh yeah, and then Oikawa serves one of his best service aces yet, giving Aoba Josai a commanding 4-point lead on Kurashino. So Kurashino tries to shake up the momentum by putting in Sugawara as a pinch server, and now it's double setter time. And Sugawara brings his usual experience and quick thinking to his game, serving directly to Mad Dog, making solid receives, and of course switching with Kageyama for a new quick attack with 5 valid spikers, now including Kageyama. Despite these points, it doesn't take Aoba Josai long to pull back ahead, becoming the first team to hit 20 points in the second set. Oikawa continues to funnel spikes through Mad Dog, which makes him an even more effective decoy. And that especially messes with Hinata, who tries really hard to not pay attention to him, which is just as bad as paying too close attention to him. Despite some slip-ups, Mad Dog continues to pay out dividends for Aoba Josai, scoring left and right and even grabbing a service ace. Aoba Josai has all the momentum and Kurashino really needs to grab some back. You could say, then you pinch some back. After the last game, Tadashi talked to Coach Yukai, directly apologizing for wimping out with the serve and asking for another chance. And after that, he also talked with Shimada, who reminded him to take his time after the whistle blows, and also congratulated him for taking the initiative to talk to Yukai. So far throughout the game, he's been giving Yukai a death stare, so it's finally time for Tadashi to go out. And this time, he's not shaking or swaying like crazy. He doesn't panic and throw the ball up as soon as the ref whistles. He just takes a breath and hits a perfect jump serve. This is probably my second favorite moment in all of Haikyu. Sure, the animation and paneling are basically perfect, but it's mostly because of all the build up to this point, and all the rough spots along the way. And when he was first introduced to the story, I, like most people, didn't pay Tadashi much mind. I just thought he was kind of annoying, but not nearly as bad as Suki. But as the story progressed, I began to really like him. Sure, he's shy and obsessed with the least likable character in Karasuno, but he's also someone who is easy to relate to and to root for. He's a normal person who wants to be able to compete with monsters like Hinata and support his teammates, and so he focused all of his efforts into practicing serving, turning it into the one weapon that he has that can really allow him to compete. And whenever it finally works out, you just kinda have to hand it to him. As Suki says, why is everybody acting so surprised? After all, he's practiced serving more than anybody else on the team. I also really liked how Inoshida connects to Tadashi. They both learned from running away and still have regrets about it, and that drives them in the now. Through Tadashi's serving and a decent chest receipt from him, Karasuno manages to turn around what looked like a lost set into their set points. But ultimately, despite another fantastic serve from Tadashi, Awajosa's libero, Shinji Watari, manages to get it up, and the set goes into a deuce. It's almost a relief that this game doesn't end here. It practically demands a dramatic ending, and it goes back and forth for a while, but then it's Oikawa's turn to serve. And with this and a solid hit from Iwazumi, Awajosai takes set 2. So it's time for set 3, and Awajosai is able to get slightly ahead to start off. While Oikawa's serving has still been an obstacle for Karasuno, it hasn't really had the same crushing pressure that it had in the first game. And I think this can partially be seen as Karasuno starting to fit better together as a team. Plus, Daishi and Noya just have a little bit more practice with serves like his now. Although it might just be that plot-wise, it would be a little bit repetitive if Karasuno faced the exact same issues with Awajosai the second time. And having Mad Dog as a focus makes the second game a lot more interesting. But Tsukishima really starts to get the shine in the last set. He's a player who has been mentally steady over the whole game, and Mad Dog is absolutely not. So Suki, noticing Mad Dog's growing rivalry with Tanaka, switches places with him in order to block the line shot that he knew was coming. And it's plays like these that I think best show off an intelligent player like Tsukishima or Sugawara, who can not only read the court, but also the other player's attitudes and state of mind. And with his block and a later out-of-bounds spike, Mad Dog is really starting to spiral. He's a double-edged sword that allowed Awajosai to dominate the beginning of the second set, but he's starting to take Awajosai down from the inside so they sub him out. And Yahaba, the second-year setter for Awajosai, has a few words to say to him. Yahaba doesn't stand out much in the show, and so despite him being the setter for Awajosai in that first practice game, I haven't even mentioned him yet. But he has a cool moment here, as he absolutely lays into Kyotani, complaining about how he needs to pull himself together. He's imploding from Tanaka's taunting. He doesn't want Kyotani to screw up Awajosai's third year's last chance, and he tells him to just calm down and contribute. Most second years at Awajosai are too afraid to talk to Mad Dog like that. But Yohaba speaks his mind, and he pretty much just saves Kyotani from completely spiraling out of control. So they put him back out on the court again. But something's different. Kyotani completely trusts Oikawa now, and with that, Awajosai is finally whole again. They're back to being a well-oiled machine, but now they have a new weapon. Oikawa is an absolute monster of a leader, able to bring even the most wild teammate under his control over the period of a single game. But while Kageyama can't do that, he does have Hinata, and together they can pull off some pretty ridiculous things. And so it goes back and forth until Tadashi is sent out to pinch serve again, and he pulls off another fantastic serve, but despite that, Iwazumi saves it, and Tadashi is out after just that one serve. And of course, Oikawa turns around and scores a service ace of his own right after that. And it's back and forth again after that. Hinata gets his first actual block of the game, and then Kageyama pulls off a setter jump, giving Karasuno set points. So, right after that, Oikawa makes one of the greatest sets in the entire series, from way outside of the courts. It's a perfect second tempo set, but despite this ridiculous play, Tanaka saves the ball from going out. And Asahi, instead of just giving them a free ball, spikes the ball off of Tanaka's save, and Mad Dog manages to barely send the ball back over. Kageyama sends it to Hinata, but just like the end of the last game, Awajosai saw the attack coming. However, Hinata is different from last time. Before, he was literally blind. All he could do was slam the ball directly into the wall, opening his eyes to see that it was already too late. But now, his eyes are wide open, and he spikes right through the wall, between a space left open by Mad Dog and Kendaichi. And right then and there, Karasuno win. As Oikawa leaves the court, he runs into Yushijima, and Yushijima lectures him on taking the wrong path. He thinks that Oikawa should have gone to Shiratorizawa instead for him, and that it was just pride that held Oikawa back from being great. But Oikawa rejects this. He's chosen his path, and he's not about to give up his way of playing or his petty pride now. His career is far from over. Shiratorizawa is a simple team, really. They are all about power. It doesn't matter how many blockers you put up or whatever clever play you pull on them, as Yushijima can just blast through it. To Washijo, everything else is just a pale imitation of real strength and power, which simply can't be substituted. But Hinata doesn't have any of that. He's pretty much the exact image of this fake power that old Coach Yukai was so fond of and Washijo was diametrically opposed to. So it's time for a battle of concepts. Shiratori Zawa's pure power versus Kurosano's vast arsenal of weapons. Before the match starts, we get to see that Hinata's old friends Izumi and Koji are here to watch the game, and I really like having these characters' presence. It's fun to see people who've known Hinata for a while be impressed by his playing, but it's also just a good way to call back to how far he's come since the first chapter. Plus, the old guy who always watches Kurosano is here, and Tsukishima's older brother is here. They've got the whole cast of sideline characters here to watch this final game. And while Shiratori Zawa may have them outclassed whenever it comes to pure power, Kurosano can at the very least match them whenever it comes to ability to score points. While they know that Ushijima will be impossible to completely stop, they just have to capitalize on any mistakes that his team makes and control the flow of the game. However, with this game, there's more pressure on them than ever before. They're a huge underdog, and this is their first time in center court or playing a 5-set game. So they really just need to be able to adjust to the game early on and avoid being steamrolled right away. And they start with Daichi serving, and in an unusual accident, he serves it out of bounds. Kurosano is really shaken up right now, and they accidentally allow Shiratori Zawa's let serve to drop, losing another point. But they finally get it up on the next serve, just for Ushijima to smash it right down, scoring off of Nishinoya. So just what makes Ushijima such a difficult hitter to stop, even for Noya? Well, he's 6'3", he's strong, and he has near perfect form and confidence. Plus, he's left-handed, and plays opposite hitter. The combination of all these factors makes it insanely difficult to stop him, even for a libero as skilled as Noya. The left-handed hit gives the ball a different spin, which makes it tough to handle whenever it's coming at such high speeds. Ushijima is a pretty simple character. He's basically the platonic ideal of ace, dependent, strong, and confident. He doesn't talk all that much, but he's always laser focused on volleyball. I really like how it showed that growing up he always looked up to dependable aces, and then he one day became one. He's someone that absolutely loves volleyball, and though he has ridiculous talents, what really makes him an incredible player is his resolve and constant hard work. And as this game kicks off, we really get to see the world of difference between Ushijima and the star of Kurosano, Hinata. Ushijima easily digs Hinata's spikes and smashes right through his blocks. Despite all of his flash, Hinata simply can't stand up to Ushijima's pure power. And it pretty quickly looks like Kurosano has already lost set 1. But not if the team's guardian angel, Nishinoya, has anything to say. Kurosano builds up a little bit of momentum at the end. But with Shiratori Zawa, it doesn't just have Ushijima. The rest of the team takes over for receives, allowing him to go straight into hitting. But they also have some other hitters, like Tendo is a pretty solid spiker himself, and the first year Gosuke is already a great hitter himself, with a killer line shot. And then we cut to the end of the first set. Just like that, it looks like Tadashi messed up a serve and a couple other things happened. But yeah, there goes set 1. Ushijima explains that he doesn't really like Hinata. He feels like he has too much confidence, which is pretty funny coming from Ushijima, but he feels like you need to back it up, and he thinks that Hinata simply isn't good enough whenever he stands alone to be confident. He expects him to be a more technical and all-around skilled player like the Tiny Giant was. But even if it may be true that Hinata doesn't stand alone, volleyball is a game with a better team of 6 wins, so even if he still has a lot to work on, he has confidence in his team's ability to back him up. And starting off with the second set, Kurosano is focused on making sure that Shiratori Zawa leans heavily on Ushijima, putting all the pressure on their ace. But despite their efforts, the centers are still getting the balls pretty often as well, and Shiratori Zawa also has another huge weapon on their defense. A weapon with weird eyes and spiky hair, Tendo. Ushijima has a lot in common with Tendo, as they are both huge talents, and their unique playstyles give them massive presence on the court. While Ushijima is direct and consistent, Tendo is unpredictable and instinctual. A gas monster who operates on feel and insane amounts of experience. We've seen a lot of blockers so far in the series. Datetech has their bunch read blocking method, where they carefully always try to get several blockers in front of whoever is hitting. Suki methodically shuts down hitting paths for whoever he's blocking, putting constant pressure on them, and Kiryu does a little bit of everything. But Tendo does what he feels like. He rapidly analyzes the situation as quickly as he can, and then, going off a combination of observations and hunches, he goes to block. He absolutely shuts down Hinata early on, and he's reading Kurosano like crazy. But after a quick timeout, Hinata and Kageyama begin to counter him a bit by moving really quickly, so that he can't react in time. And also by using the whole width of the court, as Tendo is just one blocker, so it's not impossible to go around him. But another thing on Tendo's side is that he doesn't necessarily have to make a kill block to practically guarantee a point for Shiratori Zawa. If he can soft block the ball and assure an easy pass and a good set to Ushijima, then it's practically impossible to stop their ace. Tendo just keeps Shiratori Zawa's vicious cycle going smoothly, and their rallies in this game are overall quite a bit shorter than the previous Alba Josai game. I think this is because both teams are so offensively oriented that if either gets off a good attack, neither can really stop the other. This usually doesn't happen for Kurosano, but the sheer power of Ushijima completely crushes their defense for the first portion of the game. And around this time, there's a speech from Takeda which I really like, which is about how beneath all the emotions and competition of volleyball, There's always been logic and strategic advancements, and while super plays and miraculous comebacks will save a team, reasoning and logic can do the exact same thing. I think it's no coincidence that Tsukishima is in the panel whenever Takeda says this. And right after, Suki shuts down a delayed spike with ease. But despite this, his blocking still gets blasted through by Ushijima spiking. He still can't quite beat their pure power with his careful thinking and logic. And in the next rally, Shiratorizawa makes a basic mistake and Karasuno scores, and we finally get a proper introduction to Tanji Washijo and all of his Garachi glory. He doesn't seem to be much of a fan of Karasuno's synchro attack. Although Karasuno scored this time, Washijo simply doesn't like attacks that leave their user vulnerable to counters, preferring to just lean on whatever powerhouse ace he happened to recruit. But he's not lazy. He polishes any weapon he gets to a bright shine and slurs his entire team around utilizing these cannons. Effectively, this game is Karasuno's change against Shiratorizawa's tradition, and nobody's more traditional than Washijo. And in the second set, Karasuno is holding on. The game is tied 20-20, and I just need one thing to shift the balance and give them the momentum, and Tadashi is up to serve. And he's absolutely on point with his serve, delivering a serve that completely throws Shiratorizawa off, forcing them to make an emergency set, but that doesn't matter. All Ushijima needs is a high set, and he smashes it down, crushing Karasuno's new hope before they even got the opportunity to do anything. Miracle plays won't be enough to beat Shiratorizawa. First, Karasuno has to match them in consistency. Yukai points out that all plays are connected, and they can't back themselves up into a wall hoping for some miracle play to save them. They need to stay aggressive throughout the entire game. It's the little things that pile up over the course of a 5-set game that'll lead to a victor being crowned. Right now, Karasuno is focused on forcing Ushijima to hit the ball as much as possible. Even if all they can do to a spike is deflect it and send it back over as a free ball, it's worth it to force Ushijima to spike a little bit more and to put a tiny bit of extra pressure on him. And Tsukishima is at the core of Karasuno's defense against him. His simple consistency to always be the one blocking the ace is what's keeping Karasuno alive. He deliberately tries to make Ushijima try to go around his wall, leading to more hits being sent right to Nishinoya, which allows Karasuno to finally get a good play in response to a Ushijima spike. But soon enough, Shiratorizawa is able to grab set point with a very well-timed setter dump from Shirabu. Shirabu by design doesn't stand out. He's a consistent and skilled setter, but the reason that he's on the team is that he's just great at letting Ushijima do what he wants to. He used to be a way more flashy setter who would single-handedly make his way around blocks, but he found himself completely retooling his playstyle in order to fit what Shiratorizawa demanded out of a setter. Despite this, he still has quite a bit of spunk in him. It's demonstrated from the setter dump and his occasional hot-headedness. But when Suki rotates to the back to serve, he tells Hinata that since the serve will likely be easily received, he thinks that Shirabu would try to set a quick attack to Tindo, and that Hinata should try to block it. And what do you know, they do exactly that, and Kageyama setter dumps right back at Shirabu. Suki is really getting into it now, and he's consistently playing more aggressively and making very good observations and predictions. Karasuno has set point now. Tsukishima makes consistent read blocking look very cool. It has a huge mental effect on the other team when they can never quite get entirely past his blocking. But this set in particular just goes back and forth, climbing up to 28 points. But after a great deflection from Tsukishima and a ridiculous amount of hustle for Hinata, saving a ball that was going way out and then using a minus tempo back row set, Karasuno has set point again. But Ushijima calls for the ball, and he hits one of the coolest drawn spikes in the whole series to tie up the game. Seriously, this page is so simple but so powerful. His spike basks the entire panel in bright white, and then he just stares back at Karasuno. But after that, Karasuno gains set point back with a synchro attack, and then manages to get one of Ushijima's spikes up, even if it's just a free ball. But Shirabu is getting antsy. There's been so much pressure on Ushijima so far, and he needs a clearer path for his ace. So he gets a little ahead of himself, and that's when Tsukishima strikes. In contrast to Ushijima's bright white from earlier, this page has a huge dark panel, and there's a black background. Tsukishima baits Ushijima into trying to hit it through the gap he left, and Suki blocks him. This was the moment for Suki. Karasuno takes set 2. And okay, this is up there with Tadashi whenever it comes to payoff. Tsukishima has gradually been trying harder, getting more invested in volleyball, and it all gradually builds in this game. He's absolutely locked in, making solid decisions and good plays, gradually grinding down Ushijima and especially Shirabu, which leads to a low set, and Tsukishima capitalizes on it instantly. Haikyu does a great job of not only having great character arc, but also having standout moments for each one. And if you weren't sold on Tsukishima before, well, if you're like me, you still don't really like him that much, but you have to respect him now. He challenged himself to push aside his feelings of inadequacy and his fear of failure, And just like Bokuto said, he finally had that moment when volleyball clicked for him. It was a moment that he had to work hard to get to, but he never would have even started if it wasn't for help from Kiryu, Tadashi, Bokuto, and his rivalry with Kageyama and especially Hinata. But the best part about all of this is that it isn't the end of Suki's arc. This is just another step as he sinks further into his newfound love for volleyball. The third set is blasted through on super fast speed by the story, cutting to whenever the teams are already 15-20 with Shiratorizawa in the lead. Shiratorizawa's strength is simplicity, and in the last set, they let themselves get caught up with Kurosano's faster pace, and they started to fall apart. But Shiabu knows exactly what he did wrong, and he corrects it this set. And Kurosano just really can't seem to get going this set. Tadashi's serve is out of bounds, and Hinata hasn't really done anything big all game. He's scored a decent amount of points, but he hasn't really had any cool moments. But with Shirabu's inconspicuous setting and Yusujima's general aceness, Shiratorizawa wins the third set, no sweat. And Yusujima decides to use this opportunity to rub it in Hirata's face, calling him inept. Well, he probably didn't intend to do that. Yusujima probably just saw it as pointing out the obvious truth. Kurosano is still scoring on a similar level to Shiratorizawa, but they simply can't stop Yusujima and get breakpoints they need. And as they go into set 4, so far the person who can best stop Yusujima from scoring is Noya. Kurosano just needs to get his blocking in order to give him his chance. And Tsukishima continues to direct them, moving a tiny bit over to cover the cross more and give Noya a better line of sight with the ball, and that gives their libero the chance, which Noya capitalizes on, saving Kurosano from being scored on and setting them up to grab a break point. While Kurosano and Shiratorizawa are having a battle of concepts as a whole, Tsukishima and Tendo also have fundamentally different ideas of how blocking should work. Suki builds a solid and consistent system of blocking, while Tendo believes that simply having good instincts and reads is what makes a blocker great. Kurosano is going at this game with a fundamental plan of outnumbering their opponents with their blockers and attackers, relying on the synchro attack heavily, but this backfires pretty often on them as it leaves them very open to counterattacks. Old coach Yukai is finally here, took him long enough to show up. Right now Yusujima is nearing his full strength, and on a good set he's practically unstoppable. But any tiny mistake from the setter gives Kurosano a tiny chance, and Smoker's Lung Yukai has set up their defense to be able to take advantage of this, positioning one of their receivers much further back, giving him a better chance of being able to grab a deflected ball. But even now, Shiratorizawa is still pulling off incredible plays, an incredible read block from Tendo, and a service ace from Yusujima. It really seems like Kurosano has to work so much harder for their points than Shiratorizawa does. The simplicity that pure strength and height brings is nice, but Kurosano can gain their own height, and their own power from combination plays. And in Hinata's case, he can also gain height from doing weird, unexpected things. And he starts blocking using a full spike run-up, giving him much higher height in exchange for losing a bunch of time. This sort of thing can only really catch the spikers off guard once. But now that he's consistently doing it, it puts a lot more pressure on the hitters. Now they have two middle blockers who can get a hand on the ball, even if Suki still absolutely outclasses Hinata in blocking. And after a little bit of direction from Yukai after Hinata slams to the net, he begins to just jump sideways, which ends up with him slamming into his side blockers, but avoiding net fouls. And Hinata is absolutely running all over the court now, right-ups to block, then flying into a spike or decoy. It's gotta be exhausting. But it's obvious that having another blocker is making Shiratorizawa reel a bit, and so Kurosano takes advantage of this chance, grabbing a break point, and putting the game at 21-22 with Kurosano in the lead. And so they put Tadashi in, hoping to grab that little last bit of momentum, and he hits a great serve, now starting a little further back, so he's less likely to hit it out now. After his serve forces Yusujima to set, which Kurosano then receives, and then Tsukishima fakes out Tendo with a delayed spike, winning another break point for Kurosano. Although Yusujima is able to knock Tadashi out of serving next point, Kurosano now has a good chance to win this set. But Kageyama is running out of energy, and his sets are starting to suffer because of this. This game mostly serves as the big showdown for nationals. It also is unique in that it introduces what a 5-set game is like. And now that we're in the 4th set, Kurosano is having to deal with the extra strain that comes from playing more sets. But while Kageyama is getting tired physically, mentally he's still as strong and obsessed with volleyball as ever. But after a back and forth, Yusujima scores a service ace, giving Shiratorizawa a set and game point. This is the first point for Kurosano that is do or die for this game. So they need to buckle down and bump the serve. They do survive and they get a block point. And Tanaka grabs set point again. Kageyama follows up with a fake out serve. Noticing that Shiratorizawa has backed up a bit to receive his jump spike, he instead sends a softball at front, getting a free ball for Kurosano, and then whenever he says it's to Hinata, it's short, but Hinata uses this to his advantage, barely dinking the ball with his left hand while he jumps right, faking the blockers out and winning the set. He's really beginning to be able to fight for himself in the air, even whenever Kageyama can't perfectly give him a set. So there's only one set left. It's only 15 points long, and Sugawara is going to start a setter. finally giving Kageyama a much needed break. Sugawara is still a pretty standard setter. He's dependable and he leans on his ace quite a bit. He's a bit like Shirabu, but unlike Shirabu, he now has some new weapons, namely the synchro attack where Nishinoya sets. Suga is reliable, but he's still just as aggressive as the rest of Kurasuno. And we get a bit of a flashback here, focusing on the relationships between Yoshijima and his father, and Tendo and Yoshijima. When growing up, his mother tried to fix Yoshijima's left-handedness, but his father, who just also so happened to have been a player at Shiratorizawa in high school, protected what he saw as his son's unique gift. Though he didn't see his dad often, his dad inspired Yoshijima by telling him stories about his team's ace, someone who is confident, powerful, and reliable. Someone who inspired everyone around him, and Yoshijima dreamed of becoming someone like that. As for his relationship with Tendo, Wakatoshi is someone who isn't super talkative, especially about things that aren't related to volleyball, and most people are too intimidated to even approach him. Of course, Tendo has none of those preconceptions, and he tries his best to hold conversations with Yoshijima, so they have a very unique and surprisingly close relationship. Kurasuno starts off this set with a solid lead, but Yoshijima quickly comes in to correct that, scoring a service ace and 2 spikes, tying up the game. He's in the groove, and he scores another service ace, gaining the lead, and then another off block. But in the next point, Tsukishima's blocking makes Yoshijima try to dodge it, accidentally hitting out of bounds. Suki just barely touched the ball, and it tore his skin, forcing him to be subbed out of the game. This is a terrible time for this to happen, and Suki agrees. Showing off his character development again, he desperately tries his best to figure out some way to stay in the game. Before this, while he was competitive and sort of liked playing volleyball, he is never desperately scrambling to stay on the court like Hinata and Kageyama, and sort of resigned to his fate of eventually being replaced by Hinata. But he's completely hooked now, and though it sucks that he's being subbed out, this is still a great character moment for him. So now it's time for Narita to get subbed in his place. Kurasuno keeps up the attack, but Tendo is a demon. In the past, he was always treated poorly by other kids and his coaches. His teammates were creeped out by him, and the coaches hated his way of playing based entirely off his hunches. But Washijo saw his value as a blocker, and gave him full range to play volleyball the way he liked the most, so long as he always scored points. Washijo may be traditional, but he knows a monster whenever he sees one. Hinata makes a receive with his face, which is nothing new, but this time it is premeditated. He realized that he wouldn't be fast enough with his hands, so he turned his head to avoid hitting his nose and making it bleed. And then he ran up to hit, and acted as a decoy for Tanaka. And seeing this, Yoshijima finally understands Hinata a little bit. He gets a small amount of what makes him special, and this just makes him want to crush Hinata all the more. But Kurasuno keeps playing aggressive, Sugawara especially, and the synchro attack is doing its job, throwing off Tendo and getting points. And with a score of 7-9, Kageyama is subbed back in. It's time for the final part of this set to begin. It's back and forth for a while, and Shiratorizawa sends in Semi, their other setter and pinch server, who scores a service ace to widen the gap further. But Hinata has a weird block against Yoshijima where he pretty much just one hand receives the ball, and the ball flies to the back of Shiratorizawa's court, winning a point for Kurasuno. And so it's finally time. Yamaguchi time. His first serve gets a free ball for Kurasuno to attack with, and the pressure gets to Goshiki, who has a net foul. Kurasuno is laser focused on staying aggressive right now, and Tadashi is the character who has had that lesson drilled into himself the most, due to his failure against Wakutani. And Tadashi gets another free ball for Kurasuno off his next serve, and after that he gets a service ace off of Goshiki, getting the lead. Kurasuno absolutely has the momentum now, but Yoshijima isn't just the captain because of his skill in volleyball. He knows exactly what to say to Goshiki to regain his focus. He doesn't need fancy compliments or hyperbole, he just states the facts that he knows Goshiki needs to hear. And Goshiki makes the points out quickly, spiking his ball to send Tadashi back to the bench, then baiting Kurasuno's receivers back, and then cheekily drops a ball up front. Tadashi goes so quickly from someone who shows up every once in a while to get anxious and miss a serve to a core part of Kurasuno's strategy, and especially in this game, he absolutely saves Kurasuno and gives him a huge boost. But despite all that, Shiratorizawa has gotten game points. However, Kurasuno puts it back up to a deuce quickly. Washijo is a bit of a grouch, but he's a very skilled coach. He understands the merit of Kurasuno's playstyle, and despite that, he refuses to ever play like that. He chose his style of play long ago, whenever he was growing up. He was short, just like Hinata, and though he was a solid player, he never really got his chance to prove himself. He never had a Kageyama on his team that allowed him to have a unique weapon that justified putting him on the court, and he has an immense jealousy of tall players, just like Hinata. But instead of wishing to prove himself despite his height, he just wants to be tall and powerful. And now that he's coaching, he lives out his wishes through his playing strategy, finding tall and powerful players and turning them into superstar aces. He lives vicariously through their success, and he's convinced himself that it was impossible for him to have ever been a great player who went far in volleyball with the style of volleyball that he wanted to play, just because he was too short to play that simple, powerful sort of volleyball. But now Hinata has appeared, and he challenges him. Not only is Hinata short, he is also lacking in many fundamental skills that the Tiny Giant and even Washijo used to have. But despite that, he's having immense success with his unique niche that he fills so well. And in some ways, he's playing the sort of powerful, simple volleyball that Washijo always wanted to. So Washijo wants to crush Hinata as badly as Ushijima does, and prove once and for all that height and power is the one thing that really matters in volleyball. But when Kurosano is once again at the edge of defeat, whenever Shiratorizawa grabs another game point, Kurosano gets the second wind. Tsukishima is back and he's still amped up, getting deflections and steering the spikes to Noya, and even decoying for Tanaka, who gets a point, giving Kurosano the game points. And now both sides have no timeouts left, time for the final part of the game. Both teams keep up the attack, hitting wild jump serves, both of which ultimately go out. But it's the thought that counts. And Yoshijima's insane skill continues to show, with him still performing at his peak this late into the game. His perfect form lets him hold for an extra second at the peak of his jump, making his spikes even harder to block. Kurosano was absolutely running out of energy at this point in the game. All their extra jumping from the synchro attacks and the decoys is starting to catch up with them. But despite this, Nishinoya pulls off a ridiculous save, and Tsukishima is working overtime to deflect attacks. Suki has been planning something this entire game, slowly trying to force Ushijima to always take a straight shot by always leaving it open. And while this is mostly in order to make it easier for Nishinoya to receive the ball, by suddenly shifting and trying to block the straight, he hopes to block Ushijima out. But that's not enough to stop him. In midair, he twists and somehow turns a sharp line shot approach into a powerful cross shot, dodging the block entirely. But despite him beating the triple block, Daichi manages to save the ball, and Asahi hits off the block, and Tanaka saves it again. It's taking the entire team, but they stay alive, and now they can pull off a full attack. Everybody runs up for a synchro attack, and Hinata slows down its first tempo, getting lost in the crowd. And this little change is all it takes. Once again, Kurosano controls the fist fight by putting up way more attackers than Shiratorizawa can stop. And so Hinata slams the ball down, winning the game. It took every player, but Kurosano was able to win against the individual talent of Shiratorizawa using their combo plays and the power of friendship. While it is a pretty usual trope in anime, I like how in Haikyu, it is more so about the differing ideals of how to build a volleyball team. This panel, with the third year celebrating going to nationals, is one of my favorite in the entire series. They've been here since the worst days for Kurosano, and finally, they've made Daichi's dream come true. As per usual, no one in Haikyu is all happy. Nintendo bids farewell to his paradise in the court, and Ushijima explains that the reason that he didn't reset and let someone else handle the spike after he was forced to make first contact earlier was because he wanted to prove that he was better than Hinata. He wanted to crush him, and that attempt is one of the reasons that Kurosano was able to pry that final point from Shiratorizawa. Also, I like how Tadashi gets angry at Suki for moping around. I mean, they're going to nationals. But before that, a little bit of a send-off for Shiratorizawa is in order. Ushijima demonstrates that he has been paying close attention to all of his teammates even if he doesn't make that clear. And he gives everybody clear, personalized advice on how to improve. But with Gosuke, his apprentice and the future ace of Shiratorizawa, he doesn't point out any of the flaws that Gosuke is already very aware of. Instead, he simply tells him, "I leave the team to you." He chose the exact thing that would inspire him the most and make clear his responsibility. Meanwhile, back at Kurosano High, we get to see Hinata basking in the hype now surrounding Kurosano's volleyball team going to nationals. Nekama is up against Fukurodani. Tokyo is huge, so it has 3 representatives at the national tournament, but there are 4 teams left, so one of them has to be beat. And before their game, Daisho from Nohibi Academy comes up to Kuro, and he comments on the fact that Nekama, despite working well together, has always been missing that extra thing if they need to truly make it big. Daisho is a bit of an absolute jerk, but he's a fun character nevertheless. The captain of the unusual Nohebi, and he does have a point. Or he would have one. But Nekama has left now, who might just be that missing piece. It's time for Nekama to go up against Fukurodani. And the game between Nekama and Fukurodani goes by pretty quickly. But we get introduced to a few new crowd members. Taketora Yamamoto's younger sister and director of Nekama's cheering squad. She's a fun crowd member, and she knows a lot about volleyball and is easily excited by watching the games. And there's also Elisa Habiya, Led's older sister. She doesn't know as much about volleyball, but she's always happy to watch Led play. Together, they make another duo of characters who watch the games, where one knows a lot about volleyball and explains what's going on to a less experienced character to help the audience understand what's going on in the game. And the game is just really fun. Getting to finally see Nekama and Fukurodani face off is cool, and it's also interesting to see Bokuto operating at peak concentration, which is pretty rare. Throughout the game, we get a better look at Nekama and Fukurodani's playstyles. Kuru's blocking is reminiscent of how we've seen Tsukishima. While he's a bit more aggressive at kill blocks, he usually tries to make the spikes as easy as possible for the receivers to receive. And this strategy works well for Nekoma simply because they have really good receivers. Yaku, the libero, is constantly able to get under any spike, and while he doesn't have the court presence of someone like Noya, he holds Nekoma together. Bokuto, on the other hand, is on a roll, hitting tons of great line shots, and for the first part of the game, it's pretty neck and neck. So Kinma decides to focus on taking advantage of Bokuto's reliance on line shots by switching blockers to stop him once, and then after that, moving the block to close off the line shots. And this forces Bokuto to make a mistake, scoring another point for Nekoma. And now that Nekoma's defense is running smoothly, they start to make use of some of their new weapons. First off, Kuro has a jump serve now, and of course they also have Lev. The Lev kinda sucks. Unfortunately for Kinma, he's the one who has to get Lev to lock in. But we finally get introduced to a few of the other members of Kukurodani, Kanoa, a wing spiker, and Washio, a middle blocker. Both are experienced third-tier players, and their teamwork and flexibility are a big part of what allows Kukurodani to operate as well as they do. Kanoa in particular is known as a jack of all trades, who's able to do a solid emergency set, great at receiving, and of course is a solid hitter. While these players are less flashy than Bokuto, it's these players that make Kukurodani such a great team, and they take up the responsibility of keeping the team together when Bokuto starts to fall apart. And Kukurodani takes the first set after Lev serves out of bounds. But going into the second set, Nekoma has really gotten their defense in place, and they're beginning to slow Bokuto down. Unfortunately for Kukurodani, Nekoma just so happened to trigger Bokuto's weak point number 37. Whenever he's on a roll with a move, he sometimes literally forgets how to do anything else, and he's stuck on line shots now. And that sucks, because now Nekoma is blocking him like crazy. This is nothing new for Akashi to deal with though. I mean, he literally already had the flaw enumerated. And the solution is to just tell Bokuto to hit a cross shot and not think about it. And so Akashi clears the way for Bokuto by baiting Lev, and through pure instinct, Bokuto hits a great cross shot. Bokuto seriously is peak. He's not too smart and he mostly operates on instinct, but he's still adaptable, and nobody can deny his skills as a spiker. He just needs his teammates, especially Akashi, to baby him a bit. Bokuto absolutely embodies the ideal of an ace, although he goes about it very differently from someone like Ishijima. Ishijima is a solid and dependable player who keeps everyone else on the team on track, holding together Shiratorizawa, a powerful but less complete team. Kukurodani, on the other hand, is the definition of a complete team, and with the addition of Bokuto and Akashi, they're easily one of the best in the series. And though Nekoma continues to hold their own throughout the second set, Bokuto smashes through block after block, winning the game in straight sets. I like how chapter 195 starts by talking about the way of the ace shirt that Bokuto wears, but then initially uses it for comedic effect by cutting to Bokuto's current goofy dilemma of forgetting how to spike. But by the end of the chapter, he fully embodies what the shirt says, inspiring his team and spiking every ball with full strength and confidence. And it's kinda nice to have this short little game like this after the saga of Shiratorizawa. And I like how the match ends with both teams laughing and shaking hands. It's not the end of the line for either of them, and while they are rivals, they're also close friends. But Nekoma did get beat pretty easily, and a big part of that was likely Lev. He wasn't able to provide that much in terms of offense, and he made countless mistakes, especially on defense. Lev needs to figure out what his role on the team should be. Similar to how Kuro and Bokuto taught Tsukishima that there would be a moment the volleyball would click for him, Kuro tells Lev that there will be a moment whenever teamwork clicks for him too. And so it's time for Nekoma to go up against Nohebi. Cats versus snakes. I don't like Nohebi. They're basically Nekoma, but jerks. Plus, they're slightly worse. Nohebi also have an injured left side hitter, so they have a bench player Kukuri starting. And before the game starts, Lev is still kinda down after all the mistakes he made last game, so Yaku gives him some encouragement, stating that Lev should just focus on scoring more than he misses, and Yaku and the others should cover the defense. Nekoma is a team that forces their opponents to implode based on their consistently oppressive defense and blocking. And Nohebi is somewhat similar. They try to get their opponents to fall apart, but they accomplish that by constantly insulting them, slugging up to the refs, and purposely blocking the refs' line of sight to try to get more favorable calls. Nohebi is willing to do anything that they can to win, but whenever they're trying to block lines of sight in order to get points that they didn't actually earn, I can't help but feel like they aren't even really playing volleyball at that point. They're just so obsessed with winning that they don't really care anymore. And this is an interesting angle to focus on for our game, as the refs have been all really good and fair in the game so far. But this one in particular quickly develops a liking for Nohebi, with Daisho purposely sweet-talking him. But Daisho also just spikes right into Yamamoto's face, and it kinda looks like it was on purpose. Nohebi are a very solid team, and they have a very strong arsenal of tips, blockouts, and things that make them difficult to play against. After all, they are one of the top 4 teams in Tokyo, and none of their players stand out that much though. and it seems that they just decided their secret weapon would be being jerks. I seriously doubt they could have gotten any further than they did up to this point, and in a place like Nationals, I'm sure the calls would be under more scrutiny. But in this game, for whatever reason, the crowd just really likes Nohibi because they're energetic, and so the whole atmosphere of the game is in their favor. And Nohibi get a solid lead on Nekoma, who are having a tough time getting their usual defensive system up and running. It's especially getting to Lev, because of course it is, but despite that, Haikyu is playing as well as always, and with his receiving and some good hitting, Nekoma begins to make up their deficit. But then, Haikyu gets injured. It's a lot like what happened during the Kurosno Wakatani game, whenever Daichi got injured. So Nekoma sends out their first year backup libero, Shibiyama. Shibiyama is a rookie, and he's also pretty shy and nervous. He hasn't played in any real games yet, and at first he's paralyzed. And Nohibi targets him, purposely trying to shake Shibiyama and make him doubt his skills. But Kuro gets him to lighten up a bit. Nekoma is a team all about defense, and Haikyu is the leader of that defense. So not only are they taking a huge hit by losing his receiving, but he also gave direction to the rest of the team, and was the main person covering Lev's sloppy playing. Haikyu didn't receive that much focus for the first part of the series, and whenever it came to Nekoma, the main characters seemed to be focused on were Kuro and Kidma and later Lev. But now we're getting introduced to how much he meant to the team, and what better way to demonstrate that than by showing how much his absence forces them to adapt. We also learn a little bit about Yaku's and Kuro's relationship, and that their two big personalities clash quite often, but they are in absolute agreement whenever it comes to their goal, winning nationals. So how does Nekoma fix all the new holes in their defense that have just formed? Well, Kidma doesn't seem too worried about it. He makes Kuro stay in all game, instead of stepping out with Shibiyama. So Kuro is now the leading of their blocking and most of their receiving, and he's pretty good at both, saving balls and stuffing Nohibi's spiking. But now with a little bit of the pressure off of him, Shibiyama begins to play better as well, and Nekoma pulls it into a deuce. It's back and forth for a while, and with a surprise attack from Kuro in the back, Nekoma takes his first set. Lev's finally starting to get into it, hitting great spikes all over the court, but staying in around the whole tackle is beginning to wear Kuro out. Middle blockers run and jump so much for spiking, blocking, and decoys that it only makes sense to sub them out for liberos, and not doing that is tough. And near the end of the second set, Nohibi subs in Numai, their injured left side hitter, in order to pinch serve. And while he fits the general mold of Nohibi, is an excitable, intense guy, he doesn't like the cheater angle that they've been trying, and he prefers to score his points off of pure skill, which he demonstrates by scoring a service ace off of Nekoma, which is insanely impressive. Of course, he would have never gotten the opportunity to hit this serve, but Nohibi hadn't blocked the ref's line of sight whenever he first came in. So despite disliking this playstyle, he does benefit from it. But both teams are dedicated to making sure this isn't their last game. But Nekoma in particular are keeping a very level-headed approach. And whenever the game goes to a deuce due to a mistake from Shibiyama, Lev suddenly has a moment of realization about the nature of Nekoma teamwork. No, it wasn't just Shibiyama's fault for that mistake. But he finally realizes that every play is connected for Nekoma, and Lev finally gets what he needs to do to play a role. He brings his unique skill of height and reflexes in Nekoma, and now he focuses on making it possible for his libero to pick up the ball as easy as possible, finally adhering to Nekoma's philosophy. I feel like the story really tries to paint Nohibi in a positive light at the end of this game. It's a team that's willing to do whatever it takes to win, and it makes the teams that are critical of them look bad, by framing them as teams who got distracted by Nohibi's slimy behavior and didn't even notice how solid of a team they are. And while that is what this team did, I do feel like calling out cheating is actually a valid complaint after you lost a game. Nohibi is a solid team, but I just don't see why they expect any respect for anybody for the way that they play. This is one of the only games that we see played between two defensive powerhouses of teams, but honestly it's not even that close. Even with the cheating, Nekoma is not only a more defensively solid team, but they also have Lev now, who brings a whole new component to their play. Shibiyama subs in for Kuro, and whenever Nekoma has match points, he makes the perfect save with the help of Lev's blocking, giving Nekoma the chance it needs to score and winning the game for them. Lev and Shibiyama were able to seamlessly work as a team, and for Lev, teamwork is starting to click. Nekoma is going to nationals. And to end this game off, Kuro defends Nohibi against some players from an earlier team who had been ranking on Nohibi from the sidelines. Oh yeah, and Daisho's girlfriend, Mika, who dumped him earlier, came crawling back. And finally, for the Tokyo qualifiers, we see the tail end of Fukurodani's match with Ichiyama, and Fukurodani got beat. We don't know much about Ichiyama, other than the fact that they have Sakusa, one of the top 3 aces in Japan. So now, we're finally back to Kurosno, and we get to see a bit of the preparations that are having to be made for the team to attend nationals. First off, money. They've been collecting donations, with a bunch of adults calling around and Yachi making another poster. And the team also takes height and jump height measurements. But then Takeda rushes them with some news. Kageyama has been invited to the All Japan Youth Training Camp. and Tsukishima has been invited to the all-Wasijo tall person camp. Sorry, I mean the Miyagi Promising Rookies camp. Hinata wasn't invited. So Hinata invites himself to the camp at Shiratorizawa, just showing up and hoping it'll work out, and it kinda does. And he ends up being a ball boy for the camp. And Coach Wasijo really does not like Hinata at this point in the series. He's like the only person left in the world who is constantly rallying against Hinata, as most other people would consider him a talented rookie, who needs to polish his other skills but has already shown a lot of value. But for Wasijo, his idea of promising means somewhat of individual strength. He just does not think that Hinata has any value if he's not paired up with Kageyama to set him. But the thing about Washijo's distaste for Hinata is that he hasn't been shown to harbor the same resentment for other shorter players, like the Tiny Giant or Takaru, because they play like short players, focusing on hitting technical spikes and tooling blockers. Hinata, on the other hand, plays a simpler sort of volleyball that is more similar to a normal tall middle blocker style, a style that is only possible because of his ridiculous jump height and Kageyama setting. And Washijo is extremely jealous of him for this. I mentioned earlier that he always just wanted the height and strength to play a simple and powerful playstyle like Yoshijima, and he always thought that idea was impossible for a short player like himself. But then Hinata comes along and begins to prove him wrong. And when Kurosano defeats Washijo's perfect, ideal team, he still denies Hinata's skill, believing that he would still be useless without Kageyama. But ironically, by breaking into Washijo's camp, Hinata is able to begin cultivating the basic fundamentals that he was missing that were some of the things holding him back from being a truly great player. And plot-wise, I think it was a good idea to put Hinata through a big rough spot here. Though the story started with a lot of difficulties for him, he's had a pretty long winning streak of being able to surprise people with his pretty quick and rapid improvements. So I think it was a great idea to put him through some more conflict in order to make his later successes all the more satisfying. But breaking into the training camp was reckless, and Takeda warns Hinata that if he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity, then he'll just end up wasting a lot of valuable training time and will end up falling behind. As usual, he knows exactly what to say, even if it's harsh. Though it does take a little while for Hinata to figure out what he should be doing, he begins to notice things, watching from the sidelines, and from above the court. He begins to take note of the smaller things that he's been overlooking. He starts to look at how to position himself to receive a spike, how to reset a stance by using a split step like you do in tennis, and in general, he's seeing a lot more of what's going on around the courts. It's funny seeing all the old Shiratorizawa players and rookies initially excited to play against Hinata, a player who they all admire or have a rivalry with, only to figure out that he's just a ball boy who's not allowed to play. And we also see after one of the training camp days, that Hinata calls Yukai to ask about what he should eat, and he's making an effort to improve his habits outside of volleyball as well. Kunimi appears again, Kageyama's old teammate from middle school who originally just seemed to be a slasher, who was around to show off how intense Kageyama is, has continued to improve and show more and more promise with volleyball. And his team in the 2-on-2 drills is always able to play in a more relaxed and comfortable way due to his stable, efficient, and high receives. He purposely slows down the pace for his teammate, giving them more time. And Hinata recognizes this, but then Hayukizawa, the inexperienced tall guy from Kakugawa, tells Hinata that he wishes that Hinata had been chosen instead of himself. Hayukizawa has been struggling to keep up, especially in the 2-on-2s. And he recognizes that Hinata is a starter on a powerhouse team who everybody is paying utmost attention to, despite him just being a ball boy at this camp. But Hinata corrects him, saying that he should be wishing that both of them got invited. He reminds Hayukizawa of the amazing asset that is his height, and Hinata admits that he is pretty experienced without Kageyama setting for him. But Hinata tells Hayukizawa to just take it easy, and make the first touch a high and slow one. And this allows his teammate to get more time to set the ball, and allows Hayukizawa to fully be able to utilize his height with his spiking now that they're not rushed. And now with the added confidence from Hinata, Hayukizawa is on a roll, fully utilizing his long wingspan in order to save ball as he continues to show his skill of hitting high sets similar to Yoshijima. All he needs is a high ball and he'll handle the rest. And also Tsukishima is being forced to set and hit just a bit higher, and he's getting a bit better at both. And over this whole arc, even more than usual, Hinata is taking the initiative. He has recognized that he is lacking in many key areas, mostly his fundamental, and he is constantly working to do whatever it takes to improve himself. Even some of the things he pulls are short-sighted or kinda stupid. Like breaking into the camp in the first place, he is always doing it in order to improve and progress. He goes up to Yoshijima and asks him what goes through his head whenever he digs. But while Hinata's been goofing around being a ball boy, Kageyama has been getting lost in Tokyo, and he just so happened to stumble into the National Youth Training Camp. How convenient. There's a cool screen that plays on a 6-second delay. And also Japan's Olympic volleyball coach, Fuki Haburiya, who says a phrase that Furudate likes to repeat going forwards. Prove to the world that volleyball is far more interesting than they thought. It seems that this is one of the author's main goals of the manga. And it absolutely worked, with Haikyu not only becoming a huge success, but also directly causing boys' enrollment in high school volleyball changing from a gradual decline to a very noticeable incline in Japan. It's at this camp that we are introduced to many of the most important characters at Nationals, including Sakusa, one of the top 3 aces. He gets introduced, but he doesn't really have any real relevance in Nationals. There's also Atsumu Miya, a setter, and Kurai Hoshimi, who is a 5'7" wing spiker. One through line between Hinata and Kageyama is how they are both completely unafraid of approaching elite level players and asking them for advice or even insulting them. Hinata did it earlier with Yoshijima, and Kageyama does it a few times, starting with Sakusa, who he accuses of holding back. And Hoshimi makes a huge impression here. While we've had characters who were inspired by the Tiny Giants, and some who are beginning to take up similar mantles, Hoshimi is at least as good as the Tiny Giant ever was. His jumping is even higher than Hinata, with him making a dun sound whenever he hits because he slows down before he jumps and concentrates his momentum into his feet, kicking off the ground and gaining even more height. Hoshimi isn't a particularly famous player despite his skill, mostly because he avoids interviews, but he's also pretty funny. He notices that Kageyama isn't surprised by his jumping, and he confronts him on it. He wants to be underestimated by all of his opponents and then scare them whenever he jumps, but Kageyama has Hinata, so it's not too much of a surprise. And he sees Hoshimi as more of a useful reference on how to push Hinata to jump even higher. Finally, there's Atsumu Miya, and he just goes right up to Kageyama and tells him that he's an awfully sweet goody two-shoes. And what he means is that Kageyama is accommodating his spikers a little too much, giving them balls that don't push them or force them to improve their bad habits, giving sets that are so precise that they basically solve these habits for them. For example, Tsukishima has a bad habit of not jumping high enough, and so Kageyama should be giving him higher sets and forcing him to rise to the level of him. But instead, he's babying his spikers. The Atsumu Miya setting is also basically perfect. His goal is to make the ball as easy as possible to hit, claiming that anybody who can't hit his sets just sucks. And his sets are the perfect encapsulation of making his spikers rise to a higher level of skill, bewitching his spikers into thinking that they are better than they usually are. Both of these training arcs seem to be focused on taking Hinata and Kageyama out of their normal spots, making Hinata focus on defense and the basics, while Kageyama not only does some striking, but also has his whole style of setting called into question. As soon as Kageyama gets back, he and Hinata race to the club storage room. After mentioning Hoshimi and talking about how much better he was than Hinata, Kageyama tells Hinata that he can jump much higher, and Kageyama tells Hinata all about the dun jump. So far, Hinata usually just quickly jumps, which is faster but sacrifices height. So Kageyama tells him to focus all the weight onto the ball of his foot, and kick off the floor whenever he hits high sets. So now it's finally time for another rematch of Date Tech and their newly expanded Iron Wall. And that new 3-person wall proves a very big obstacle for Karasuno, instantly stuffing Asahi. Date Tech's bunch read blocking strategy constantly puts pressure on Karasuno's offense and their setter, especially out the middle of the court, and this pressure gets to Kageyama, with him feeling forced to be set to the side instead of down the middle. Karasuno is a mess. Tsukishima misjudges the spike's timing, and Kageyama calls him out for not jumping again. Asahi rockets the ball out of bounds, and Kageyama says, "Just score already." He's really starting to seem like he's reverting back to the bad side routine. He's frustrated and unable to understand what he's doing wrong. He feels like he's done exactly what a good setter needs to do, following Yukai's advice. He gives balls that are easy to hit, but it's not working, and he takes his anger out after the first set.
The sets I'm giving you are excellent! You need to start scoring some points!
But Hinata is able to quickly defuse this, saying that while Kageyama is acting like a king, the other players don't have to listen to him if they think he's wrong. And Yukai also states that while Kageyama should be giving players the sets that they want, it's not bad for him to argue for his own opinion. A big thing in this part of the story is arguments, with Hinata's earlier talk with Kendaichi and now this. And it shows how arguments are often necessary whenever it comes to evolution and improving as a team. And Kageyama is also reminded that his hitters are always thinking as well. Asahi has been trying to shift the timing of his hitting around, and Tanaka has been attempting really sharp cut shots. Kageyama is very careful of arguing now, as he knows that he might be wrong, but he still needs to fight for what he believes, and we see him returning to that here. And now that Demon's got that out of his system, they start to get back on track a bit. Kageyama starts pushing Tsukishima to hit a higher contact point, and Kageyama is once again working on his communication as a whole. Takeda has another good comment, mentioning how Karasuno is constantly changing, which could easily go very wrong. but he has faith that the third years will keep everything running smoothly. They offer advice to Kageyama and are generally solid and dependable parts of Kurasuno. As for Datesec, they are also constantly improving, and Funakuchi has developed a very solid serve. And when combined with their blocking, this gives them an incredible serve and block system. If they can manage to get more of their servers up and running, there's a good chance that Datesec will be the best in the prefecture next year. And the final development for Kurasuno has to do with Hinata's timing. He slows down to get lost in the crowd, which is effective against read blockers like Datesec. Usually, Hinata moving ahead of the group just allows the blockers to rule him out as a possible attacker earlier. But now, by also mixing in first tempo attacks with the group, Hinata remains as a candidate until the end, and this only makes it even more difficult for Datesec to react whenever they suddenly use a minus tempo attack. Nearing the end of the practice game, Tsukishima starts to get really tired due to having to jump higher now. And Kinoshita also gets the opportunity to hit a jump floater, and he scores a service ace off of it. Unlike Yamaguchi, who is always staring right at Yukai, practically begging to be put in, Kinoshita still shies away from actually playing. We also see that Hinata is noticing more about the other players, and he sees that Konagawa, Datesec's rookie setter, is getting twitchy with his minus tempo attacks, and so he deliberately baits him out of the way for Asahi to score. His new observation skills that he has been polishing have made him into an even better decoy. I also love how Datesec's third years just show up here. It's very fun that they just followed the game around and cheer them on even for a random practice game like this. It's also funny how both Kurasuno's third years and Datesec's third years act tough around each other, but are terrified of the other group. And we get to see Aeon and Hinata's respect for each other again, which is a fun relationship. After the game, Kurasuno does some more practice, and Nishinoya and Kinoshita pair up, with Noya trying to overhand receive his serves. Nishinoya is tired of being weak with his overhand receives, and even if it's a risk, he wants to be able to receive in the best way possible. And Kinoshita admires Noya for this. He personally has a hard time with nerves, and even says that success isn't worth it if there's a chance he will fail. But with Noya there, he is encouraged to try his best and try to beat him. And finally, Hinata goes home, and he shows his younger sister Natsu his super secret ultra lonely past trail, copyright pending. And while he's doing it, Natsu remarks that Hinata had become real good friends with the ball. Before, Hinata was awkward with it, but now that he's spent so much time practicing bumping it and just hitting it with his body, he's gotten familiar with it, and he's come a long way in his fundamental. Through training with old coach Yukai, constantly experimenting on the court, and being a ball boy for a week, has really allowed him to develop a strong sense of how to control the ball. Before Kurasuno leave for nationals, there's New Year's Day. Daichi has a weird dream about being the only one left in the volleyball club, and the third years all go to a shrine together. And they get fortunes, plus Kyoko has a really cool moment here, where she says the team doesn't need any wishes or prayers because they're still gonna win. She has absolute faith in their skill. But after forcing Hinata, Tanaka, Kageyama, and Noya to go home, Daichi runs into Ikichiri, his friend from Tokonami, and Ikichiri tells Daichi that he expects him to win the whole thing, and wants him to play his guts out. And Daichi remembers that he's not alone, which kinda seems like a mute point this far into the story. I feel like that theme was resolved back in like chapter 5, but I like seeing Ikichiri again. Anyways, it's finally time to go to Nationals, and Kurasuno arrive in Tokyo the day before Nationals, and we get to see a bit of fun payoff here, with them just being excited to be in Tokyo, to see the Skytree, and to stay in the hotel. But they're also all very nervous. However, we see that Yukai has that covered. He got Takinoi from the Neighborhood Association to make a video compilation of all the coolest plays in order to hype them up. And after watching that, everybody has their own way of calming down before the game. Hinata, Kageyama, and Tsukishima go on a run, although Suki isn't happy about it. Tadase and Asahi just watch the video over again. Sugawara studies, sticking to his usual routine, but Tanaka and Noya aren't relaxed at all, because they know that Kyoko is probably taking a bath right now, which apparently weighs heavily on their minds. And here the story finally focuses on Kyoko for a while. She's had her moments, but up to now she's mostly played a background role for the team. But now that she has Yashi around, she's more talkative, and Yashi brings up the subject of Kyoko's legs. Kyoko always wears tights over them in order to hide her scars, and she has those scars from her years of hurdling for the track team. She was ashamed of them at first, although it now seems like she mostly hides them out of habit. But Yashi claims that they are badges of honor, and Kyoko likes her way of looking at it, and she states that she has never had someone who she was particularly close with who she could talk to. And she wants to talk with Yashi after the game tomorrow. And with this statement, she also quietly once again affirmed her faith in the team making it through the first round. It's pretty rough that Kyoko never had somebody who she felt she could talk to, but it is somewhat believable. She's shy and spends most of her time managing a team of boys, and as we see through Josh's initial impression of her, she can be pretty intimidating. But the next day, it's finally time for the first round. Kurasuno runs into Nekama, and then Hinata runs into Noya, and then Nishinoya runs into Kanoka. Or he would've, but she has great reactions, and catches him first. Kanoka is Tanaka's old friend, and she's the ace of Nejima's girls' high school, powerhouse school. And Tanaka talks to her surprisingly normally, until he realizes that she in fact is a girl, then he freezes up. And finally, Kurasuno runs into Motoa Komori, who is ranked as the best Libero in high school, and Sakusa, his teammate, plus Bokuto is here. Nationals is a huge deal. It's a massive venue packed with teams and observers, and for this first match, Yukai is focused on making sure that Kurasuno doesn't get bogged down by any of this. They need to get a warm-up, and they need to take a bus to a gym for this. But during a bathroom break, Hinata's bag is accidentally swiped by a random passerby, so Kyoko needs to come to the rescue. And Kyoko is nearing the end of a chapter of her life. She's been the sole manager of Kurasuno since she started high school, and just like that, it'll end very soon. This isn't the first time that a huge part of her life has come to an end, and it was even more sudden in past. In middle school, where she ran track, she got injured from hitting a hurdle, and that was the end of her track career. When Yamaguchi calls Hinata's phone and manages to contact the lady who ended up with the bag, Kyoko volunteers to go get it. And before she leaves, she tells Yachi that while she might feel a little bit lost without her, she's gonna have to get used to it. Whenever Kyoko's track career ended, she was afraid of how such a big part of her life could just come to an end like that. But then she became manager for Kurasuno on a whim, and she appreciated how she could contribute to the team without being one of the ones on the front lines of the games. And gradually over time, she began to grow close to the people on the team. And Haikyu, for all the players, high school volleyball would just be a chapter in their lives which will end. And for some of them, volleyball will also just be a chapter of their lives. Not everyone can or wants to play volleyball forever. But those player stories are still part of Haikyu, and they're still part of volleyball. Hyoko was never on the court, and her time with volleyball is coming to an end here, but she wanted to make sure that her position was still filled in the future. She's already experienced what it was like for a chapter of her life to end and another to begin. And managing for the volleyball club was a great experience, even if it wasn't what she had pictured herself doing in the future, so she has no fear with it coming to an end. She accepts Yachi's framing from earlier, declaring that though she isn't on the court, this is still her battle line. And she hands the shoes off to Yachi, symbolically passing the baton to her, and entrusting the team to her. Neither she nor Yachi will actually be on the court. Without them, Kurasuno simply wouldn't be able to function. So it's time for the first game of Nationals. This first game is going to be a huge jump for Kurasuno especially, as they've never even been in Nationals. Most of them haven't played in a gym nearly this big before, and they didn't get a very long warm-up, especially Hinata with the whole shoe fiasco. And as the game starts off, Kageyama struggles to set, especially to Hinata. The new, higher, brighter ceiling is a tough thing for him to adjust to. And Tsubakihara, despite not really standing out much, is a solid team who's been in Nationals once before, so they start off strong. However, Tadashi is there to grab the momentum real quick, floating a few aces over the net, and also using the exit sign as a way for him to center himself. He's become such a solid part of Kurasuno at this point that they can rely on him even whenever the rest of the team is still a bit off. But it doesn't take too much longer for Kageyama to finally get going, and he gives Hinata the perfect set, finally debuting their minus tempo on the national stage. And from then on, Kageyama is on fire, and the people in Nationals are already starting to take notice. Asuma Miya remarks that he's already completely different than how he was in the training game, and Kurasuno begins to catch up. Teru Domari is Tsubakihara's ace. He's tall, incredibly strong, and has a lot of technical skill. He doesn't stand out a lot whenever it comes to wing spikers, and there's not some crazy trait that sets him apart, but he's still really solid and the center of Tsubakihara's offense. The first years are really starting to improve their fundamentals. And Kurasuno has the lead and momentum now, so for one last push to grab the first set, they send it in Kinoshita. Kinoshita really seems to hate serve, and he ends up hitting it barely out of bounds. He doesn't do half bad though, as he hits the ball in the direction that he wanted to hit it, and he stayed pretty calm. So he realizes that he really can win points for Kurasuno. So I have very little to say about Tsubakihara, as they're a pretty basic team. Their main character trait seems to be that they all have their headbands on, and these headbands just say the name of their school. However, they do have one ace up their sleeve, their pinch server Aoi Himikawa, who has a special attack especially suited for Nationals. However, he decides to slam the ball directly into the net instead, for winning Kurasuno the first set. A masterful gambit indeed. But Tsubakihara doesn't get too down about losing that first set, and they joke around about the way it ended, and they're far from a bad team, but Tsubakihara is just overall a solid team, without any unique weapons of their own to use. They slip further behind Kurasuno. The Himikawa is back up to pinch set, and he has an extra ally on his side, the ceiling. The ceiling serve is an old-fashioned kind of serve. It's pretty easy to receive overhanded, if you know what you're doing. But it was only really dangerous back whenever overhand serve receives weren't allowed. And so now it's very rare, so Kurosano doesn't really know what they're doing. They've never been in a gym this big, and much less practice to receive such a goofy serve before, so Tsubakihara gets a few free points off of them. But they don't keep the momentum up for long, as Kurosano is still warming up. But all of their new weapons that they've been working on are coming into play. Tanaka's serving gets them several points, and the game is neck and neck. Despite this, Kageyama still feels like it's as good of a time as ever to keep pushing Tsukishima, setting him higher than Suki is comfortable with. But Suki simply doesn't have the endurance for this, so with game point in the second set, Sugawara gets subbed in, and with some fantastic receiving from Daishi, studying, observation, and recovering from Sugawara, and flanking from Asahi, Kurosano manages to take the last point that they need, winning the game in straight sets. And as a whole, this game really just feels like a vehicle for two things. First off, it's the start to Nationals, and it allows Kurosano to get warmed up to the whole thing. With the big national stage, commentators, solid competition, and some new tactics on their opponents that wouldn't have been possible at the last tournament. Plus, once again, it is kind of nice to have a shorter game. But secondly, because the team is just warming up for most of the game, the backbone of Kurosano really gets their chance to shine. The third tiers, Daishi, Sugawara, and Asahi get a chance to finally play at Nationals. And their experience and skills hold the team together while their underclassmen slowly start to acclimate. Also during this game, the two previous captains of Kurosano, Toshiro and Kirikawa, march and remark on how far the third years have come. As a whole, this game is just a big celebration of the third years, giving them a moment to savor making it all the way to Nationals before it gets too intense. After the game, Kurosano goes to get something to eat and watches Nekama play against their first round matchup, Kiyokawa, and Nekama wins. It looks like the first set was close, but they demolished them in the second set, as per usual. And Fukurodani is playing a game against Iwa, but something very serious is happening. Bokuto is depressed. The first game is in the secondary arena, and is smaller with less people in it, which makes Bokuto sad. Bokuto's behavior makes no sense from any logical angle, as playing in a smaller arena really isn't a big deal and shouldn't impact how you play the game. But Bokuto's main focus of volleyball, and really his primary drive for anything, is feeling good, even more than most people. Being in a small area is impacting his enjoyment, so it's a top priority for him. But even with him at all back, Fukurodani is fine. They score some points and build up momentum without him, all while keeping an eye on his condition. And whenever Akashi sees him get all antsy, he points out that everyone in the arena is watching him, like they're in center course, and Hinata is here, with his new wave ace shirt held high. And this is a good enough excuse for Bokuto to get back on top of his game, leading to a solid win for Fukurodani. And finally, before they head back to the hotel, Hinata runs into Hoshimi, and they weren't even at the bathroom this time. Hoshimi, otherwise known as Weird Eyes Guy, argues a bit with Hinata before going off to play his game, where he basically does all the things that the tiny giant did on TV whenever Hinata was watching. His skills are way beyond Hinata's, with strong serving, higher jumping, great blocking, and a fantastic skill at tooling blockers with his spikes. And seeing another player around the same height as him command the court lights a fire under Hinata. As usual, competition draws out the best in him. And real quick, we get to see a flashback where Smoker Lung Yukai and Old Yukai were eating together. Smoker's Lung tells him that he's gonna make the dumpster battle happen, and Old Yukai comments that whenever he first started coaching, he was just trying to get his players to do the things that he could never accomplish. So kinda like with Zijo. But it was whenever he finally realized that his players were their own people that he started coaching for real. He says that Yukai never had this problem because he never was all that great at volleyball. But Smoker Yukai retorts that he doesn't just want to make the dumpster battle happen for Old Yukai's sake, but rather the players on the team have developed a new rivalry between themselves, and that's what's really driving them to pursue the dumpster battle. However, Old Yukai got stuck in a hospital and was unable to come to the tournament, so he'll just be watching it on the TV. Kurosano only has to win one more game to get a chance to play against Nekama. Unfortunately, that game is against Inarizaki, so it won't be easy. While most teams in Haikyu have one or two defining traits or players, Inarizaki is like a half dozen teams thrown together. They have a fantastic ace with Aaron, a twin duo who are both extremely skilled hitters and setters, and who could even pull off a free quick. Not to mention Asumu's serving and his setting that's almost as precise as Kageyama. They have a uniquely versatile and technically skilled middle blocker of Suna, and their captain Kida holds the whole team together. Despite being a powerhouse school favored to win the whole tournament, a lot of their star players are still in their second years, so they are rapidly evolving. The participants and viewers of the spring tournament dubbed them the ultimate contenders, as they are one of the most flashy teams to watch, which should be no surprise after hearing about all their unique skills. Inarizaki is a team that leads it all on the court, continually pressing forwards. At a quick glance, they may seem similar to Kurosano, and they even steal a free quick from Kurosano, similar to how Kurosano salvages moves from other teams, but they are far from the same. Inarizaki faces every problem head-on, never flinching or changing things up. and most of the time this works for them. But Karasuno is a team willing to risk it all, making huge gambles and evolving even in the middle of the game, which makes them dangerous opponents for Interhigh. Interhigh is a team who is also fun to watch, and they have a lot of people watching them. Players from other teams and casual observers flock to the games at Nationals to watch the Mia twins in actions, but their real biggest supporters are the first obstacles that Karasuno has to overcome in the game. A full marching band and a coordinated crowd dedicated to messing with any opponents that Interhigh face. And that crowd usually is a mind of its own, but whenever Atsumu goes up to serve, they all fall silent, and he starts the game off with a service ace. We see over the game that Hinata is still experimenting and trying to raise his max jump height. I don't know why he didn't try it like a month earlier whenever Kageyama first told him about the dun jump, but I guess the middle of one of their most difficult games yet is as good of a place as any to try. But as the game gets off to a start, Interhigh's strategy is to throw off their opponent's timing in any way possible. Atsumu sets in the first touch, they serve right at the whistle or wait as long as possible before serving, and their crowd and band play a messy rhythm designed to throw off Karasuno's server's intended cadence. But Saiko shows up with her taiko drum team to cheer for Karasuno, and I guess they just play really loudly so that Karasuno doesn't notice the other rhythm. It seems like that would just make more noise and mess up the rhythm even further, but I guess that's better than the court atmosphere being completely dominated by Interhigh. Karasuno continued to pull off tricks in order to keep the score as tight as possible, but Interhigh throws the tricks right back at them by replicating Hinata and Kageyama's unique freak quick. This will obviously be a big problem for Karasuno, but Atsumu can still only do this to the left. However, Kageyama isn't phased at all. In fact, he's absolutely in the zone for this game. He demonstrates fantastic character growth by staying calm whenever his hitters get blocked, trusting them to work that out while continuing to just set wherever on the court he thinks provides the best chance for Karasuno to score. And with Hinata's recent massive leaps in skill lately, that was a good call for Kageyama to make. Even whenever he's blocked, Hinata manages to score off block, and with some pushing from Kageyama, Sugishima is hitting at a way higher point than before, even if he isn't too happy about it. In one of the rallies, he was able to instantly intuit that Interhigh couldn't attack on the left side, and so he was able to move fast enough to shut down the Mia twins' freak quick. Hinata is assigned to commit blocking Osamu, kind of like a mini in Yoka, and this is probably a good idea. After all, Hinata sucks at read blocking, and he needs a good amount of time to make an approach before he can block, but whenever he does block, he has great reaction time and jump height, and he manages to block Osamu on his first try. But right after that, in order to demonstrate that they're not scared of him, Atsumu sets right back to Osamu, and Osamu goes right around him. And then he beats Hinata in a one-on-one on another spike, and then a joust. Hinata can beat pretty bad, so he decides to think a bit about the blockers who are best on their own, and he realizes that the block that he hated the most was the one from Matsuka from Abajosai, who blocked up the cross and forced Hinata to hit a straight shot right at the libero. Hinata realizes that he's not good enough right now to beat Osamu in a battle over the net, so he instead just blocks off his cross and allows Noya to handle his attack. Now Tadashi gets a chance to serve, which destroys Hinata, who is really looking forward to playing in the back row for a bit. Tadashi focuses on his routine, taking the same steps, focusing on his target on the court, Ojiro, finding the same reset point as before. Oh, wait, he can't see it. And this little missing detail makes it hard for him to focus, and all the jeering from the fans and all the noise of the tournament starts to get to him. But luckily for him, this time, Shimura is there to save his student, holding up the bag that Tadashi used to use as a reset point whenever practicing, and that saves him. And with that, he's able to find his footing again and sends a serve that slips past Aaron and scores a service ace, taking the lead for Karasuno. But Aaron gets the next set up and spikes it off Tadashi. Throughout this game so far, Tanaka really hasn't been able to do that much, and even the crowd is starting to take notice. And in the next rally, whenever Karasuno needs him to score the most, he gets blocked by Rintaro. Tanaka can really feel the pressure at this point, as he keeps getting targeted by the servers, and Atsumu Miya is up next. But Noya saves Tanaka with the next serve. But this one makes Tanaka feel all the more useless, and we see back whenever Tanaka first started on a team. And back then, he joined because he still thought of Karasuno as a powerhouse team, and he knew that there were many skilled players on it. But despite that, whenever he actually saw them play, he felt that the team was just kind of lame. He hated how other clubs and teams treated them, and he didn't understand why Asahi, Suga, and Daichi took it. He thought that they were soft because they didn't try to defend their team's name by being aggressive or even violent. But then Daichi changes his mind, putting out the Karasuno just needs to start winning. That'll really shut them up. And Tanaka realized how dedicated and good his upperclassmen really were. And since then, he's done his absolute best to match their resolve. And we also see the very first time that he ever saw Kyoko, and he proposed to her right there. Obviously, he got rejected. But we also see that Kyoko also just so happened to have leaped up the entire flight of stairs before that point, which is pretty funny, and calls back to her being a hurdler. Tanaka keeps getting blocked. Tanaka has a bit of reflection, thinking about how he is ultimately still pretty average, and isn't the best at anything on the team, and he almost gets down about this fact. But despite it, he calls for the ball anyways. Tanaka has always been someone who is straightforward and simple, which is far from an easy thing to be. But even whenever he starts getting down, he just picks himself back up again and pushes through. That's the spirit that has brought him so far, and the spirit that people like Kanoka and Inoshita admire so much. And whenever he goes for that ball one last time, he goes all in and he hits an ultra sharp cut shot, winning the set for Kurosan. And as he walks off the court, Tsukishima asks him if he ever gets depressed, and Tanaka responds that he just was, for a whole second or two. He just decided that it was cooler to not be depressed, so he went back to normal. So the Inorizaki game is going pretty well for Kurosano so far. But now it's time to see how Nekoma is doing. Well, they're staying in a hotel called Catnip Hotels, and discussing Kinma's debut in Nationals. He's obviously not somebody who loves attention, nor does he really love volleyball. He doesn't want to quit, but he is playing just because. He enjoys getting better at something, or grinding as he puts it, but he doesn't like the exercise. But it's not like he doesn't care about everything. After all, Kinma has a history of getting up super early to play video games whenever he was younger. So he'll obviously do stuff that he's passionate about. And with Hinta, Kuro theorizes that Kinma sees him as a sort of boss that he wants to beat in volleyball, and that's why he's so excited to play him. And now it's time for Nekoma to face their second round opponents. Sarakawa's coach was actually a student of Coach Nekomata, and that's led to his team also being very similar to Nekoma, with a huge focus on defense and strategy. So we get to see another face-off between two powerhouse defensive teams. And Sarakawa's strategy for this game is simple, to aim at what they think is Nekoma's weak point, Kinma, specifically his stamina. They purposely drag out the early rallies for as long as possible, trying to disrupt Nekoma's rhythm, and forcing Kinma to move as much as possible. And overall, it's a very solid plan. Kinma has been pampered from constant perfect passes, and he's never really been one for running around. So Sarakawa goes into the game explicitly trying to tire him down physically, so that he begins to slip up. We see that Kinma and Nekoma's ace, Yamamoto, have always had a strange relationship. Back whenever they were first rookie, they didn't get along at all. Kinma is constantly trying to slack off, while Yamamoto's whole personality has always revolved around determination and guts, and he thinks that everybody else should act the same. So he really dislikes Kinma's apathy. But despite Yamamoto's perception of him, Kinma is still a very solid player. His setting is consistent, and overall, he has a much smoother start to his volleyball career than Yamamoto does. Despite not seeming like it, Kinma has put in the time to learn these skills. So far in the story, Yamamoto has only gotten a little bit of focus, but now he is largely characterized by his conflicts with Kinma, and despite his dedication, mental toughness, and his guts, he really struggles to become a solid part of Nekoma at first. He's intense and determined, but he also gets very tightly strung. But he puts a lot of pressure on himself, believing that he has to live up to all the effort that he's put into volleyball. And after Kuro urges him to try to get along with Yamamoto, Kinma suggests that Yamamoto should chill out a bit. Of course, Yamamoto just responds by saying that what he really should be doing is trying even harder, putting more guts into it. It's similar to what Okawa was doing in the third year of his middle school, back whenever Kageyama had just joined. You see, he's simply trying to train away all of his problems. Kinma points out that Yamamoto should really be focusing on the specifics that he needs to improve on, instead of just guts. But then Yamamoto lists off all the individual things that he knows went wrong, and then turns on Kinma, pointing out that he could have saved many balls if he had just put more effort into it. And they get into a screaming match, into Fukunaga throws a water at them and makes the least funny joke of all time. Both players have solid philosophies that they adhere to with their training and in games, but throughout their conflict they also come to a realization that their ways of thinking has some flaws they need to overcome, and then they both develop strong senses of respect for each other's strength. Kinma's calm, logical attitude brings a different sort of intensity to his playstyle, while Yamamoto keeps it simple, but puts in the effort to be the best at every part of volleyball, from the spiking to the receives. And near the end of their rookie year, Yamamoto asks Kinma to call him Tora, as his friends do. Kinma refuses, but as we flash back to Nekoma's current game, Kinma calls for Tora to hit the ball, but Sarakawa is there too. And Sarakawa's coach believes that Coach Nekomata purposely didn't choose his most talented setter, but rather one that he thinks is intelligent and intuitive. Honestly, I think he's wrong with the first part of the statement. Kinma has plenty of talent and incredible technique, but he also just so happens to perfectly slot into the role of an intelligent strategist that Coach Nekomata loves so much. Sarakawa is a consistent team, and they hammer away at Nekoma, hoping to expose Kinma as a weakness. Sarakawa goes into everything looking at it through a macro scale, and they focus on consistently good plays, rather than the occasional and incredible one. Nekoma focuses on the connection between every player during the rally, and Sarakawa extends that connection between all the different points and how they build upon each other. But Nekoma still catches up in the second set, and they continue to manipulate the blockers, purposely botching passes to throw off the blockers. and Kenma stays on his feet as well, changing up his game anytime Sarakawa starts to catch on. Kenma sort of thinks of himself as separate from the rest at Nekoma. In a team full of tenacious players with high endurance, Kenma sees himself as someone lacking guts. He trusts his teammates to always be there though, and he focuses on using the stability that they bring to put his plans into action, manipulating Sarakawa's blockers and clearing a path for his spikers. Yamamoto notices what Kenma said earlier about guts, and he figures that Kenma thinks that he doesn't have it. But after all this time, Yamamoto's come to realize that even though Kenma doesn't have physical endurance and isn't even that mentally strong, he's got a stubborn resilience and a need to see things through to the end. He's a bit of a completionist, and with this last rally, Kenma gives it his all, showing perfect form and giving a set to Fukunaga, allowing him to win the game. There's more to Kenma than meets the eye, and a lot more than he gives himself credit for. He's willing to put in the effort, and even to make it harder on himself for his team. He still hates the word guts though. He just is absolutely determined to face Hinata. Nekoma has finally made it, and now all that's left is for Kurasuno to win, and the battle of the garbage dump can finally begin. And so far, the second set really isn't looking good for Kurasuno. They're down 7-14, and right now, Asumu's jump floater is really messing with Nishinoya, and he screws up the receive twice in a row. While scoring off of him is hurting Kurasuno's morale, Atsumu hasn't even thought about that yet, rather he's just doing whatever he felt like was the most fun. Both teams are playing at near their absolute peak, but Inorizaki just keeps barely edging out Kurasuno and taking the points. So far, Aaron has been instrumental towards getting Inorizaki's huge lead, and because of that, Kurasuno has been doing all that they can to slow down the ace. But Aaron is one of the most powerful and well-rounded spikers in Haikyu, and he's always there to smash through any block. As a character, he's pretty simple. He's mature and often has to be the straight man for Inorizaki, as he puts up with a lot of the twins' garbage. But whenever Kurasuno subs in Sugawara as a pinch setter, Kurasuno gets within an inch of finally blocking him, after forcing him to receive a serve and pass. Once again, every block in this game is being decided by tiny differences, but those points have really begun to stack up in Inorizaki's favor. And going up against these tough contenders is exactly what makes Kageyama perform at his peak. As Hinata dubs it, he's Kageyama the Calm. He slams down 2 service aces in a row. And his pressure from the third serve, as well as the continual blocking that Aaron has had to go up against, finally start to get to him, and Aaron tries to hit around the block, hitting it out of bounds. And while he does score in the next rally, it's evident that Kurasuno is beginning to get some momentum, and Inorizaki is beginning to crack a bit, with Osamu also hitting his serve out of bounds. So it's time for Kita to come in and patch him up. Kita replaces Aaron, but he fulfills a very different role in Inorizaki. He's the captain, despite not being a starter, and even though he thinks that he's just a placeholder on the team, he also knows that he's there to hold down the fort. And that's true, he's just really good at it. Kita is one of my favorite characters in Haikyu, and he has a huge impact on the themes of the story going forwards. And his philosophy is simple, it's all about repetition and processes. What you do every day is who you are. Results are just a side effect. Everything he does with absolute care and attention. And everything he does in practice, he simply does again in games. He doesn't even really understand being nervous. After all, he's practiced these things 1,000 times before. What's one more time? He also exemplifies what a holistic approach to volleyball means. He takes care of his body, follows traditions and customs, and makes sure that everybody else in his team takes care of themselves too. On the court, he serves as a mediator, forcing the rest of his team to straighten up. Sure, he's a defensive specialist, and he covers Inorizaki's defense beautifully, completing shutting Yamaguchi down on his first serve. But he also holds the team together with his criticism and court presence. And now Inorizaki has set points. In the past, Inorizaki has had a habit of blowing big leads. The twins often get too cocky whenever they have a lead. Genjima, the other outside hitter for Inorizaki, makes bad decisions under pressure, and Suna just slacks off. Of course, Kita knows all that, and he makes sure that all the other players out there know that he knows that. He's gonna make sure they take the rest of the set seriously, as Suna hits around Suki, scoring and giving Inorizaki set 2. Nishinoya has been pretty down since he messed up with those floater serves earlier. But Kinoshita and Asahi are here to cheer him up a bit. Kinoshita points out how much Noya practiced receiving floaters, and Asahi hits another peak in his arc. At the beginning of the series, he was afraid of spiking, but then he learned that Noya would always be there to back him up, and he had to help him to break through the iron wall. But now the roles are reversed. Nishinoya is having a rare moment of struggle, and Asahi is there to say that even if it's not a perfect pass, he'll still be there to hit it. He's become the dependable ace for Kurasuno, and now he even gets to sometimes say cool stuff. To start off this final set, Kurasuno spins the rotation a bit, pairing Kageyama against Aaron and Suki's blocking against the twins and Suna. And though Asumu starts off the set with another service ace, Asahi makes good on his promise to Noya, scoring off a less than ideal pass in set. And Suki focuses on the twins' quick attack and Kageyama on Aaron. Karasuno's blocking is starting off on a good note. They've switched up all the matchup on the court, and they hope that they've found ones that are more favorable to them now. Suno mentions that he doesn't think that Suki is a very scary blocker, but Suki knows how to make full use of his receivers whenever blocking. Even whenever going up against someone like Suno, Suki's consistency allows Karasuno's blockers to get the ball up and counterattack. Suki knows that Suno will score on him some, but the more he uses that left-handed cross, the more Karasuno will be able to adapt with it. So he makes sure to always block the cross and force Suno to use his switch attack. Kinoshita goes out to pinch serve again. And we've seen this exact arc before of Tadashi, a pinch server who messes up a few times and then gets a cool payoff. And Kinoshita has absolute focus, paying attention to nothing on the court but aiming the ball. And he hits it right where he wants to, but Inarizaki gets the ball up and then scores, sending him right back out. Kinoshita wanted to have a big moment like Tadashi. He wanted to be a hero on the court, but that just didn't work out. Despite this, Karasuno managed to get a 3-point lead due to a service ace from Kageyama, and Inarizaki calls a timeout. Then Noya starts monologuing. Apparently, he used to be scared of everything whenever he was growing up, but his grandfather told him that being scared was wrong because it is a waste of opportunity. But whenever he was trying to overcome that fear, his grandfather still stuck by him and helped him out. And on the next serve, Kinoshita yells that the ball is dropping in the front, and with his push, Noya finally manages to move, overcoming his fear and making a perfect overhand pass. Kinoshita might have not been able to be a hero on the court, but through his practice and from the sidelines, he was able to help out Noya whenever he needed it the most. And Asahi slams the ball down, stopping Asumu with one serve. Asumu didn't always want to be a setter. Back in middle school, he only cared for flashy spiking, but then one day an all-Japan setter came to their school, and Asumu saw how a skilled setter could really bring out the best in the spikers. And over the next few years, the twins would constantly compete. Osamu had a natural edge over Atsumu, so he was the one chosen to be the setter at first. But while both were competitive, Atsumu was something different. He had an unceasing passion for volleyball, and gradually he became better than Atsumu and replaced him as setter, and he began to get a big ego because of it. When Atsumu said earlier that anybody who couldn't hit a set sucked, he wasn't exaggerating, and whenever his hitters are having off day, he does not hold back with his criticism, especially towards Osamu. But both twins push each other forwards, and together they become the feared duo that would eventually become famous. And whenever Atsumu gets picked for being All Japan Youth, Osamu isn't all that frustrated. He just realizes that Atsumu loves volleyball a little bit more than him. And Asumu's dedication shows on the court, where he makes a ridiculously great set from a ridiculously tricky point, just barely getting below it, all in order to assure the set was perfect for the hitter and near impossible to read. Inarizaki's motto is simple: we don't need memories. And every player on their team embodies that in some way. But their first-year pinch setter, Roseki, gets one more chance to prove himself on the court, and he scores a service ace. Inarizaki's coach didn't hold a memory of Roseki's previous mistake against him, and instead gave him another chance to prove himself. The motto has paid off so many times so far over the game, from the twins' successful experimentation with a free quick to their fearless serving. Inarizaki's motto couldn't fit them better, and I think that as a whole, the team can somewhat be seen as a reflection of what Jozinji would have been with if they were more skilled. Both teams are constantly trying out new things on the court, and both teams are very focused on having as much fun as possible. But with Inarizaki, they're also some of the best high school players in the country, and they also have Kira and Aaron there to ground them a bit. And the Mia twins show off their pure skill and aggression once again, by reversing the minus tempo quick on the fly, Osamu putting up the ball for his brother. And Inarizaki has all the momentum now. Karasuno is struggling to keep their head above water, and is desperately chasing a big point. And Atsumu plays with their desperation, baiting Kageyama into a reach over by faking a setter dump and then trying for a set. And right after this, Atsumu sets to Osamu on first touch, but Sugi keeps right up with him. But of course, Osamu then sets to Aaron, and he scores. Oh, wait. No, he doesn't. Because there's someone there. This moment speaks for itself. It has so much build-up over the last few arcs, but I think it's worth pointing at how great of a play this was from Hinata. Not only was he able to react to Osamu's second set, but he also read that it was going to be to Aaron and not to Atsumu, and also that Aaron would hit a line shot. His receiving skills have improved, but the reason that he was able to even put them into action was his court awareness and positioning, which he has been improving on so much lately, and this new skill will later be crucial for him. But I'll talk some more about that later. This seems to be the rally that Karasuno needed, and Hinata's receive gives them the opportunity to get a huge point to turn the tide, so they attack with all they have, a full synchro attack, but Atsumu digs it. And Osamu sets Kenjima, who tools Karasuno's block, but once again Hinata is there to save it, and he runs all the way back up for an attack. Tanaka hits it and Aaron can't quite get under it, but Akagi, Inarizaki's libero, can. and it slips over the net, and just barely drops out on Kurosano's side. The opportunity slips out of Kurosano's hands. Despite everything, they were unable to grab the momentum, but Hinata keeps their team's spirits high. He finally had a great receive, and now he wants to do it again. And the rest of Kurosano is once again getting caught up in his momentum. But Inorizaki puts in Kita, not as a way to slow down the team and make him more defensive, but as a guarantee. He's there so that the twins can keep speeding forwards, with the knowledge that he always has their backs. Kita mentions that he doesn't really like Inorizaki's slogan. His beliefs run very counter to Inorizaki as a whole. He views everything as a process, and believes that the road behind him is just as important as the one in front of him. It's reckless to ignore the past. Despite that, he serves as a backbone for his team, like Daichi is for Kurosano, and whenever the twins try to reverse free quick again and screw it up, he's there to patch the hole. The twins have built up a reputation as being aggressive, the ultimate contenders who are willing to try everything, and because of this, they can bait Kurosano's blockers into hesitating just a bit, and Aaron is able to get right around them. They flipped Kurosano's classic strategy back on them, and after a setter down from Matsumu, it's time for Kira to be subbed back out. Though Tanaka has had a good game so far, he's mostly relied on his super sharp cross spikes, and Inorizaki has gotten used to it. He asks Kageyama to give him less sets, but Kageyama refuses. And though Tanaka is stuffed the next time, almost losing the game for Kurosano, Noya is right there to save him. Kageyama knows that Tanaka can do more than just hit a sharp cross shot, and he thinks about forcing him to do something different. But then he realizes that that's not his decision to make, and so he puts up a perfect set. One that gives his hitters as many choices as possible without making a choice for them. And with this freedom, Tanaka uses the fact that the blockers have shifted to cover his cross in order to hit a sharp shot right down the line. Kageyama has really changed since the youth camp. He's on a roll, and he scores a service ace next, sending the game into a deuce. And on the next serve, he fakes Inorizaki out and drops the ball up front, giving Kurosano a free ball, and Hinata scores off it. Finally, Kurosano has set points. Some of the bench players from Inorizaki comment on Atsumu and Kageyama's talent, and they complain that they wish they had some of their talent. But Kita has a few words to say about that. And here, a few of the themes that have been talked about over the entire course of Haikyu are highlighted in even more details than ever before. At the All Japan Youth Camp, one of the coaches states that he believes the geniuses are the furthest form of existence from perfection, and I think this has a few different meanings. The obvious one is the players like Kageyama and Nishinoya, who have insane innate talent with setting and underhand receiving respectively, that has resulted in other issues for them, and they also aren't very good at teaching others how to do what they're good at. Noya neglected overhand receives because he thought that he could just rely on his talent, and players like Kageyama and Atsumu developed superiority complexes, being completely unable to understand why others simply couldn't play as well as them. But I think the other big meaning for this statement is explored with Kita's monologue. He mentions that geniuses approach practice from a completely different way than others. They practice harder and in different ways, and they're willing to try things that might not work over and over again. Like Kageyama and Hinata's new minus tempo set, and Atsumu and Osamu's freak quicks. They have such a burning passion for volleyball that they can't help themselves from pushing their limits. Kita says that he believes that these other players are very different from normal people like him, but he's never felt bitter or like they were lucky. He knows that they put in so much time and effort, and similar to Osamu, he thinks that the real difference between normal players and geniuses for something like volleyball is mostly due to their love for the game. They just love the game more, and Kita feels lucky that he gets the opportunity to play on the same court as these monsters. And this is demonstrated once again as Hinata manages to save a ball off his foot, and he announced his comment that he must spend a lot of time playing with the ball in order to do that. Hinata is a monster, and what has made Kageyama and him great is their competition. Kageyama will always compete with him, never letting him outdo him, and so he makes a ridiculous set over the net, tying up the game again. Tsukishima is really starting to run out of steam now. His body can't keep up with his thoughts, but despite that, he's still moving, and at the very least, he's still getting deflections. And also, he is playing his absolute best right now. He's really grown into an ace for Kurosano. And with Kageyama's pinpoint setting, he finally gets his delayed hit to work, and with that, he blasts through Inorizaki's block, and the score continues to climb, hitting 30-30. Everybody is playing as aggressively as possible. Kageyama has another setter dump. Even Tsukishima decides to send an aggressively short serve, very unusual for him, and the serve gets Kurosano a free ball, a chance to gain points, and so they pounce, speeding through their attack at breakneck pace, but it doesn't make it through, so they defend and try again. And they continue to speed up. Kageyama is pulling the team with him at an unsustainable and damaging speed. But after Tanaka rebounds the ball, Hinata passes the ball as high as he can go, and he forces everybody to take a break. And with that, Kurosano can regroup and use that extra time to make sure that everybody can go into the offense with a synchro attack. And I love how this was shown in the anime. In the manga, it's fine. We get some talk about the curse of speed, and the panels are really small and hectic, but I think that the anime was able to really emphasize the speed and narrowing field of vision of the players, so it hits all the better whenever Hinata sends it up high and slows everything down. But despite this, Tanaka still gets blocked. With the whole team back on their feet, Kurosano manages to just barely save the ball, giving Inarizaki a free ball. And Inarizaki pounds at their chance, and Atsumu sets the free quick to Osamu, who is in the back row, and it's a perfect set. The Hinata and Kageyama are right there to block it, and with that, the ball drops into Inarizaki's court. Kurosano has won. Just like how Kurosano once lost Abba Josai in nearly the exact same way, Kageyama and Hinata have worked together to become better. And here, they were able to defeat their past selves, blocking a perfect recreation of their old ultimate play, and getting a win that was only possible because of the ways that they've improved since then. I said before that I think Inarizaki is a bit like Josenji, and Osamu states that he thinks they messed around a little bit too much over the course of the game, just like Josenji did. They were the ultimate contenders, and they were constantly trying to do the flashiest and fastest thing they could in order to catch Kurosano off guard. But by the end of the game, Kageyama and Hinata had caught onto their game, and nobody knows more about the limits of speed than they do. Usually Hinata is the ones who make big declarations, but this time Atsumu beat them to it, and Atsumu declares that one day he's gonna set for Hinata. Over the course of just one game, Hinata has gone from somebody who Atsumu had never heard of to someone who he is fascinated with. But as Inarizaki leaves the court, the crowd cheers for them, no booing this time. They are there because Inarizaki are the ultimate contenders, and they wanted to see an exciting match, and they absolutely got that, with both sides playing their asses off. Atsumu complains that they should be booing them, after all they lost. But the crowd already realized the thing that Takeda said at the end of the first Abba Josai game: losing doesn't mean that you're bad. And their coach puts it well. Maybe they didn't play perfectly, maybe they were pretty disordered, and maybe they needed a more solid game plan. But he's sure that each and every player on Inarizaki will grow after this game. And after this, the Miya twins go up to Kita and try to apologize for recklessly trying a back row quick set at the end of the game. But somewhat surprisingly, Kita says that he doesn't think that it was a mistake. Despite it not being something that they had practiced before, which is directly against his philosophy, he thought that it would score. But they just happened to use that move against the only opponents who are crazy and fast enough to anticipate that move and react to it. Kita once again feels lucky to play on the same court as monsters like Hinata and Kageyama. Despite not having any real regrets, he still wishes that he had had more chances to show off just how cool his teammates are. After that game, practically all of Kurosano is falling asleep, save for one player. Hinata is wide awake, and as Tsukishima says, it seems like making those great receives has gotten him even more hooked on volleyball. And recently, with the release of the magazine to coincide with a new movie for Haikyu, we saw that Hinata said in an interview that his #1 moment in his entire high school career of volleyball was receiving that spike. It really seems like that was the thing that made Hinata want to focus on his defense, and what helped him become a much better player long term. Fukurodani wins their game of the day, and Bokuto wasn't even that distracted. A few more things happened to finish off this day. As Kurosano finally get the big focus on the TV, and seeing their reactions as a team is a lot of fun. Kurosano's third years also get a bit of time for them to just hang out and talk about their underclassmen. They talk about how Kageyama needs to work on his signature, and we gush about how cool Tanaka, Tsukishima, and Hinata were playing. But they all are a bit frustrated that their juniors are hogging the spotlight. They want a bit of that glory. And as everybody gets ready to sleep, we see that Yashi and Kyoko are bathing together again. And Hinata is still absolutely wired. He hasn't slowed down one bit, even after that last game. But tomorrow is the game that the series has been building up to for nearly 300 chapters. And the players at Nekama are a bit annoyed that the people on TV seem to think that Kurosano has a heavy advantage over them. But Kinman doesn't really care what they think. After all, tomorrow, they have a match scheduled that's designed to sort out who's better once and for all. So now we're caught up with the anime, finally. So I figured that I might as well make a little section over how I feel the adaptation of Haikyu has been handled so far. And yeah, as I'm pretty sure that everybody who is watching this video knows, the anime is pretty good. It's how I was introduced to the series and anime as a whole, and it does a fantastic job adapting the source material faithfully while adding in a lot of extra cool stuff that can really only be done through the medium of anime. The anime adaptation was handled by Production IG, who previously did series like Kuroko's Basketball, the anime sequence in Kill Bill, and Ace of Diamond. So they're pretty much the go-to studio for sports anime, and for the most part, Haikyu has great animation. It gets off to a very solid start with the first season, but by the time it really gets going in the second and third season, the animation and direction is consistently great. And there are so many great cuts and moments of Sakuga that take cool scenes from the manga and make them even better. It is worth noting that in the early seasons, there is a pretty decent difference between the art style of the anime and the manga, and this is for a few reasons. The first one is that Furudate's art style rapidly evolved over the first few chapters, especially of his faces. Later chapters are a bit more realistic and have a much better feeling of space. The accuracy that the courses and poses are drawn in is impressive, likely helped by his large team of editors and helping artists. But the anime kind of sticks with the early style for a lot longer, only really switching over in season 4. And also notable is that the anime reuses animation for the volleyball actions quite often, which does make sense. Volleyball has a lot of the same action, and asking them to reanimate it every time is pretty excessive, but the reusing of the animations can sometimes make the player's movement seem a little samey, but it's not a big deal. And basically every big moment has original animation, so it works out. The 4th season of the anime changes the art style pretty drastically. And while this art style change is gradual in the manga, and the anime is instant. Plus, To the Top has brighter colors as well, and some of the designs are changed even further than they are in the manga, to make them easier to animate. I especially like Hinata's later design for his hair and face. But some of these character changes are a bit weird in my opinion, especially Asahi, and in general a lot of things were simplified. But while those changes are mostly just matters of taste, the 4th season had some more serious issues, and the main one was the crunch. The anime industry is frankly terrible, and it's obviously the Haikyu To the Top which rushed out, resulting in a noticeable lack of polish. In one episode in particular that was completely outsourced, and it noticeably suffers. Now obviously the real issue here is that the animators were overworked and treated terribly, which should be what's focused on, but as a byproduct the anime's visuals do suffer. And overall I feel like these problems led to a lot of the best moments in season 4, part 1 and 2 being a bit less impactful than they are in the manga, like Tanaka's cross shot. But it's still a high quality adaptation. It's just really disappointing to see artists being treated poorly, especially for a series and animation studio that I like so much. The music is really good. The soundtrack is done by Yuki Hayashi and Asami Tachibana. Hayashi also did the music for My Hero Academia and Run with the Wind, and the two styles fit the series perfectly. It's got big orchestral sounds for big moments in games, a selection of killer bass lines, and a lot of simple, kind of goofy songs for practices and slice-of-life moments. And it is just a great time overall. And I listen to it all the time whenever I'm writing scripts, studying, or programming, and I don't want any lyrics there to distract me. And finally, there's the pacing. And I think this is also pretty much perfect throughout all the first 3 seasons. They never speed up too much, and it never really drags. This is a compliment to the manga's pacing as well. But with anime, you obviously have a different format, and not everything can be adapted the same way. There are countless tiny changes that have to happen, and especially in the Season 3 game, there are a lot of things switched around, but I don't think that any of the choices negatively impacted the show. However, there is one big section that I think was absolutely screwed up by pacing, and that's the Nekoma qualifier games whenever they play against Fukurodani and Nohabi, which were condensed into 2-episode-long OVAs. What were originally 16 chapters in the manga have been turned into around just 40 minutes of animation. While the games are still fun, it just skips a lot. Just having one more episode would have done a lot here. I'm hoping that the Nekoma movie won't feel too rushed. Luckily, it is just an adaptation of the Nekoma game, so it's 33 chapters over the course of the movie, which will apparently be around 1 hour and 30 minutes. So they are definitely going to skip things, but I think they still can pull it off and have it be decently good. It just won't ever be a proper replacement for the manga, which is kind of unfortunate, because the anime has done a great job of doing that so far. So if anybody here is anime only, then I do recommend reading the manga after watching the movie. But speaking of the movies, at the time of making this video, the movies have just released in Japan, but we still don't have an international release date yet. I'm hoping it'll come out this summer. What I've been able to see so far has been absolutely fantastic in my opinion. They brought back Spires to do the opening song, the animation looks great, and I really like the new art style. It's like a nice mix of the first 3 seasons and the new designs, so I think it looks like a great in-between. I'm still kind of hoping that this will also get a seasonal release similar to what happened to the Demon Slayer movie, but I think it's likely that they cut out so much that this would probably be more effort than it's worth. So I kind of doubt this will happen. But it's already made a lot of money, so maybe it will. It's probably cool. Okay, so now I'm moving on to manga spoilers. Anime only should leave now. I'll make sure the sections don't spoil too far ahead. So if you want to come back after just watching the movie, you can safely watch the Nekoma part. But it's finally time for the Battle of the Garbage Dump. Back in medieval times, old Yukai and Nekomata had a bit of a rivalry in middle school. Yukai was an aggressive spiker, but Nekomata read his every move, blocking and digging all the spikes. And after being absolutely beat, Yukai swore to win the next time. And so it went back and forth all throughout middle school. The two players from different teams developed a friendly rivalry. But at the end of middle school, Nekomata moved across Japan to Tokyo. And now he plays for a team that suspiciously has a name that sounds a lot like his. But they met again, whenever both their teams made it to nationals. However, they were both beat in the first round, so they never got a chance to have a real match against each other. Years later, they moved their rivalry to their coaching. But though they consistently had practice games with each other's teams, they never managed to face each other at nationals, and both coaches eventually retired. I really like this story. It takes the somewhat bare-bones rivalry that was described earlier and turns it into a prophecy that is both massive in scale and paradoxically somewhat benign. A small rivalry that formed between middle schoolers who had only ever played a few games against each other has persisted over the entire courses of their lives, and into the alma mater's current teams and even Yukai's grandson. And this rivalry isn't some stale thing that the players only care about because of the legacy. The new players of Karasuno and Nekoma have defined their own rivalry and relationships with one another, and they are just as anxious to play as the old coaches are to watch. This game is ultimately in the hands of the players, but they could have never gotten here without the help from so many people and their families and all their teams. And it wouldn't mean nearly as much without the storied history that has been built between the two old friends. Before the game starts, we get to see the old Yukai is watching it live. And we also see each player on both teams introduced by the announcers, which is fun. Despite the fact that Karasuno has never won a set against Nekoma in practice games, Kenma, the analytical wizard who always seems to have a logical read on any situation, has no idea what direction this game will go in. Nekoma is practically a hard counter to Karasuno's playstyle, but Karasuno have shown themselves to be almost as resilient as Nekoma, and they are nothing if not adaptable. They've already gotten so much better throughout this national tournament. So it's time for the game to begin, and it starts with Kageyama hitting a killer serve. But Nekoma's vice captain, Kai, bumps the serve without an issue. Karasuno defends and goes for another attack on Tanaka's cut shots, but Yamamoto is right there to save it. But with a freak quick, Karasuno manages to grab the first point. The game's just started, and we've already got a long rally. Even Karasuno's best weapons are dealt with pretty easily by Nekoma. But luckily Karasuno can fire them off at an incredible rate of fire. It's finally time for Kinema and Hinata's instant game over game. Oh yeah, and some players from the Tokyo Summer Camp are here. But Nekoma doesn't only have defense, and after effortlessly bumping another one of Kageyama's serves, Lev spikes right through Karasuno's block, quickly grabbing a point for Nekoma. But Nekoma is realizing that Karasuno has changed. Hinata is a more flexible spiker and even a greater decoy, and Noe can set now. And set he does, filling in for Kageyama, who is forced to take first touch by Kuro, and also he slams it down for another point. Now it's up to Nekoma to adapt to Karasuno and figure out how to take him down. As the game starts, Karasuno has all the momentum. Sure, Nekoma is stopping most of their attacks and is sneakily grabbing their own points their own ways, like Kinma's look-offs, but Karasuno just keeps attacking. Nekoma usually takes a bit of time to get their defense up and running, but they're gonna have to do it quickly this time, otherwise the game will already be over. I think it's cool to see Karasuno, a team that usually is forced to adapt to stop their opponent's attacks, have the script flipped on them, as they have to face Nekoma, the kings of tearing any plan apart. Suki's brother shows up for this game, and we get a bit of focus on the two teams' blocking masters, Suki and Kuro. Tsukishima keeps the pressure up with his constant deflections, but Kuro kill blocks Hinata, and he shows his own persistence as well, directing Asahi's hit so that Yaku can more easily dig it. Despite the fact that Suki has an intense rivalry with Kuro, he still doesn't think of himself as an equal. But what used to be a character flaw with Tsukishima's lack of self-worth and ambition has turned into one of his greatest assets. Tsukishima understands it's the better team of 6 who wins, and he understands his own weaknesses. And Tadashi is subbed into serve, so it's time for their serve block combo. While Suki doesn't think that he can beat Nekoma on his own, Tadashi sure is set on doing so. And so he sends the ball right to Yamamoto, and it swerves at the perfect moment, flying out of bounds and netting Karasuno their first service ace. And with his next serve, though Nekoma gets it up pretty well, the little disruption that is caused by Kai getting in front of Yamamoto to bump the ball is all Tsukishima needs. And so he singles out Fukunaga and kills the ball with one of the scariest blocks in the entire series. Their serve and block strategy has finally found its footing, and together Tsukishima and Tadashi are nearly unstoppable. I think it's awesome for Suki and Tadashi, characters who have already had great character arcs with beginnings, middles, and ends, to get another thread that winds their paths together again. The duo has been a pivotal part of their character and stories, so seeing them working together on the court as a system is awesome. And now with the help of everybody, Suki is finally having some fun with volleyball. And Kageyama is really beginning to show off a bit, one-handedly setting a ball perfectly to Hinata from over the net, and then declaring that the passes don't need to be close to the net. He can handle any sort of pass, so long as it stays on his side of the court. And again, Karasuno makes great plays that look like they should score, but Nekoma just keeps saving them. Even if it doesn't always stop them from scoring, Nekoma is tenacious to the end. And their defense is beginning to slide into place. Whenever Asahi goes up to spike, they have the entire court covered and a double block in front of him. So Asahi just goes around, delaying his spike and hitting it off their hands. While Kenma isn't sure if Nekoma will be able to take this first set, He doesn't care too much, and he just figures he's gonna drag it out to get as much information on Kurosano as possible. But despite this seeming apathy, he still pushes himself right after, hustling to ensure that Lev gets the ideal set. And Kinma aims right at Hinata the next time he's up to serve. But Hinata has improved to the point where he can actually bump decently well, so it works out for Kurosano. And Kageyama's serve gets received again. Nekoma counterattacks and kicks him out of serving duties. He's had a hard time getting past their defense of his serves up to now, and he keeps mulling over whatever he thinks he did wrong in his mind after each serve. But with the next serve, Lev also aims at Hinata, stopping him from using the freak quick and allowing Kiro to stuff Tanaka's spike, even up the score at 23-23. Despite Kurosano's early lead, Nekoma has slowly but surely been catching up all throughout this set. And the next time Asahi goes to tools Nekoma's block, they've already adapted, having their receivers take a step back so that Yamamoto can save the ball as it flew out of bounds. Asahi tries to take advantage of them being further back by dinking the ball over, but Nekoma has even accounted for this, and so they get the ball back up again. Kurosano is beginning to get desperate to score, and so they send it to Asahi one more time, who decides to tool the block a different way, slamming the ball down and forcing a waterfall block. And with that, he finally manages to win the point, and Kurosano now has set points. I love how this rally gave Asahi a huge chance to shine, not only purely from his attacking skill, but from his quick thinking and mental fortitude. He saw that Nekoma had adapted and tried 2 different ways to break through that, and the second one worked. But he still scolds himself for not being even more aggressive and trying to blast through the block of his second attack instead of dinking. And Nekoma quickly catches up. And then whenever the ball goes up over the net and Kageyama and Suki try to joust Kinma, he sneakily switches to a set at the last second, baiting the reach over and getting set points. He deliberately waited until Kurosano got a little bit too riled up about scoring, and then he pulled that on them. And with the next point, Kurosano just keeps attacking, and it's all that Nekoma can do to return the ball. And after their second synchro attack, Nekoma receives it into the net, and Kiro just barely saves it, giving Kinma last touch. So he free balls it over and Kurosano gets ready for another synchro attack. But then, the ball hits the ground. Kurosano just got campfired. Kinma sent that ball right to where Kurosano would be most likely to be careful, to ensure that they wouldn't hit each other, and very far away from Noya, and with them being so wrapped up and getting ready to attack again, they didn't notice their error until it was too late. Once again, Kinma turned their aggressiveness against them, and with that, Nekoma takes set 1. Kinma compliments Hinata on his receiving, which I'm sure is very high praise from him, as he never minces words to make anybody feel better. He seriously means it, and he is taking notice of it and adding the data to his calculations for defeating Kurosano. Sugawara points out that Hinata is being targeted with the serves in order to make him take a knee, making it hard to get a free quick. And of course, Hinata realizes that Kurosano used that strategy on Eren, so that practically makes Hinata his equal. Daichi advises Hinata that if possible, that he should flow from his service received directly into his attack, and Kurosano decides to try to have anybody but Hinata handle the serve if possible. That way they can keep their free quick on the table. As for Nekoma, Kinma says that their strategy should be focused on simply limiting Kurosano's attacks and reducing how many scores they get off of each one instead of trying to stop them altogether. And to start off the set, Hinata makes a bit of a statement. He bumps a serve from Fukunaga and moves straight into his attack, taking Daichi's advice from earlier. He hits a front slide and scores, and Bokuto walks up to Daichi, who's watching from the sidelines, and she expresses her anxiety over how Kurosano had just lost the first set. Kurosano practically never loses that, and Nekoma is usually a team that takes a while to warm up. So it's scary that they've already partially adapted to Kurosano, but Bokuto is brutally honest, and he doesn't help Yachi's nerves. But after nearly giving her a heart attack, he tells her not to worry about what's going to happen in the future, and instead to just focus on how good Kurosano is playing right now. I think a big theme of this section is just enjoying the moment. Sure, we all want to see who's better, Kurosano or Nekoma, but both teams and all the players are having a blast with this game, and that's what volleyball is all about. So Nekoma is a team that is all about thinking and experience. Every move that they make is with purpose. But Leb's new, and while the rest of the players at Nekoma have more court experience than him, he still embodies their curious and experimental nature. He notices that Kurosano has moved the receivers forward, so he aims for the back of the court. A move that has thought and logic behind it, but it doesn't work out and Kurosano easily scores on him. Despite that, Coach Nekomata sees what he was thinking and trying, and so he encourages him to keep trying and failing, learning what works and what doesn't work. The pace of the game has slowed down a lot, with Nekoma's stalwart defense forcing Kurosano to put in way more effort than usual just to score. But with a single serve, Asahi changes the flow of the game, fearlessly scoring a no-touch ace on Nekoma. Kurosano lost the last set not because they were too aggressive whenever they should have been conservative, but because they made a mistake. And they're not backing down an inch, staying just as aggressive as always, and it's working. Although Nekoma may be tenacious on defense, Kurosano is just as tenacious on offense, and they go up again and again with attacks, turning every situation into a chance to score. But fighting in the air is a lot more draining than playing defense on the ground, so the game will only get harder for the Crows as it goes on, as they get tired, and as Nekoma slowly tightens their defense. And Kurosano is already getting exhausted. But Hinata is still on this high from yesterday, and his energy is showing no sign of fading, and Kageyama is just as dialed in. And finally, after many tries, he gets his first service ace, a no-touch that's located right in the back corner. And Hinata uses his endless energy, make a great save, and then run right back up to block Nekoma. But he accidentally touches the net, so that's no good. But then Tanaka hits a service ace of his very own. Kurosano's serving is really on fire so far this game. Yamamoto calls Tanaka one amazing dude. He has a lot of respect for Tanaka, and he sees him as someone who lifts up everybody around him, but he is also hyper-competitive with him, as well as with his teammate, Fukunaga. Fukunaga hasn't been given too much focus so far, but he's a cornerstone of Nekoma's play, constantly performing low-key but vital plays without missing a beat. And he single-handedly shuts down Yamaguchi's serve, perfectly passing it and shutting him down with practically no fanfare. The game goes back and forth for a little while, but then Hinata is back up in the front row, and he's ready to score. And he deflects a spike and then runs up and hits a great line shot, but it's out. It looks like Nekoma's blocker scared him into hitting just too far out. And then in the next rally, after Noya just barely saves the ball, Kageyama puts up a free quick for Hinata, but there are already 3 blockers there and Hinata gets stuffed. Before this rally, Kinma told his blockers to commit block Hinata the next time he got a full approach, and he predicted it perfectly. This whole game, Kinma has been purposely limiting Hinata, forcing him to dig serves and preventing him from getting a full approach, and forcing Noya to block Hinata's pass to the other side by making him dig the ball. Kinma knew that Kageyama would opt to send the ball to Hinata then because he knew that Hinata would be getting antsy, and Kageyama would want to give Hinata another opportunity to score. This entire game, Kinma has done everything to cut off Hinata's running lanes and his options, and what makes him such a great decoy and attacker is that teams can never tell what he's going to do next. But Kinma has now successfully caged him, so Hinata is now just a little bit less effective than usual. Hinata figures he can just do it all. All he has to do is make it decently easy to receive and then slide into his normal approach, right? But that's also all part of Kinma's plan. He just needs to mess up Hinata a tiny bit, make him slow down and think, force him to do everything all the time, so that occasionally, whenever Hinata needs to jump super high, move really fast, or make a split-second save, he'll mess it up. And Kinma figures that if he can mess up Hinata just a little bit each time, then Kageyama will lose interest in them and give him less sets, reducing his presence on the court even further. And Kinma uses his knowledge of Kurosano's most common plays in order to put the other players into Hinata's way, using Shoryo's own teammates as barriers to stop him from being an effective decoy. And it keeps working. In fact, it's going so well that Kinma is a little disappointed. A bit sad that he doesn't get to see Hinata being interesting anymore. Kurosano has had a lead for this entire set so far, but point by point, carefully, slowly, Nekoma has caught up with them. Now it's 19-19, and Nekoma has finally completed their defense. Kurosano has nowhere to run. It seems like every spike they hit gets dug, every trick play that they make gets adjusted to, and no matter what they do, they can't take their eyes off of Nekoma's defense. And so they start to make mistakes to avoid getting dug. The tone is getting desperate for Kurosano. So it's time for Sugawara to come in and lighten things up a bit. He serves, then switches with Kageyama for a 5-man synchro attack. And he sends the ball to Kageyama, but Nekoma barely manages to get it over, giving Kurosano another free ball, albeit a free ball from Kinma, so it takes out Hinata and Sugawara in one blow. Kinma has been unleashing the fact that Hinata can defend now to contain him, but Hinata knows that he has to do it. There's no shortcut to scoring and staying on the court. And so he digs, and then he gets ready to approach and jumps for a decoy. Then he does it again. But though he may try, he can't do everything, and he slips on his own sweat, taking him out of the equation, which lets Nekoma block Tanaki easily. This whole time, Kageyama has been observing Nekoma, and he's seen all their strategies for stopping Hinata take place. So now he just has to figure out how to help Hinata get around that wall. Hinata has been so focused on speed so far, digging, getting back, and then moving fast to try to outrun Nekoma's blockers. But this time, it's Kageyama who breaks him out of his curse of speed, putting up a nice high 4-set, and commanding Hinata to fly. And this is all the push that Hinata needed. He makes his approach again, and this time he really flies. Once again, Hinata and Kageyama prove that they are the perfect duo, and they constantly push themselves to new levels. And while the spike doesn't go perfectly this time, it has Kinma reeling. I mean, why would Kageyama give Hinata a high set whenever his whole thing is speed? But what Kinma doesn't realize is that Hinata has been hitting high sets for years, and now he's jumping even higher than before. So whenever Kageyama tries again, this time it goes smoothly, and Hinata gets off a perfect dun jump, hitting his feet against the ground to jump even higher. And he scores, giving Kurosano a breakpoint. Nekoma's blockers are having a hard time adjusting their jumps now, because Hinata takes longer to get to the peak of his jump than other taller blockers. So if they block at a normal time, they're already starting to fall whenever he hits. Kinma's strategy is falling apart now, and he needs to readjust quickly. So Nekoma sends in Nyoka as a wing spiker. The Hinata killer is finally back. And on his very first play, he nearly stops Hinata, but Kageyama manages to save it. And with an emergency high set from Tanaka, Hinata gets another chance to hit a high spike, and despite Nekoma beating on time this time with a 3-man block, he slams the ball right through their hands, tooling the block and getting set point for Kurosano. But with a great receive from Nyoka, who's only recently had to learn to receive like a wing spiker, and a hit from Lev, Nekoma ties it back up. So now it's time for a new face. Rookie setter Shishiro is being subbed in as a pinch server for Nekoma, despite his wishes. But he has a simple secret weapon, a ceiling serve. Yeah, it's back, and Tanaka flubs the pass, but Kageyama gets to Asahi, who hits it right back at Tashiro. He gets it up, but then with a decoy from Hinata, Asahi smashes the ball back down, gaining set point for Kurosano again. That's it for Tashiro's first time on the court, and he felt left behind. All the players are going at it at max intensity despite their fatigue. It's hard to keep up with what's going on, and both teams throw synchro attacks at each other, but it's ineffective for both ends, with Hinata digging a spike from Yamamoto, and the ball flies over the net and lands at the back of Nekoma's court. They weren't able to recover from their synchro attack in time to dig it, just like Kurosano's campfire in the first set. So Kurosano takes the second set. Back whenever they first met, both Kinma and Kuru were both incredibly shy, but they lived next door and their parents forced them to play together, so they eventually became friends. And Kuro eventually introduced Kinma to volleyball. Practicing bumps caused some internal bleeding in Kinma's arms, which Kuro shrugged off nonchalantly, like it was nothing, and this made Kinma respect Kuro and also feel sort of cool himself. And so he and Kuro eventually went to a volleyball camp where Coach Nekomato was. And Coach Nekomato believed that the most important lessons to teach these young volleyball players was that it's a lot of fun to succeed at something. And with his help, Kuro was able to eventually succeed at spiking, which was the move for him whenever volleyball began to click. And Kuro began to change after that, getting more into volleyball and more social. But he still stayed friends with Kinma, who was developing an interest in a different part of volleyball, watching it. And after Kuro suggested to Kinma that being a setter would make him the mastermind on the court, he became a setter. Kuro understood that Kinma sometimes just didn't want to do things, but whenever he cared about something, he would put his all into it. And now in this game, Kinma is ready to go onto the court and play. I really like how the series treats this game in particular as a reward for all the players, and both Nekoma and Kurosano celebrate before the last set, excited to get to play one more round of volleyball against each other. And the first rally reflects it, and tends back and forth for Hinata rebounds and gives Tanaka a chance to score. The narration for the game almost completely cuts out next, and we are left with just the action on the court. Kageyama scores a service ace, then Nekoma picks up his next serve and scores, then Hinata hits a high spike of his dun jump. But Nekoma's guardian, Yaku, picks it up and Yamamoto scores. Yaku was right there. He purposely had his blockers slightly split themselves to give Hinata a chance to hit through and then right at him. Nekoma has already adapted to Hinata's new attack, but Nishinoya is playing at his best as well as he digs a serve and then makes sure to get out of Asahi's blade. Nekoma's blocking style is like Suki is turned up to 11. I mean, Kuro was his main teacher for read blocking, so it makes sense. Kurosano's spikers are constantly covered by their blockers and the pressure is getting to Kurosano, and Tanaka ends up hitting another line shot out. The goal for Kuro is that anytime Nekoma scores a point, it should be a good, solid point. But for Kurosano, every point should be a bad, flimsy one that just barely gets past their defense. But Suki knows the weaknesses of reblocking all too well, and so he scores by speeding up and using his height to go over the block. In the heat of another rally, Kinma goes for a setter dump, but Hinata is there to react. But he doesn't get a good hit, and he sends it off course from Noya, who is going for a dig. But Noya just gets it up with his foot. He has absolute control over every muscle in his body, and so he'll use everything he has to get the ball up. Now, Tadashi is up to serve. And while he doesn't manage to get an ace, he forces Yamamoto to take a knee, allowing Suki to rule him out and deflect Kuro's spike. And with Suki's high contact point, he again goes over the spike and scores, even though the hit was bad. Tadashi serves Yamamoto again, but this time he gets it up without taking a knee and runs up and scores. Sugawara goes in to serve, and this time he joins in the secret attack. And that extra decoy allows Daichi to go into spike, who then accidentally hits the net, but it works out anyway, dropping onto Nekoma's side of the net. Throughout this game, Kinma and Hinata have been intentionally targeting each other. Kinma has mostly been doing it with his serves, but in a particular rally, The two target each other again and again, but in the end, Kinma wins by dropping the ball over to Hinata, who was already on the ground. However, throughout this set, Hinata is also on a roll. Whenever Nekoma sub and Yoga in to help bolster their blocking, Hinata shoots right through a tiny spot in between his arms to score. And later, after an incredible save from Fukunaga, Kinma makes a minus tempo quick set to Kuro. But Noya saves it and Hinata goes up the spike. But he dinks it. At least that's what Kinma thinks he reads. But Hinata actually pushes it to the back of the court, and Kinma misses it. Hinata basically double faked him out. Kinma flops over, exhausted and sweaty, two things that he hates to be, but he says that was fun. Hinata finally did it. He forced Kinma to try his hardest and to have fun, and then he beat him in a rally. Now he just has to finish and win the game. And as the game nears its end, Kinma's attitude has totally changed. The player that used to hate any sort of physical work, who used to play volleyball just cuz, is giving his all. Kinma knew that he's hitting his limits, but despite that, he does all that he can to stop the game from ending. And this last chapter, the game is surprisingly quiet, almost entirely focused on the action of the court again. And it really makes the game feel completely different. While the attitude on the court was fun in the first two sets, there really was so much strategy and conflict, and peeling it back for the end really makes this feel like a more friendly match. Despite all the build-up to this game, it's still just volleyball. When going up for a block, Kinma runs into Lev, and hits the ground hard. But despite this, he yells for his team to forget him, and to focus on stopping the ball from hitting the ground. He's hurt and tired, but he doesn't ever want to let the game end. This intense rally continues on, with Karasuno just barely getting the ball over the net, and Yaku just barely saves it, going straight to Hinata. Hinata tries to hit it down, but Lev's already there to block him. Daiji barely manages to keep the ball up, and it's all Nekoma can do to free ball it back over to Karasuno. Karasuno finally gets a good attack going, with Tanaka hitting a sharp line shot, but Nekoma is there again to defend it. Both teams are playing at their best, but the atmosphere is like a practice game, with all the players having a blast while the other teams watch. And so Kinma goes up to set the ball, but then, due to the sweat on the ball and on his own hands, it slips. And like that, it's over. Kinma was finally beat, not because of him running out of energy or Karasuno's relentless attacks, or even Hinata doing something crazy, but because he was pushing himself so hard that he slipped on his own sweat. It's bad luck, but it's also an incredible marker of how far he's come as a character. The guy who didn't care about volleyball, who did it just because, fought tooth and nail to keep the game going, only stopped by his own sweat. Another really cool detail is that though Kinma double touched the ball, which automatically means that it went to Karasuno's point, Kai still dives for the ball, trying to save it even though he already knows that they've lost. Hinata doesn't even realize that they've won at first. But the party is over. And I think that Kinma voices another theme that Fukurodani wants to communicate with the series here. Kinma says that the stakes were never very high for this game. Nobody's life was on the line. This wasn't a fantasy RPG, there were no gods to fight, just high schoolers. They ran circles around an 18-meter long, 9-meter wide rectangle to keep a ball from hitting the ground on one side and instead try to make it land on the other. But it was the most fun he'd ever had in his life. In the series, volleyball is a dramatic and intense thing. And it can also be a very competitive and intense thing in real life. But most of the time, it's just fun. It's a fun game that you can play with friends. It's easy to pick up, but you can spend your whole life mastering it. And even whenever the best players out there are playing against each other, it can still be fun. And that's what it's all about. And as they walk off the court, Kinma thanks Kuro for introducing him to volleyball, and also mentions that he feels like he's gonna have a fever. The two teams shake hands and we see a lot of hugging, high fives, and some crying from Nekoma. And Coach Nekomata shakes Smoker Lung Yukai's hand, while old Yukai holds out his hand to his TV. Though he couldn't be there in person, his lifelong rivalry finally had somewhat of a resolution. The Cats and the Crows had an amazing game, and Kakeyama and Hinata tell Kinma that they want to play again, next year. And Kinma agrees. It's over for Nekoma, but Karasuno and Fukurodani are still in the running. Fukurodani just got finished steamrolling Matsunama Nishi on Court C. So far, it seems like they haven't really had any trouble this tournament, but they've also been playing incredibly well so far. Akashi even says that Bokuto is playing better than he's ever seen him play before, and Bokuto is having a blast. He walks right up to Wakashu Kiru, one of the top 3 aces in the nation, and yaps about how excited he is to play him next, acting like they were old friends, but they've actually practically never met before. So Karasuno and Fukurodani get a break for now, and most of Karasuno falls asleep. Not Hinata though, he's just about as hyper as ever. And for their quarterfinal game, they'll get to go up against Kamamidai, and Hinata gets to face off with Hoshimi and decide once and for all who the real tiny giant is. And over the rest of this break, we get to see Nekoma and Karasuno's cheer squads accidentally meet up at a restaurant, but Psycho brokers a peace deal with Yamamoto's younger sister. and Daisho goes over to trash-talk Itakama after their loss. He asks Kuro if he really believed that he could win nationals, and Kuro admits that few people actually believe they're gonna win at all. And Daisho ends up saying that even though people know they're likely to eventually lose, it's still worth playing, because they aren't just playing to win. And as he walks away with Mika, Kai says that although few truly believe they'll win, people like Hinata and Bokuto can get completely enraptured in the thought of winning. So it's just about time for the Fukurodani and Mujinizaka game. We haven't gotten to see much of Mujinizaka or Kiryu, but he's a lot more laid back than Bokuto, but who isn't? However, he does get nervous fairly easily, and it seems like Bokuto has already gotten into his head with his careless ramblings earlier. But his setter, Yushiri, reassures him that he's the best and has nothing to worry about. Mujinizaka is a team of a star ace, one who's way more consistent than someone like Bokuto, and they also have a very strong serving game. But despite that, Bokuto has been playing very well this tournament, and he wants to make it very clear that he is the #1 hitter in Japan. And by very clear, I mean he states it in such a way that it confused everybody in the entire gymnasium. To start off the game, Akashi puts up the ball for Onaga, his middle blocker, in an attempt to throw Mujinizaka's blockers off by not sending it to Bokuto, but he's commit blocked and completely stuffed. Mujinizaka's setter, on the other hand, has no doubts about what he's going to do, and he sends it right to Okatsu, who hits it right through Fukurodani's block, and right after that, he scores with a service ace. Kiryu is the definition of a power hitter. He's tall, jumps high, and hits very hard. He leans very hard left whenever hitting in order to use his full body weight, and his playstyle is simple. But he's also always had a lot of pressure on him. He was the best middle school hitter in the nation. Whenever his team went up against Ushijima, they leaned on him so hard that he wasn't able to push through. But Ushijima did, and he won the game. After that, he promised to always call for every ball, and always to be a dependable ace. No matter what the set looks like, he adapts to it and hits it with all of his strength. Kiryu isn't a one-minded volleyball machine like Bokuto or Ushijima, but he's still confident. His playstyle is simple, but he's always adjusting and adapting to whatever happens, so that he can be as consistent as possible. Bokuto is the opposite of consistent, but he's pretty funny. He realizes a little too late that there's a spike coming at him, and so he stands there and chest passes it, and then congratulates himself for it. While Kiryu is careful almost to a fault, Bokuto doesn't have a care in the world. Fukurodani scores off this ridiculous play, but in the next rally, Kiryu is right there to shut them down, slamming it right through their blocking, and then hitting another service ace, and then another one off of Bokuto. Their combination of strong blocking and incredible serving from Mujinizaka is piling on Bokuto. They're building their entire playstyle around throwing Bokuto off, and so far it's working. They have a pretty big lead, and though Akashi tries to break through with a setter jump, Yushiri catches him and blocks his attempt, pulling even further ahead. All that pressure on Bokuto is weighing even more heavily on Akashi, and Yushiri knew this was coming. In middle school, Akashi played a very inoffensive sort of volleyball. He was good, but he didn't really like it that much. On a whim, he went to Fukurodani, where he met Bokuto, and he instantly saw there was something special about him. He called Bokuto a star player, even though at the time, he really wasn't that great. He played with as much passion as ever, and he constantly wanted to practice, but Bokuto wasn't particularly good yet. However, he still loved Akashi's setting, and Akashi couldn't help but enjoy playing with someone as passionate as him. And eventually, after tons of practice, Bokuto and Akashi became real star players. But he's really starting to overthink everything in this game. Bokuto can't score, despite not being too far off his game, and he just lost a point with a setter dump. And Kenma even points out that Yushiri purposely sent an easy serve over to bait Akashi into setter dumping. Akashi is slipping up, but someone is right there to save him and to pick the team up, and it's... Wait, what? It's Bokuto. Yeah, Bokuto isn't crying in a corner because he got blocked and scored off of. And now he's really starting to change the momentum of the game, scoring twice whenever Mujinizaka's entire block is stacked against him, and once with his patented cross-cut shot. He remarks that in the past, he's been the team's ace because of everyone else's support, but now he finally wants to stand alone as the team's ace and become someone the team can rely on, and Bokuto takes off. Over the next rallies of his hitting, Fukurodani begins to rapidly close that point gap. He's hitting through blocks, off blocks, around blocks, and even scores a service ace. Just like with Akashi in middle school, Bokuto's enthusiasm is infectious, and all of Fukurodani is scrambling to keep up with him and play at his level. But Akashi is still having a rough time, and he gets called on lifting a serve. The nerves are really starting to get to him, and he even gets subbed out for a bit. Yamamoto comments that he felt like the game of Karasuno was like a practice game. He was totally focused on the game and having a great time. The pressure of the crowd and tournament didn't occur to him, and he played great. But now, for Akashi, he's totally fixated on the fact that he can't afford to lose this game. I like how you get this game right after the Nekoma one, as it really helps to contrast to just how fun and freeing that game was. A great game can lessen your nerves, and make it easy to play at your best, but that's not always going to happen. And it's all about what you do whenever you get stuck in a rough game, like Akashi right now. But Bokuto snaps him out of it by reminding Akashi that there's never been a game that they can afford to lose. And he knows that Akashi is mature and has faced this pressure a million times before, so he trusts him to be able to collect himself on the sidelines and get back to normal as soon as possible. Fuguro Dani's team motto is "Give your all for every play," and their coach explains that that means focusing on scoring the next points and not getting caught up with the rest of the set or game. Just remembering to focus on your own thoughts and actions. The end result of any game is out of your control, so you should just focus on what you personally need to do next and do it to the best of your ability. Fuguro Dani's substitute setter, Anahori, is under a lot of pressure and he sets it low, but he manages to save the ball whenever it gets blocked. And Kanoa is there to save the day. He does a great job setting, showing off his jack-of-all-trades nature, and he sends it to Saru, who scores. Just like whenever Bokuto is feeling down, Fuguro Dani is able to hold it together when Akashi is out of the game. From the sidelines, Akashi begins to adjust his perspective on the game, and he suddenly realizes that he was trying to control Bokuto. He realized that he was trying to control the flow of the game, and overthinking everything, whenever what he should be doing is just being consistent and doing his absolute best with what he can control in the game, his setting. Fuguro Dani loses set 1, but only by 2 points, and then Akashi goes back in for set 2, and he's doing a lot better now. He's behaving rationally, rebounding instead of trying to set whenever the pass goes long, as he knows his limits and works around him, which is what makes him a great setter. We skip to the end of set 2, and Bokuto is playing great. Fuguro Dani has a 1-point lead of 23-22, and the crowd is absolutely loving Bokuto right now, chanting his name and clapping a beat for his serve, which would throw a lot of players off, but for him it only gets him hyped up even more, and he hits a service ace, and then Wakatsu gets blocked, winning set 2 for Fuguro Dani. And now we focus on Wakatsu, who is having trouble dealing with playing against Bokuto. He realizes that Bokuto is having the time of his life out there and has no anxiety, but he is constantly struggling with it. But Nozumu, Mujimi Zappa's middle blocker, says that fun is something you can make, and they have put in the work that it takes to be fun, so now they just need to have fun. Bokuto scares Wakatsu because it reminds him of just how many things scare him but don't bother Bokuto. He just feels more and more pressure from all the hype around him. But while he feels unconfident in his skills, he is confident in his teammates. Bokuto wants to be the best without leading on Fuguro Dani, but Wakatsu knows that he needs his teammates to support him in order to play well, and he accepts that. In this game as a whole, it seems to be focused on the difference between star players like Bokuto and players like Akashi, who play a lot better whenever they focus on fulfilling roles on the team. Akashi gets caught up trying to be a star, but realizes his mistake and returns to his consistent and exemplary support playstyle, while Akatsu is a player who everyone believes is a star, but he lacks the confidence to behave like one. Instead, he just tries his best to be reliable and make the best out of any bad set from his team. And as the game goes on, he tries to let their encouragement boost his ego and confidence a little bit. Bokuto has always been focused on having the most fun, and has always been very intense because of that, pushing himself to improve in order to have more fun, as he knows that getting blocked and messing up isn't fun. So while it might seem at first like he's shallow, always just chasing the more flashy and fun play, he's also willing to do what must be done in order to win. Bokuto was kind of like the final evolution of the Jozenji playstyle. They only did things based on if they were fun, and didn't focus on the important fundamentals and took crazy risks. Then Inarizaki was a team that was also focused on having fun, but they had incredible skill and so they could actually pull off the flashy plays that they wanted to, making them the ultimate competitors who were fun to watch. But they got too ambitious in Crossno, resulting in them taking too many risks and falling for the trap of speed. But for Bokuto, he cares about having fun and being flashy, but also staying on the court and doing everything well. Just like Fuguro Dani's motto, he wants to put his all into every play and win every game, because it's fun. Wakatsu is doing well despite his difficulty earlier. He's stayed consistent and powerful in his spiking. On the other hand, while Bokuto sometimes gets caught up in his own momentum, right now he's hyped but still aware. He purposely rebounds the ball instead of going up against a 3-man wall. And then he acts like he's gonna smash the ball, but then dinks it over, fooling everyone. These two aces couldn't be more different, and playing against Bokuto scares Wakatsu, but it also inspires him. And now he's putting aside his pain and fear, and instead focusing on keeping up with Bokuto. And now he's having a blast doing it. As the game goes on, Bokuto once again abuses the hype around him to just barely dink the serve over. And Muji Nozaka free balls it over, and Washito slams it down. It's now 20-22, and it's Wakatsu's turn to serve. This is the last stretch of the game. The Wakatsu hits a powerful serve, and Bokuto makes a great back roll receive on the serve that runs up to hit. Kuro remarks that he's acting like a Kurosano player. Bokuto is pushing Akashi and demanding 120% from him. Akashi starts to overthink this play, thinking that it might be smarter to send it somewhere else, but then he decides he wants to try it. He goes with what option seems like the most interesting and fun to him, and he sends it to Bokuto. Though Wakatsu gets it up, it goes over the net and falls out of bounds. And after a back and forth, Fukurodani has set points. And then, just like that, they score and win the game. And that was one of the most anticlimactic final points of any big game in Haikyu. Wakatsu shakes Bokuto's hand and he says that he was glad to get to play against him. And Bokuto tells him that it's awesome that Wakatsu can hit any ball, but he also tells him that he needs to demand more of his teammates, instead of always accommodating their poor emergency sets of his hitting. Though he may have lost in this game, Wakatsu finally learned how to turn the pressure and hype around him into something to push himself with instead of just getting anxious over it. Akashi is sulking after the game. He's terrified that his mistakes at the end could have cost him the game, but Bokuto talks to him. And after Akashi says that he let himself get distracted by overthinking, Bokuto tells him that that's great. He knows what mistakes he made. Now he just needs to fix it next time. And Akashi agrees. But then Akashi berates Bokuto for allowing how he feels from watching other games beforehand to influence his mood and playing in their game. Akashi is focused on consistency and careful routine, while Bokuto just wants to talk about cool moments and how much fun he had. They bounce each other out in the end, and that's what makes them such a good duo. Finally, Bokuto states that they're gonna dig every spike and score on every hit tomorrow. And though that may sound impossible, nothing is really impossible, it's just extremely improbable. He's charging on ahead and pulling everyone on Fukurodani with him. We get to see that Saiko Tanaka and Yamamoto's younger sister have already become great friends, and that's the most important part of the start of this game. But less notably, the original Tiny Giant is here, and he's watching the face-off between Hinata and Hoshimi for the title of the new Tiny Giant. Kamamedai is one of the best blocking teams in Japan, and whenever that's combined with a Japan youth hitter like Hoshimi, it turns them into a real powerhouse. And we get to see that Kageyama keeps a volleyball journal as well, where he reflects on all of his games and how he's playing. It's kind of funny that we haven't seen this yet, but it is also just another cool moment of characterization for him and Hinata. It shows just how dedicated Kageyama is to volleyball and how much work he has put in order to improve. Yet as for Hinata, he is honest in his praise for Kageyama, calling him a friendless jerk, but also admitting that Kageyama has been even more dedicated than Hinata for way longer than him, and that's why Kageyama is so far ahead of him. And we also get to see an actual moment of friendship between Tsukishima and Tadashi, where Tadashi tries to hype Tsuki up by talking about their serve and block routine, but trips over his words, and they both laugh about it. But finally, Hinata gets to meet the Tiny Giants. And obviously, Hinata is really excited to meet someone who he's looked up to for so long. But Batsuno Udai, the Tiny Giant, actually quit volleyball after high school. He was just interested in other things and didn't get too many offers from colleges anyways. And I think it's really cool how this was handled in the story. The Tiny Giant has practically been a mythical character up to now. Hinata and several other characters idolized what he stood for, but he really wasn't much of a character himself before now, and was always a mystery. But now we meet him, and he's kind of just a normal guy. I think that once again grounds the series. It's another acknowledgement that although the games and character arcs of the story are filled with action and drama, the stakes have never been super high, and that's a perfectly fine thing. For many people, running around at an 18 by 9 meter square to make a ball and hit the ground here and not there is just a smaller temporal part of their lives, and there's nothing wrong with that. Volleyball and Haikyu is all about having fun in the moment, and although Udai doesn't feel what Hinata had imagined up to now, he is not disappointed at all. Okay, so now practically every single character in the show is watching this game. Most of the teams that Krasno has played, and some of the ones which they haven't. Saiko, Akeru, and Udai, old Yukai, Hinata's middle school friends, and even some of his classmates who didn't believe that he would actually be playing on the team, started watching outside of Takanoa's store. This game will be a battle between which team can control the air over the net. Will it be Karasuno, the aggressive team which always aims to control the fist fight, or Kamamedai, a team of some of the best and the tallest blockers in the nation? And the game starts out with Hinata staking his claim on the territory over the net, jumping right over Kamamedai's 6-foot-tall blockers and scoring right down the middle. But for the next point, Hoshimi spikes right over Karasuno's blockers. Kamamedai is a team who is all about their blocking, and Hiragami is a cornerstone of all of this. He's tall, fast, and even faster to read any situation and react. And he gets a kill block over Karasuno's second attack, but he's only one guy, and Karasuno figure that they can beat him by using their patented synchro attacks to outnumber him. But as Suki points out, what makes Kamamedai so good at blocking isn't their one really good blocker, but their system of coordinated good blockers. So far, Karasuno has had a slight lead, Kamamedai has been hanging on, and like Nekoma, they're a team that only gets better over time, as their blockers get up to speed and they put more pressure on their opponents. But Karasuno has their own blocking system now, directed by Tsukishima. As Tsukishima has had a ton of experience with short hitters, and so his timing is already spot on and he stops Hoshimi. But now that he knows that there will be a block there, Hoshimi can really start to work. And he tools the ball right off Karasuno's block next. Even whenever he doesn't have the height to go over, he can still go through any block. And we get to see his backstory. Hoshimi is the shortest in his family, and growing up, he always felt inferior to his older brother. He had to put in a ton of work before he can even hit the ball. But whatever his brother tried on a whim, he could already hit it just fine. He was so tall that it was easy. But Hoshimi's mom encouraged him by telling him he could still beat his brother by being better and trying harder. And Hoshimi's even more of a reflection of working hard to make up for a height disadvantage than Hinata is. But he's also a reflection of what Hinata would look like if his circumstances had been different. If Hinata had been given all the support and resources being needed to improve from a younger age, he might have been able to raise his skills to this level. There was actually a really good video made over this by Ludi Skier called Haikyu, Disability and the Importance of Representation. It's criminally underrated, so you should definitely watch it. It's one of the best videos I've ever seen on Haikyu. But Hoshimi has great skills and his fundamentals are much better than Hinata's. He's great at receiving and serving, and he's a much more tentacle hitter than he is. And in the next rally, he even makes a perfect emergency set from the back row, and then a surface ace to fall. Krasno hasn't been able to reliably score points over the middle like usual. Kamamedai's blocking is just too oppressive, and so they've been relying on their wing spikers, kind of like what happened in the Daytech practice game. And Kamamedai takes advantage of this, putting up a stacked block against Asahi in order to stop him from scoring. And while this leaves the middle open, Kamamedai also uses this to their advantage, purposely baiting Kageyama into setting to Tsukushima, who they quickly block. The game goes back and forth for a while, with Tadashi just barely serving out of bounds, and Kamamedai absolutely has the momentum, with their blocking putting heavy pressure on Tanaka and Asahi, and Hoshimi playing in peak form. They take a solid lead with a score of 19-22. Kenosha just serves, and he messes up their passing with his jump floater, but Hoshimi is still there to hit it off a Krasno's block and grab set points. In the next rally, although Hinata baits Hakuba, he's able to jump up again and block Asahi and win the set. Kamamedai managed to take the first set from Krasno, just like Nekama did, and also like Nekama, they're a team that only gets better over the course of the game. Tsukushima makes the offhanded complaint that there would be yet another game that goes in the full sets, and we see a bit of Hinata tier confidence slip out. He's totally convinced that they're going to win this, or at least they'll put up a hell of a fight. Hinata comments that if the spike had been just a little bit further out, they would have scored. While Tadashi quickly warns Hinata that it's not worth it to endlessly stew for past mistakes, Hinata explains that he was actually just suggesting that they should switch out the attack in the future. I think it was a small but great choice to have Tadashi being the one saying this, as he's the character who probably has the most to regret. He only has a tiny amount of chances and can only make a single mistake per set, and despite his service aces and previous successes, he still hits it out of bounds most of the time. I think that it's also an interesting part of his character arc, is that he isn't suddenly immune to making mistakes. Sure, he's gotten better, but his arc has been all about learning from mistakes and staying aggressive despite that. And I think that's exactly what Krasno has to do in the second set. Kamamedai changes up their rotation a bit, making it so that whenever Krasno has at least offensive rotation, they have Hoshimi up to serve and Hiragami blocking, planning to take advantage of this and score some breakpoints. But Smoker Lung Yukai also makes a change, swapping Hinata with Suki. And so now, instead of Krasno having its worst offensive rotation up against the highest block, they now have a standoff between their top scorer and Kamamedai's top blocking rotation. And as the second set starts, after a few back and forth scores, we get to see Hinata's new spot in the rotation already paying off. With there being no front right attacker for Krasno in this rotation, Hinata has the whole middle and right of the court to work with, and he uses it to pull off a very wide slide attack and score. And in the next rally, Kageyama center dumps, taking advantage of Hinata's flashy cover. And with just a simple change, Krasno has turned its reversed rotation into a very strong attacky one. But Hinata still has to go up against Kamamedai's strongest blocking, so it's going to be tough. Kamamedai has a very strong 3-server run in this rotation, with Sua's jump floater, Hoshimi's front spin, and Hiragami's jump floater back to back. Krasno manages to beat Sua's after a messy pass, a back row set from Tanaka, and a great off block for Asahi. Hoshimi's serve throws him off, and Noya has to make a set for Asahi, who gets blocked. Kamamedai is trying to force Krasno to use simple attacks by throwing them off of their serving, keeping Hinata out of the equation. But on Hoshimi's second serve, Krasno puts up a minus tempo set for Hinata, purposely showing off that even with the pressure from the serve, Kamamedai still can't stop Hinata, and they score. But Hiragami aims a jump floater on Asahi, getting a service ace, but he hits the next one out. But Krasno has their own great servers, and Kageyama purposely aims his next ball at Hakuba, who is being hit by the other Kamamedai members because he's still a rookie, and Kageyama makes sure to make the serve look not too hard to pick up, baiting Hakuba into calling for the ball but then getting tripped up, leading to a service ace. Hiragami gets the spotlight again. While Hakuba may be way taller, Hiragami is still the better blocker. He's characterized by a solid mental stability, he just doesn't get fazed by anything, and we see in his flashback that he used to not be able to let things go. Throughout middle school, he always worked as hard as possible and tried to never make any mistakes. He chalked up any mistake to a personal failure of him, just not being dedicated. It's similar to what Yamamoto and Oikawa went through, and he just really began to burn out with volleyball. He had taken it far too seriously for far too long, and he even ends up dragging his knuckles across a wall after practice, taking out his frustration through self-harm. But Hoshimi catches him and points out that if he actually dislikes volleyball, he should just quit. But he thinks that it's more likely that Hiragami is just burnt out, and the reminder that he isn't being forced to play volleyball lifts a weight off of Hiragami's shoulders. From that point on, he adopted a more laid-back approach to volleyball, and he was finally enjoying it again. And now, with that freedom, he is able to never get bogged down and always perform at his best. And so he's completely stopping Asahi in his tracks, roofing him again. Asahi is being weighed down by the pressure of being the ace again. Krasno had a good pass and a good set, but he wasn't able to score, so he feels like he let the team down. But the other third years quickly remind him that he has no right to be depressed. He still scores very often, even if he's not perfect, and they remind him that he won't score on every hit. Asahi stays aggressive and tries to score again, and he's blocked, but Noya still does his back, and Krasno scores. Asahi has been able to trust and rely on his teammates, and now he needs to learn to trust himself. But his teammates already trust him back, especially Kageyama, who hasn't ever hesitated to send the ball to Asahi whenever he thinks it's the right move. Asahi has been feeling pressure, but he shrugs it off, focusing on just scoring the next point. And then he gets a line that's hard as hell. The heavy, smothering weight of expectations sitting on the ace's shoulder, huh? Since when have my teammates ever been a burden? And he tips it over. He's thinking on his feet and doing what he knew would be the most likely way for him to score, and it worked. For a moment, Asahi felt like the entire game was still, and he could read the moves of everyone around him on the court, and he had absolute focus in that moment. He felt the complete confidence that the monster players are always experiencing, and Asahi keeps riding this momentum. Even against Kamamere's incredible blocking, he hits again and again, and even at the end of a long rally, he's keeping perfect form, and that allows him to blast it right into a Kamamere's block, getting a waterfall ball score. It goes back and forth for a while. Hinata is jealous that the blockers aren't paying any attention to him, but Krasno is still barely holding on to the lead. But then Hoshimi gives up the score, and he hits a flawless service ace, tying up the game. And with Hoshimi's next serve, Tanaka barely manages to get it up. But Hinata is already running. He's been trying to make it over their block, and he came up with a perfect way, a minus tempo set plus the dun jump. He managed to not only jump at his new max height with the dun jump, but also made his approach much faster, but still only as fast as he knew Kageyama's set could go, just like that. Oh yeah. And Asahi then risks the service ace right after that. Krasno is absolutely on fire. Asahi hits more powerful serves and Hinata keeps using his whole arsenal of attacks, hitting a side jump. Krasno has the lead now, but then Kamamere comes right back to steal it, taking points back to back. Kamamere makes a really good point. Momentum doesn't really exist. Sure, mentally you can really feel it whenever you're doing well or the other team is doing well. And good plays lead to more good plays, while bad plays can lead to more bad plays. But in reality, you're in complete control of yourself and by extension, what you do in the game. So it's always 100% up to you what you do next, and how to break any chain of good or bad plays. And Shoyo Shotsan Kamamura is steering here, joining Krasno's sinker attack and scoring on an off block, finally giving Krasno set point. And Tadashi's here to finish it off. With Tadashi serving, Tsukishima is able to follow the game perfectly. A poor pass and a bump set, sent right to Hoshimi, as they always do whenever the going gets tough. And noticing a quick glance from Hoshimi, Tsukishima moves right out of the way, and Hoshimi rockets it out of bounds, trying to aim for his block. Suki just dodged the tool. Way back during the summer training camp, whenever Suki was practicing blocking against Hinata, he made sure to pay attention to what Hinata did whenever he was trying to tool a block, and he realized that the key was all in his eyes. Through careful experimentation and observation, Tsukishima has once again beat one of the best aces in Japan. And now Hoshimi is slightly more on edge, knowing that his tool shots may just be dodged. Both teams, despite all the pressure on them, have begun to mellow out. Hinata's everyday insanity is helping Asahi to feel normal, and Hiragami is as frank and blunt as always, explaining that while Hoshimi is troubled after Suki's dodge and he is terrified of Hinata's new dun jump, they'll be just fine. Kamamere has always had a sense of calm to them, no matter the situation, and this is because of a combination of Hiragami and their coach, Aaron Murphy. He used to coach a pro team in Italy. He's the coach that made Kamamere into the team that they are today, focusing on 3 key things: serving, blocking, and mental toughness. He explained that Kamamere means seagull, which he liked because seagulls are tough and can survive in any weather and even swim. They're adaptable and they can fly, a bit like crows. And their adaptability in tough situations is shown at the beginning of this third set, as they bump Kageyama's serve, and it's far from perfect, but each player is simply thinking about what they could do next, given the situation, weighing every option, always thinking about what to do next, and they score with their specialty, a kill block. Kamamere is a solid team that always plays well, and Asuma Miya comments that he doesn't like them. He wants to see them fall apart or get a huge boost of hype, anything that changes them from just being a solid, steady team. But Kita comments that he likes them as a team, and well, of course he does. Kamamede perfectly reflects his ideal sort of volleyball, a team that practices hard and plays like they practice. Every move is thoughtful and done with utmost care. They're kind of like a team of Kitos. But Kita also mentions that Kurosno is just the sort of team that also hate Kamamede's sort of play, and they have players like Hinata who are just itching to throw them off their game. However, not all players at Kamamede are the same, and what really puts them over the edge whenever it comes to being incredible is Hoshimi, who stands out as an overwhelmingly competent but also aggressive player, who gives Kamamede that offensive edge that they need. He can set, he can receive, and he can absolutely spike. Hinata's back in the front row now, and he's desperately trying to make Kamamede pay attention to him. Despite that struggle, he's still playing very smartly, making sure to get lost in the crowd with their synchro attacks, as he knows that Kurosno's best offense is still the one where they put up as many attackers as possible. But Kurosno is beginning to slip behind, and Tsukishima in particular is starting to run out of energy. The game goes back and forth, up to 11-9, with Kamamede in the lead, and Kurosno needs to close that gap. Hiragami's blocking continues to be consistent and smart, even whenever the unexpected happens. Asahi hitting a ball that waterfalls off the block, or Kageyama faking a center dump and sending it to Hinata. He reacts quickly and calmly, but Kurosno is also keeping it together, largely thanks to Daichi, who makes great plays that allow Hinata to stay active and thinking. And Hinata just keeps hitting Kamamede with unexpected attacks, constantly using the whole court and his whole arsenal of attacks to catch them off guard. We see that Washijo is watching the game, and he's watching Hinata. He put everything on the line in the past just to stop him. He tried to deny Hinata his chance to play that sort of high-flying volleyball, the sort that Washijo thought was impossible for himself due to his height. And another interesting comparison is between Hinata, Washijo, and Hoshimi. Washijo never received any sort of support or any sort of incredible setters like Kageyama to support his playstyle, and so he never got a chance to play. Hinata went for years without getting any sort of support, and only recently in the last year has been able to really play volleyball. And Hoshimi was one who was always supported by his family and team the entire time. It shows just the disparity of this can create, and also the hostility that can also be created between these players. But Washijo is beginning to change his thinking. Hinata has proved again and again that with his jumping and his thinking and his movements, he has been able to go above any block. He's been fighting a battle of height, and he's winning against Kamamede's fantastic and tall walkers. This whole time, he's been joining Kurosno's secret attack at first tempo. But suddenly, he sprints into a minus tempo dun jump, catching all the blockers off guard and going right over them. Little by little, Hinata is tearing Kamamede's system apart. Even the steadfast Hiragami bends a little bit, shifting his weight towards Hinata just a tiny bit. In a second, it's all Kurosno needs. Kageyama sends the ball to Tanaka and they score. Even though Hinata cannot score in dozens of different ways himself, his best role is still as the ultimate decoy, causing that moment of hesitation allows Kurosno's more powerful spikers a chance that they need to score. And Hinata now fully accepts that role. His goal this whole game has been to get the blockers to focus on him. And now they're finally doing that. Hinata finally wants to be called the greatest decoy. Hoshimi may be the new tiny giant, but Hinata has found his own path. Kageyama pretty much figured that this would happen all along, once again showing that he's a lot more perceptive of Hinata than he lets on. And Hoshimi finally realizes that Hinata is a very different player than he is. Hoshimi continues to abuse Kurosno's blockers, tapping a ball right over them, but Hinata has Kamamede's blockers on a leash, completely fooling them and allowing Tanaka to hit a completely free shot. And we can see that Kageyama is really having the time of his lives, using Hinata to mess with the blockers. Atsumu is really jealous, and Hinata's having a blast too. He rotates into the back row to serve, and he decides that he's going to score 12 breakpoints in a row in order to stay in for the rest of the game. Kageyama goes for a setter dump, but Kamamede has 3 blockers coming to stop him. However, Daichi saves it with his foot. I love how we get to see Senji, a team which complained about Daichi being boring, cheer him on for that fluke play. And then Hinata grabs a deflect off of Tsuki's block. But Tsukishima isn't about to be beat by Hinata, and though he's reaching the end of his stamina, he puts his all into a spike over the middle. But Hoshimi gets it right back up and sends it to Hakuba, who goes right over Kurosno's triple block, but Hinata is right there to receive it, and he runs up for a minus tempo back attack, and he scores. Hinata just earned another moment on the court and also gained a lead for Kurosno, and we also got to see in that rally just how much he pulls the other members of his team like Tsukishima along with him. Tanaka goes up to congratulate Hinata and help him up, but then Hinata slips. I actually had this moment spoiled for me before reading the manga, but despite that, it still surprised me. After rereading it for this video, I was on edge throughout the entire last set, as I didn't remember exactly whenever it happened. There have been small signs before now. Hinata has been even more hyper than usual, even at night, when he usually would be knocked out. And in the 4th season of the anime, we can already see a little bit of redness on his face. But Kageyama was the only one who noticed all the signs, which once again just shows how closely he's paying attention to Hinata. But Hinata ran himself into the ground over the course of the last 2 days and finally caught up with him. This moment hurts, and it really could have felt cheap. like a stupid plot contrivance that only came out to give Kurosano an excuse for losing to Kamehameha. But it doesn't, and it's mostly because of Takeda. Hinata begs to not be taken out, and he claims that he can still play. But Takeda tells him what he needs to hear, even if he hates it. Takeda explains that he understands that Hinata cares more about staying on the court than anybody else. But that's all the more reason why he should learn from this moment. He should take better care of himself. That way, he never has to feel this way again. That way, he can one day win a gold medal. Takeda reminds him that he can't beat everything through pure grit and guts. And things like this are still volleyball. Taking care of yourself is still part of volleyball, and that's even more important for a short player like Hinata. Hinata will get less chances than other taller players, but that just means that he needs to prepare for those chances and never let any of them escape him. He needs to be the one that's always at the very front of the line whenever opportunity comes knocking. This right here is what makes Haikyu great. This is what makes it my favorite manga ever. Though it may sound cheesy, this series really is about so much more than volleyball. Furudate expresses so much in the story. He expresses some of his life philosophies, themes that he doesn't just present, but challenges and explains. Through conflicts like Kinma's thinking versus Yamamoto's guts, the ordinary Oikawa versus monsters like Ushijima, Kita's everyday routine-based and repetition, and Urazaki's ceaseless charge forwards, and Hinata's constant, evolving struggle to stay on the court. None of these conflicts have an exact winner or loser. Furudate never says anything like hard work will always meet talent, but rather, every character learns from these battles of concepts, and through them, I think that anyone who reads can learn a bit, not only about volleyball, but also about life. It's cheesy for sure, but this is the reason why I'm making this video. I've tried to highlight all of these moments which stood out to me and that are always somewhere in the back of my mind. Whenever Furudate creates a hype moment for Haikyu, it really sticks with you. Not just because it looked cool or even because it had a well-written twist, but because it was a turning point of a character arc that had something to say. And even if this video that I'm making now is far from perfect, I hope that I've at least given everyone watching another chance to think about these moments and discuss a little about how cool they are. Hinata apologizes for not taking care of himself, but the rest of the team is there for him. Naka calls him a toddler, but in a nice way. Tsukishima does it in a less nice way, but you can tell that he still has faith that Hinata will be just fine. But Daichi knows just what to say, telling Hinata that the team needs him, and that he needs to go eat and sleep. And Kageyama reminds Hinata that once again, he stayed in the court for longer. He won, but despite winning this competition, Kageyama doesn't seem to be happy about it. Him and Hoshimi are waiting for Hinata to get back on the court. Hinata watches the game as he walks away with Yachi, until the door shuts behind him. But then Kenma meets up with him. He's here to cheer on a friend, and he brought an iPad to watch the game on. Of course Kenma is an iPad kid. So now the rest of Kurosano has to make it without their tiny decoy. Kageyama reminds him that they have some good players on this team, and Daichi gives one last speech, reminding everyone that while they're short on experience and preparation, they're gonna put everything they have into the game, because it's all that they've got. Kamehameha's blocking is dominating Kurosano, and Oshimi scores a service ace too. But Kurosano holds their own, and the game goes up to 21-22, with Kamehameha barely in the lead. Kamehameha makes a tactical substitution, switching out their wing spiker and setter for another wing spiker and setter, but flipping their positions in order to give themselves a stronger front row. Kurosano keeps going, breaking through Kamehameha's wall again and again. But during a synchro attack, Tsukishima has a leg cramp, and he gets subbed out for Tadashi. Sugawara is the one who convinces Coach Yukai to put in Tadashi instead of himself. Reminding Yukai that him being a third year doesn't matter, and Kageyama tests him right away, sending the ball right to him, which Tadashi scores with. But Kamehameha keep their lead, and they get set points. During the next rally, it's back and forth, and Daichi barely manages to keep the ball up with a fantastic overhead dig. Kageyama sends it to their ace, who hits it off the block, but Kamehameha saves it and sends Hoshimi right back into the fray, who spikes right over Kurosano's block and off Noya, and Tanaka just barely misses the dive. It's finally over for Kurosano. Everybody shakes hands, and the third years bow for one last time. Then they shuffle off the court. I think the detail of Tadashi and Sugawara was a very solid capstone for both of their arcs. Tadashi finally got a chance to go in a game for real, and he was actually able to play decently well and keep up with the people around him, so he's shown a ton of growth. Meanwhile, Sugawara kinda kept his role as the tragic third year who ultimately didn't end up playing in most of the games, and the last game ended without him going in. But he still made sure that even if it resulted in him not personally being able to play, the Yukai would make the best choice in the situation that they were in. And send Yamaguchi in. I think it shows Suga sticking by his morals and continuing to only support whatever he believes will make the team win. But after the game, Kita questions Miya's belief that results are everything. He explains that while if you only care about winning, a hard lost spot means nothing. To him, it was still a lot of good work, and that builds muscle. So even if he didn't win, he still got better. Fuki Hibarata, who is the coach of Japan's national volleyball team, explains that every player here has experienced loss, and it's not about who wins and loses today, but about who gets back up and continues to compete and learn. It's that theme for the end of the first tournament again. Krasno has lost today, but what will they become tomorrow? After their loss, Krasno talks a bit. And Sugashima remarks that he wants to study some of Kamamedai's game tape, showing just how much he's grown and changed since the summer camp. And Daishi calls him a seal. Tanaka asks Kyoko if he can carry her bag, and she lets him. And Kageyama remarks that he wishes that he could have taken this team further, which makes Sugawara feel like it was all worth it. Going to nationals, even if they ultimately lost, was worth it. Because Kageyama feels this way about his team now. The Kageyama who wanted to do everything himself has now become someone who cares deeply about every member of his team. And then we flash forward to graduation, and then to years in the future. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't love how this was done. It feels rushed. And I would have liked there to be at least one more chapter of graduation and them looking forward to their second year or something. It makes the graduation of the third years feel far less impactful, since now nobody is playing high school volleyball anymore. So why even focus on their time ending with their game? But besides this, I do think this time skip is a little bit messy. I really would have liked to see a bit more of the second and third years, even if it was just some flashbacks later on, because we really only get a basic summary from Yachi. In particular, I would really like to see how Tadashi and some of the other less notable first and second years ended up later on, especially Tadashi eventually becoming the captain in his third year. But yeah, in the end, even in their third year, Krasno never did win nationals. And now that he's graduated, Hinata's in Brazil. Well, Kageyama went off to play professional volleyball and in the Olympics right after high school, while Yachi, Suki, and Tadashi went to college. Hinata is playing beach volleyball in Brazil. There was an alumni of Shiratorizawa who went off to teach volleyball in Rio, and Wasijo pulled some strings to help Hinata get there. Wasijo has complete faith in Hinata now, and he wants to give him all the chances that he never got. So he gets Hinata 2 years in Brazil, after 1 year of preparation. And whenever Hinata first arrives in Brazil, he's welcomed by Luca Kato, the Shiratorizawa alumni, and he also meets his roommate Pedro, who is very reserved. Whenever Hinata starts playing beach volleyball, he realizes that it's very different from indoor, and some of his greatest strengths, his jumping and speed, are completely different in the sand. And for a while, he just keeps struggling. He tries his best to improve and to make ends meet through his work. But on a particular day, he gets lost while delivering food, and he realizes that his wallet, which was a gift from his younger sister, was stolen. And then whenever he gets home, Pedro won't even talk to him. So Hinata sits in the corner of his room and looks at his phone, where there's an image of his old teammates. He doesn't really know what to do, how to move forward. So he just goes out and joins a random game at beach volleyball. And playing with some of these random people, he begins to understand the appeal of beach volleyball. Seeing that while sand can be tough to plan, it also makes other things easier. Oh yeah, and Oikawa shows up. He's playing in the Argentina League. And whenever he and Hinata go to eat at a place that Hinata knows, Oikawa explains why he's playing in Argentina. Back whenever he was in middle school, he watched Argentina play against Japan. And in that game, Argentina had a new but highly skilled ace. However, as the game went on, he began to fall off. But Argentina, instead of subbing him out, subbed in a veteran setter. And that veteran setter, although he didn't always send balls to the ace, whenever he did, he sent them easy to hit ones. And the ace was able to recover, and he managed to end up being the highest scorer in the match. And Oikawa was so impressed by Jose Blanco, the Argentinian setter, that he got his autograph, and he ended up being Oikawa's role model, kind of like how the Tiny Giant used to be for Hinata. After high school, Oikawa wasn't sure if he wanted to keep playing volleyball. He was still convinced that he was an ordinary player who simply couldn't compete with monsters. But Jose points out the obvious problems of what Oikawa's thinking. Oikawa still hasn't reached his peak. He still hasn't mastered any one part of volleyball, and he still hasn't given the best effort he can. So he has no right to complain that he will never be able to catch up to more gifted players. So Oikawa followed Jose to Argentina to be coached by him. And Oikawa and Hinata then go to play some beach volleyball. And Oikawa sucks at it. And then they are challenged by Gino and Gabrielle. One set, winner gets a round of drinks from the other, and Oikawa and Hinata get beat. Badly. Oikawa asks Hinata why he's starting over from scratch in beach volleyball, and Hinata decides to borrow a phrase from Kinma, and states that he doesn't mind leveling up. He enjoys learning new things and getting good at things. And whenever he comes back from the game, Hinata notices that Pedro is reading One Piece. Trademark Shonen Jump, be sure to buy One Piece and Dragon Ball and Gintama and all the other things. And he finally begins to connect with him. And Hinata and Oikawa meet up again to have a rematch with the Buy Me a Drink brothers. And when Oikawa says for Hinata, Hinata realizes something. Oikawa thought everything through. He accounted for how high the ball should be, where it should be positioned, and he even adjusted for the wind. Oikawa can adapt to any spiker, and he'll always try to set whatever ball is easiest for that spiker to hit, just like Jose did. And Oikawa also realizes something about volleyball. It's still fun. He's having to relearn everything from scratch, and playing beach volleyball is a completely different beach. He's having to account for many new variables, but it's all fun. In beach volleyball, a high set is often not the best one, if the wind will mess it up. But to avoid having to make a high set, Hinata has to bump the ball and then run straight into the spike without missing a beat. And Oikawa notices just how much presence Hinata still has on the court, and Hinata uses his opponent's focus on him in order to dump the ball right back to the back line. Oikawa explains to Hinata that a big part of watching the opponent is also thinking about how they see you. And so they win the game, and Oikawa heads back to Argentina not long after. But this visit broke Hinata out of his slump, and so he begins to train with his newfound vigor. He learns more Portuguese with Pedro, he does weight training, he works his job, and most of all, he plays lots of volleyball. He also meets his main partner Heitor and begins to be called a Ninja Shoujo, because he's Japanese. Well, actually it's because he's sneaky. Heitor and Hinata are doing well, and they only need one more win to qualify for the next circuit, and Hinata is actually sponsored by Kenma, who is now a college student, stock trader, pro gamer, YouTuber, and CEO of his company, Bouncing Ball. Yeah, he's on his grind. And Kenma says that he'll sponsor Hinata because why not? But if he becomes boring, Kenma will drop him. Hinata's partner, Heitor, is almost as impulsive as Hinata, announcing that he plans on proposing to his girlfriend, Nice Rodriguez, if he and Hinata win their game. He's acting like he's staking everything on this game in order to hype himself up to play. But the big difference between him and Hinata is that he still sees volleyball as a job. He has to hype himself up to play and force himself to properly recover and train. But Hinata lives, eats, drinks, and sleeps volleyball, despite dedicating his whole life to playing it, uprooting everything to go to Brazil. Hinata still has love for the sport and views it as more of a hobby that he enjoys. And he's had this unrivaled joy for volleyball since the beginning of the series. Well, it's rivaled by one person. And so Hinata leaves his partner for the date in order to take care of the rest of the things he has to do. And Lucio Kato sees Hinata while he's buying some cauliflower, and Kato comments that Hinata, despite having adjusted to living to Brazil, it still sometimes reminds him of what it was like to live through the cold winters of northern Japan. He sees that Hinata is always preparing, always being careful, because while it might be good times now, bad times can come and cut right through you like a winter wind, freezing you to the bone. And ever since the end of the Kamamedai match, Hinata has trained himself every day in order to work so that it's a habit for him to practice wellness, to ensure that if an opportunity ever shows itself again, he'll be prepared to grab it. And now it's time for one last beach game, and Hinata declares that he's gonna win, watch Heitor get married, and then go back to Japan. And we get to see how Hinata's approach to beach volleyball has changed. The most important thing he had to learn was how to jump on sand. There's no ground to kick off of, but it's also difficult to just ride your momentum like he was doing before the dun jump. So he had to learn to send all of his velocity up. And whenever he does that, Hinata can now jump much higher on sand, and the game is going pretty well, with both duos having one set each. And the score is 10-9, with Hinata and Satana in the lead. And Hinata keeps abusing the other team's perception of him, constantly baiting them to hit to one side of the court just to suddenly appear over there. They call him Ninja Shoujo for a reason, but their opponents are good, especially Santos, who Lucio calls a sage. He's level-headed and smart, constantly thinking ahead, and he has great receives and even sometimes purposely botches them in order to send the balls to the back of Hinata and Heitor's court. And nearing the end of the set, Hinata realizes that Santos likely predicted that the set would go long. So he chose to let the other team start with the good side of the court so he could take advantage of having the good side near the end. In beach volleyball, the wind is a huge factor for the players, and a veteran like Santos knows how to work around it and even manipulate it to give himself an advantage. And Santos' team grabs set points, and during the penultimate rally, Hinata does all that he can to stay connected with his teammate, and together they are barely staying alive. Hinata sets Heitor overhands, which is much more difficult in beach volleyball because the rules are very strict against overhand hits. But the set goes too close to the net, and Santos' team wins. Everybody shakes hands. Nice, having caught on to Heitor's plan, proposes to him, and she thanks Hinata for partnering with Heitor, saying that it seems like he's having more fun now than he ever did in the past. So Hinata attends Heitor's marriage, and then in March of 2018, he flies back to Japan. Everybody from Brazil is here to see him off, and Pedro tearfully says his goodbyes and asks Hinata to get him Kazuken's autograph, which is apparently Genma's YouTuber name. Hinata's heading back to Japan, and he's going to apply to play for the MSB-wide Black Jackals, a pro team, specifically the pro team of Atsuma Miya and Bokuto. So Hinata got on the team. I'm sure that Atsuma Miya made sure of it. And they're on the bus now, heading to the Sendai City Gym, now called the Kame Arena Sendai. And on the way there, they get an ad for Power Curry featuring Kageyama, who's very enthusiastic. We get some panels reflecting the very first chapter. The pianists are remarking on the icy hot smell of the gym, and also the smell of Osama Miya's onigiri. On the way to the bathroom, Hinata has one last fateful encounter, face to face with his biggest enemy, Kageyama. We see lots of familiar faces here at this game, including Tabushi, Yachi, Shimada, Takanoe, and Sugashima. Sugashima is now playing for a Division 2 team, and the third years are all here too. In general, a lot of these last few chapters are fanservice-y, but I'm here for all of it. And here we get to see a lot of fun character interactions, and of course there's also the bombshell. Ryosuke Tanaka and Kyoko Tanaka. Yeah, they got married. I mean, it wasn't really built up to in the series, other than Tanaka carrying her bag at the end of Nationals, but lots of years have passed. It's not the smoothest thing in the world, but it sort of makes sense. And we get to see Kaji and Izumi here, supporting Hinata again. And we even get a 2-page spread of Noya fishing for marlin in Italy. And so it's time for the game. The Sweden team is composed of Fukuro Hiragami, the Kamamedai player's older brother, Yoshijima, Hoshimi, Kageyama, Nicolas Romero, a player from Brazil, and some other guys, while MSBY has Bokuto, Hinata, Sakusa, and Atsuma Miya, plus some other guys. Hinata is replacing Oliver Barnes, who is a nearly 7-foot-tall opposite hitter who the Black Jackals usually play. Yeah, Hinata is an opposite hitter now, which makes sense, as you usually do need a tall middle blocker, especially whenever you're a pro. And the game starts with Kageyama serving. He's the best server in Japan right now, even beating Natsumu. Kageyama says that he's not who he was in high school, calling back to the second chapter. However, Kageyama said that he wasn't who he was in middle school, and then he debuted his jump serve, and Hinata was unable to receive it. But despite this, Hinata gets it right up, bumping it nicely, and Natsumu gives Hinata a nice high set, and Hinata flies, scoring. He's already making a huge impression, but he's frustrated, as he wanted to bump that serve without dropping a knee. And we get a short flashback, finally showing what Yoshijima told Hinata back whenever he asked him what goes through his mind whenever he's bumping a serve. And that's what he's going to do for the next attack, which is crazy payoff. And Atsumu goes up to serve, with his cool start and everything, but he hits it out of bounds. And Nicolas Romero hits the serve as ace. Romero is a world-class ace from Brazil, who recently just started playing in Japan. I guess Japan and Brazil are really the only two countries that exist in the Haikyu universe. Way back when Osamu told Atsumu that he would be going to food service instead of pro volleyball, Atsumu told Osamu that on his deathbed, he would be the one who could say he had a happier life. Which I guess is actually a pretty healthy thing to compete for. And we see Atsumu send a perfect minus tempo set to Hinata, but Kageyama is there to dig it, and it flies out of bounds. And now that quick set is even faster than before. Hinata is jumping higher and faster, plus his form is spectacular now, so he hangs in the air for longer than before. All that training on sand has made his normal jump in volleyball even higher. And Bokuto is up to serve now, and now he even encourages the crowd to clap around as he serves. It's funny that him and Atsumu have practically the opposite reactions to clapping. Atsumu needs absolute silence, while Bokuto just wants everybody to praise him. But Hoshimi gets the serve up just fine, and Yoshijima slams it down to score. Sakusa then scores off a spike. It looked like Kageyama would get it, but Sakusa can snap his wrist in such a way that the ball gets a very nasty spin on it, making it hard to receive. Earlier I stated that it kinda seemed like Sakusa was set up for nothing at Nationals, but even he comes into play here. It's pretty cool who Furudate doesn't leave much of anything without a payoff. A few other cool moments that happen are that Hinata now has a jump serve. I guess he never developed one throughout high school because everyone seems surprised with this. Later, Nicolas jumps with his back to the net, but manages to turn around midair and hits his perfect spike down. And in the next rally, he ups a nasty tip from Hinata and flows perfectly into a quick set. Everyone here is really good, but Romero is really world class. However, even against this world class ace, Hinata has a trick up his sleeve, and he baits Romero into tipping over the block, thinking that Hinata would be out of place to get it, but Hinata covers it perfectly. And then after a service ace from Sakusa, Hoshimi is up to spike, and he quickly looks over the court, judging where the players are, and he notices that Hinata is waiting for a tip again, so he gets the spike at the back corner, and Hinata is right there to receive it. Hinata is incorporating the ninja routine that he was using for beach volleyball into indoor, purposely leaving spots open and then using his ridiculous speed and great defensive skills in order to cover them. Even Romero recognizes Hinata from seeing his son watch videos of Ninja Shoujo play. Now he's even became a decoy for himself on the court. Despite this, he also works just as well as a normal decoy for other people. And Atsumu is having a ton of fun by using Hinata's antics to circumvent the blockers. And in the following rally, Hinata gets a ball up on the second touch and sets it to Atsumu, pulling off an impressive quick play. Hinata really can do anything on the court now, from hitting to decoying, to blocking, to setting, to receiving. He's become a master of all trades in order to stay on the court as long as possible, following up on the theme first presented all the way back in that first chapter. And after a quick spike, Bokuto realizes that he won't react in time, so he just bumps it with his chest, just for Atsumu to dump the ball. Truly the perfect play. And with that, the Jackals grab the first set point, but in the next rally, Yoshijima spikes the ball as hard as he can, and though Hinata is there to receive it, it's just too powerful for him to handle. Yoshijima apologizes to Hinata about being so strong, which I guess is thoughtful of him, but Hinata doesn't hesitate in the next set, going up the spike, but then suddenly turning in the air and sending it to Bokuto, who spikes it down to win the first set. The rest of this game switches the focus between all the players we know and some that we don't really know to show their philosophies and how they've grown, and the next few chapters are focused on Kageyama, and in my opinion, these are some of the best in the entire series. We see that Kageyama has been volleyballing since a very young age, and that's largely because of his older sister and grandfather. His sister played volleyball in middle school and his grandfather coached, so they often brought Kageyama along to practice. Even whenever he was just 5, he had already developed a love for everything about volleyball in a gym, and they all practiced together. But his sister quit volleyball before high school. However, Kageyama continued to play, now just practicing with his grandfather. Kageyama decided that he would become a setter simply because that was the position that gets to touch the ball the most. And his grandfather was the one who taught him about personal maintenance and taking care of himself outside of volleyball. He's the reason that Kageyama's always had such a good routine and done things like keep a volleyball journal. Other people saw him as a prodigy, and it's true that he likely had a talent for the game, but throughout literally his entire life, he has been absolutely dedicated to volleyball. In one of his early games, he's pulling off service ace after service ace, and he purposely decides to go easy with the next serve in order to make the game go on for a little longer. Just like Hinata, he has always just wanted to stay on the court, but his grandfather tells him that if he really wants to play lots of volleyball, then he has to become really, really good. And then he gotta play lots of volleyball against the best, and one day, someone who's even better than him will come and find him. And then Kageyama starts at middle school later, and by that time, his grandfather's health is beginning to decline. And though he continues to visit him, his grandfather doesn't have the energy to talk for long, and he eventually passes away, and now Kageyama practices alone. Nobody at his middle school has the same drive to improve as him, and then at the last middle school game, nobody is there whenever he sets the ball. He doesn't make it into Shirato Izawa. But then finally, someone who just might be even better than him finds him. And now in the pro leagues, Kageyama has found countless incredible players to play against and with, each monsters in their own ways. Hinata dates Kageyama's serve beautifully, and Kageyama notices that his balance is even better than before from all the training on the sands. Kageyama knows the strengths and unique skills of everyone on this team, and he gives his spikers the best balls that fit their playstyle the most, giving Hoshimi nice high balls that allow him to make the most out of his form and jump height. And through all this, Kageyama also keeps his set perfectly stable and precise, plus his serving is unmatched, and he scores a service ace. And even whenever he's in a bad slot, he can set anything, reaching way above the net and setting with a flick of his wrist, right to Romero. Now that Kageyama is in the pros, he's surrounded by Hinatas, spikers who will push him to his limits, monsters who will bring out the best in Kageyama. And so in the next set, he looks at all of his options, and then Kageyama lets the ball drop over the net, scoring without even touching the ball. Throughout the game, Kageyama has been leaning on his side hitters even more than usual, trying to gradually pry the Jackal's blockers apart from the bunch read block formation into a spread formation. And now that's happened, he's finally making use of the middle, scoring multiple times with his middle blocker. Every point that he scores is a stepping stone for his next attack. Natsumu accuses Hinata of being the one who woke Kageyama up. The person who changed him from the spiker who was afraid of setting the ball and his teammates not being there, who transforms into the calculating monster that he is today, who controls all the weapons in his arsenal and forces them all to play at their best. Hinata and the other players of Kurasuno all showed Kageyama that he could do whatever he wanted, and they would still be there to hit his spikes. So now Kageyama has developed absolute trust in the setters, and confidence that he can do whatever he wants. And so, with both of these now in hand, he finally has truly retaken the title of the King of the Court, and the Adlers win the second set. Kageyama starts off the third set with a nasty serve, but Hinata bumps it well. However, Hiragami stuffs the Jackal's quick attack, and then Kageyama scores a service ace. Though Mia knows quick sets are being marked, he doesn't back down with them. And with his next attack, he scores. And then with the next attack, he goes to the side, scoring Bokuto. Asumu is just as thrilled to have so many attackers to play with, and he has the blockers dancing to his tune. And with the next serve, he switches to a jump floater, scoring a service off of Hoshimi. But on the next serve, he walks 4 steps back, like he would for a jump floater, but then he launches a front spin serve, catching Romero off guard and scoring again. Asumu knows that he's been leaning on the quick attack, and he knows that his serving habits are very predictable, and he uses both of these things to his advantage. He's become a bit of a self-decoy himself. And then he scores another ace off his hybrid serve, this time giving it lots of horizontal spin. He found the weaknesses of his old dual-wielding serves, so simply added another serve that makes both even more powerful. But the Adlers then adapt, switching to a 4-man receive formation, and Yoshijima gets the ball up, with Hoshimi towing the block for a point. And in the next rally, Atsumu gets under a really low pass, and sets it to the right side where Bokuto scores. Despite the set being from a really uncomfortable spot, it was easy for Bokuto to hit. Atsumu's form was impossible to read. Atsumu has really learned to embody Irazaki's motto now, always being in the moment and always adapting and changing, throwing away what tools don't work, and always looking for what he can do better. Kita might not like that philosophy, but it fit Atsumu just fine. And we also get to see that Kita is a rice farmer now, and he makes the same brand of rice that Osamu uses in his onigiri. All 3 of these players have taken their own very separate paths in life, but they're all still connected. Bokuto has been playing great today. He's much less of a streaky player now, and he's gotten better at observing his opponents as well. He sees that they are shutting down a line very heavily because he's been dominating it so far. So he just switches to a cross shots, and we also get to see how much he engages with the audience. He really does make a great pro player, and it fits him really well. And we get a flashback to the end of the spring tournament. Back then, Fukurodani made it all the way to finals, and they went up against Ichibayashi in a 5-set game. and in the end, Bokuto was blocked by them, losing the game. We know literally nothing about Ishibayashi, which is mostly fine in my opinion. I mean, there are a lot of teams in Japan and a lot of good players, and it makes sense that a team that we didn't follow could win. But I do think it is a bit weird that none of these players pop up in the Pro Leagues or Olympics team or something. I mean, they had to be really good in order to beat Fukurodani and Kamen Meidai, but for that last set of nationals, Akashi blamed himself. He set up poorly and got blocked. But Bokuto takes full responsibility. He's the ace, and it was his responsibility to spike the ball and score. And Noah says that while Bokuto was often a huge pain to deal with, he's incredibly grateful that he got to play on the same team as him, and that they got to play at the center court at nationals. He tells Bokuto to never stop playing volleyball, and that he will cheer for him no matter what. And now, in the present, Bokuto can truly embody those ideals of an ace. He goes up to spike a messy emergency set from Hinata, but it's not looking good. But Bokuto still goes up for a spike, and then he doesn't hit it. He lets it fall and elbows it over. He's truly an ace now, someone who can make the best out of any set. It's 20-17 in the third set, and the Jackals have the lead, plus Atsumu is serving. But Oshimi then gets the ball up, and it goes over to the Jackals side, and Bokuto puts it up to hit. But it is a little bit too obvious, and the block pulls back before he tools them, making Bokuto hit it out of bounds. At this level, the big blockers know that they're a target, and so they train to avoid being abused, making it even harder for short players like Oshimi to score. But Oshimi knows that if he can't abuse blockers, he has no place on the court, so he just double abuses them. He fakes a tool hit, and then at the last second after Hinata pulls back, spikes it right over him. Hoshimi can fight for himself in the air better than anybody else, and we see that reporter that interviewed Hoshimi way back during the spring tournament because he was short. She's followed his career since then, and she's realized that Hoshimi is great, not just in spite of being short, but he's created his own sort of greatness by being short. Sure, it's not fair, but he's refined his spiking ability beyond anybody else even in the Pro League, and that's what's given him the wings to fight for himself in the air. And in the next few chapters, Sakusa takes center stage. Sakusa is a bit like Kira, but more obsessive. He wants to do everything perfectly, and he constantly focuses on staying clean and healthy to almost a fault. He's a pure distillation of the themes of the Brazil arc, and he enhances growth towards personal wellness. And we get to see a bit more about what it was like for him to grow up. He was initially introduced to volleyball by Komiri, his cousin, and though Sakusa didn't care too much about it at first, he's incapable of leaving anything unfinished. And after he realized he had a knack for volleyball and a unique skill of being able to hit balls with weird spin, due to his flexible wrists, he dedicated himself to improving. And through volleyball, he eventually met Yoshijima, and gained an immense respect for how the ace also had a strong dedication to always doing things right. And how he is also a ridiculously good spiker who hits the ball with a weird spin. And whenever he got a chance to play against Shirato Izawa, his teammates noticed that he was much more energetic than usual. And so, in his third year, when everything fell apart, it was very hard on him. Shirato Izawa was beat by Kurasuno, and then he watched Hinata get injured and lose before he even got to play him. Then his own team lost due to an injury from the captain. In his talk with Luzuna, his hitter and captain, Luzuna stated that this wouldn't be his last game, and that whenever that game finally comes, he's going to end it with a smile, and that got Sakusa thinking. He realizes that he doesn't particularly care if he wins his last game, if he becomes the best in the world or whatever, or even if he's ending it smiling. He's just thankful that he's made it so far, and that he's gotten to play with and meet so many people. Sakusa plays volleyball with the goal of simply knowing that if he goes out any time in any game, he will still be satisfied. And up next is the other big star boy from Japan, Yoshijima. And we even get to see Tendo again. Japan lost in the Olympics, and that was in large part due to Yoshijima messing up several spikes. Now that sounds crazy, he's Yoshijima. How is he messing up spikes? Well, it all started whenever a kid told him that he thinks a volleyball is boring, and this literally killed Yoshijima. The player we see now is a doppelganger who's not as good at spiking. But seriously, Yoshijima wants to improve his arm swing further, and he's willing to tear apart his current playstyle and completely change his form in order to become better. Tendo yells at him over the phone that he must become better and become a star for Japan who can beat all the other world teams and make volleyball cool for that kid. And Yoshijima agrees that he has to do that. It even says that it's fortunately not impossible for him. Yoshijima has developed a gratefulness for the body and unique skills that he's been given, as he knows that these are what have allowed him to become such a great player. This brings up the theme of talent again, and even though a player like Hinata can become great by overcoming obstacles in his way due to genetics, a player like Yoshijima can become even better because of the gifts he has. And Yoshijima understands his privilege and wants to use it to be a hero who can one day inspire people, like the kid who said the volleyball was boring. And we also see that Yoshijima went to see his father a while back, who lived in California, and he ran into Iwazumi there, who is also trying to get a meeting with Yoshijima's father. Iwazumi is training to be an athletic trainer, and Yoshijima's father is a big trainer. So Yoshijima introduces Iwazumi, and afterwards, Iwazumi encourages Yoshijima to continue training and developing his swing, stating that it would suck if Yoshijima ended up just being an okay player after beating Abujosai so many times. And finally, we see that Yoshijima had a meal with his father and explained that he got so good because of his good luck with genetics him being left-handed, and he thanks his father for protecting his gifts whenever he was growing up. He ends in the current game, we see that Yashijima has finally mastered his new swing, arcing his hand in a full circle as he jumps, getting even more power and being harder to read than before. And even Sakusa can't dig a spike like that. Now the score is 24-23, with the Jackals holding on at set points. And in the next rally, every monster is playing at their best. Yashijima receives a great spike from Sakusa, and Romero is barely able to keep the ball up with his foot. But Hoshimi spikes it over, despite his tough spot. Hinata receives the spike and Mio puts it up for Bokuto, who hits a sharp cross shot. But Romero gets it up, and Yashijima hits a spike off of Bokuto's block. However, Atsumu keeps it up and Hinata goes up to emergency set, but suddenly spins around and spikes it left-handed, scoring and winning the set. He's become so versatile that he can even use his left hand for spikes. As Tadashi notes, he has absolute control over his body. And as the fourth set starts, a ball is sent to Yashijima, who spikes it. But Mian, the Jackal's middle blocker and captain, blocks him, and it goes to Kageyama. And off the first touch, Kageyama sends it to Hoshimi, who's attacking from the back row, and he aims to go around Sakusa, who's blocking, but suddenly Hinata's there. He pops up seemingly out of nowhere to block Hoshimi's spike, and Hoshimi isn't used to dealing with players as short as him. He didn't even see Hinata, and it also shows that Hinata has learned to play every position from his time at the beach, so he didn't hesitate to leave his position and block the middle. And in the next rally, Yashijima spikes it right at Hinata, who barely manages to get it up. He free balls it over to the other side, and Kageyama puts it up for Yashijima again. Yashijima is trying to crush Hinata again, continuing his rivalry from high school, but this time, Hinata calms down and perfectly receives it without even dropping to his knees. All of his training since high school, all the work on strength, form, positioning, and bounce have allowed him to become a player who can receive any ball and still be there to run out for the attack. He can make the most out of any opportunity just like Takuda said he needed to. He can play aggressively and score points, but now he can also do everything else. And Jackals gain a solid lead of 18-15, but with a great receive from Libero and a well-placed power tip for off the block from Kageyama, and then a service ace from Kageyama, the game is 18-17. And though Hinata gets the next serve up and Bokuto hits it, leading the Adlers with a bad receive toss, Kageyama sets it from way outside the pin, and Hoshimi hits a great shot around the block, tying the game up. Everyone playing the game is having a blast, and the spectators don't even know which team to cheer for. Kageyama is fighting to win this set, so that he gets to play more volleyball. And we get to see every player embody their team's motto, from Hoshimi's perfectly practiced aerial battles, to Sakusa's consistent effort and power, from Bokyo's enthusiasm and the pure joy he gets from giving it his all, to Yashijima's pure strength, to Atsuma's unorthodox and fearless setting, sending a minus tempo set to Hinata from a weird position, which Hinata hits around Kageyama's block, gaining match points. But the Adlers quickly turn it around into their own set points. And in the next rally, Romero dinks the ball where he thinks nobody's covering, but Hinata darts in like a ninja, and then he goes up the spike and he flies. But Kageyama is right there to block him. Hinata almost hits it around, but Kageyama reacts, moving to block the ball. But then Hinata bumps it with his shoe, saving the ball so Atsumu can set it again. Both players are monsters in the air and neither ever wants to let the other win. But then Hinata takes off, sprinting across the width of the course and pulling Kageyama's focus with him. But at that point, it's already too late. Atsumu sets to Bokuto. With the extra moment that Hinata's decoy earned, Bokuto hits right over Kageyama, winning the game. He finally did it. Hinata beat Kageyama in a real game, and that makes 1,096 wins for Hinata and 1,100 losses. Yeah, him and Kageyama are still keeping track. As the game winds down, Hinata takes a picture of Rubens, Romero's son, who is a big fan of him. Udai, the tiny giant who's been watching the game, is now a manga artist, and he's finishing up his current series, but he just had an idea for his new one. And we later see that it's a volleyball anime. It's pretty meta that the tiny giant that was once a mysterious figure is now more like a stand-in from the author, but I think it's a creative way to reference how playing and watching volleyball inspired Furudate. Plus, in a little bonus in the guidebook, we get to see Furudate joke about realism in sports manga, with the manga that Udai is writing having a scene where the ball is hit so hard that it breaks through the net and still counts as a score because it's above the white line. We also get to see that Kyoko has completely gotten over covering her legs, instead preferring to show off her scars as badges of honor, which is cool. And Kuro brings Hinata his card. He's a business guy now who manages the promotion for Japan's National Volleyball Association. Kuro is working to introduce as many people to sports as possible. Just like Coach Nekomata lowered the net for him to help him to learn how fun it can be to succeed at spiking, Kuro wants to make it possible for everyone to get a chance to try sports. And I really like his talk about how great they are. Is to create jobs, make money, make people happier and healthier, and they don't kill that many people. He's so passionate about it that he comes off like a con man. But all the things he's saying are pretty true. And finally, Kageyama invites his old middle school teammates, Kunimi and Kendaichi, to play with him again sometimes. It doesn't matter when, he just wants another chance to play volleyball with them, even if it's when they're all old and retired. And then later, whenever Hoshimi is interviewed, he talks about how he thinks that Hinata might be better than him now, with his defense and saying. But though Hoshimi plans on beating him, he first wants to take on the whole world with Hinata on his team. And now it's time for one last chapter, the grand finale, and it's at the Olympics. Makes sense, I don't know where else it could have possibly ended. The final chapter starts with a cool spread, where almost every character in the show watches Nekoma and Kurosano play a practice game at the summer camp. There are lots of great details, and this might be my favorite spread of the whole series. And then after that, we get to see the real finale of the series, Tendo, Chocolatier, and in this episode, Tendo is meeting up with his old teammate and best friend Yoshijima. I love how much focus Tendo gets for these last 2 chapters. He's easily one of my favorite characters, and he might just get the most off-the-walls ridiculous ending, and I'm all for it. We get a bunch of more fan service, everyone gathers together to watch the big game. And they're all fun. And we even see that Kanoka has become the ace for Japan's national women's volleyball team. And finally, on day 13 of the Olympics, Japan is going up against Argentina, which just so happens to be the team that Oikawa is on. Oikawa officially immigrated to Argentina, and now he's carved his own path to playing on the world stage. Despite never making nationals or listening to what people like Yoshijima told him to do, he's here. He brought his petty pride with him. And one of my favorite little moments in this whole series is whenever Kita gets to brag about how great his old teammates are, just like he said that he wanted to back when Inurizaki lost. And finally, the series ends by once again restating the theme of making the world realize that volleyball is fun, and then ends with the same spiel from the opening spread. It's basic, but it works. I love how they take the term connect and use it to show all the connections with people that Hinata and Kageyama have made over the course of Haikyu. And then one last time, we get to see the free quick surprise the crowd, as Hinata hits it right over Argentina's block. But this time, it's on a global stage. And we see a kid riding past a bicycle stop to watch the game. It looked like Hinata has continued to cycle, inspiring someone new to try volleyball. And finally, Kageyama and Hinata fist bump. Series ends with a quick time skip to a year later, as Hinata and Kageyama continue their endless rivalry, never stopping their pursuit to win. Yeah, it's a pretty good final chapter. And now, to finish this off, I'm going to take all those themes that I introduced at the start of the video, and I'm going to go over how they've evolved and paid off over time. First off, inspiration and heroes. Where the story started, Hinata idolized the tiny giant, and over the course of the series, we saw many other players who idolized the same player, and some who drew their inspiration from other heroes. But at Nationals, Hinata realizes that while the tiny giant may have inspired him, he doesn't have to play just like him, and so he properly begins to develop his playstyle as the greatest decoy. And by the end of the series, many characters have now become role models and inspirations for future generations of players. Hinata's gathered infamy as Ninja Shoujo. Yoshijima has directly changed the kid who thought volleyball was boring into a super fan, and on the Olympic stage, we get to see a reenactment of how the story began. Secondly, overcoming obstacles. Whenever the story began, Hinata had to overcome its height, and he mostly did that through relying on his teammates to fill in his weak areas. But over the series, he found more of his own niches that allowed him to fight for himself above the net and on the court. By the end, Hinata has mastered almost every aspect of the game, becoming one of the most well-rounded players in the series. He faced another huge obstacle after Nationals, and how he overcame it was by realizing that every part of his life is part of volleyball. And in order to play well, he must first live well. Hinata makes the most of every opportunity he has on the court, and he is constantly preparing for any chance he gets whenever he's off the court. And that leads us into the next theme. Hinata still wants to stay on the court, and we see this explored through Kageyama and his relationship with his grandfather. Kageyama worked to become good enough to play more volleyball, and Hinata did everything he possibly could to stay on the court. Now they have become professional players with bright futures and booming careers. And through Sakusa, we also explore how you should handle a major part of your life coming to an end. But just like Kyoko did, Sakusa realized that the best way to live is to always treat every game like it could be your last, so that whenever that end comes, you'll be satisfied. And the next theme is the rivalry between Kageyama and Hinata. At the beginning of the series, in that first game, Kageyama couldn't empathize with anybody. He saw Hinata as a waste of talent. But after being forced to become his teammates, they developed an intense rivalry and partnership. And now after high school, they still take every chance they can to compete, pushing each other to new heights. They're still the greatest of teammates, as we see in the final chapter, but the story ends with them facing off against each other yet again in a new environment. And finally, and most importantly, the bathroom curse. Yes, it's mostly a joke, but this trend actually has a payoff. Now that Hinata takes better care of himself and is more mature, he no longer gets stomach aches before matches, despite the fact that Kageyama still teases him about it. So that's the end of the series. Or is it? Yes. However, there are now 2 bonus chapters. In this first one, you get to check in with a few players as Kuro flies around the world to bring some old rivals together to play volleyball again. I like the part where Kinma goes to Rio to play beach volleyball with Hinata to promote the game. And overall, it's just a fun bonus. The other chapter was made for the Nekoma vs. Kurosano movie, so it focuses on Kai in the last moment of his volleyball career. As he dives for a ball he knows he can't get, his career flashes before his eyes, but it's not the big moments in the games or his regrets, just the quiet moment in between practices, hanging out with his teammates. He had the best teammates, the best rivals, and his last game is the best game. He has no regrets, but he doesn't want it to end yet. After the game, Levs asked Kinma where he had set the ball to if he hadn't messed it up. Kinma begins to describe it, but it keeps going on, and this imaginary rally never ends. And years later, Kai says that he sometimes has dreams where that rally never ends, which I guess is supposed to contrast with how he didn't want the game to end, turning it into kind of a nightmarish thing. I don't know if it has a deeper meaning, but it is another cool bonus.
So that's it. This video was originally made before the movie came out in the US, and after watching the movie, while it had its issues, it ultimately ended up being a pretty good adaptation of the arc, though it skipped a lot of stuff. But anyways, thanks for watching this video all the way through. I know it's kind of a weird video. It's super long, and it's honestly really heavy on plot recapping, which is now something that I try to avoid when making videos. And that's why I decided to label this re-release as a retrospective rather than a real video essay. I'm still somewhat proud of this video, as I think that there are some great moments in here. And I did end up cutting a lot of the more boring sections out of this new version, but ultimately I don't want to make more videos like this in the future. Making it was a real learning experience for me, but I should have exercised more self-control and been more focused for this video. I think I did a pretty good job for the first season of the show, but I really got carried away as it went on. I hope you enjoyed it nevertheless, and maybe consider checking out some of my more focused videos over Witch Hat Atelier and Deltarune. But thanks again for watching. Bye.